The following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond. Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Hello everyone and welcome to the North America Challenger Tournament Spring Season, Week 2, Day 3 of the Round Robin. I will be your host for today, Sina Lily. And alongside me are our wonderful casters straight from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, the real life Brody, Stephweezy, and our adorable Spitfire Eunice. How are you guys doing today?
Man, I cannot wait. You've seen Ben in private for round 1. You've seen Trex and Deku for round 2, but you've not seen Eunice alongside myself, the third duo caster on this table, and we can't wait to paint that perfect picture.
Yeah, and we are also matching a little bit of clothes today as my co-caster is going to go ahead, including our host actually. We're going to go ahead with the color blue, but I am so willing to be behind here and see how the games go for today.
I am super pumped up for the games as well, but before we get into that, let's take a moment to explain our format. We will have 8 weeks of games that will take on a double round robin format, which will lead to the top 4 teams moving on to the playoffs. And these games will be streamed online, but our grand final will be held in the City of Lights, Las Vegas. This will be happening on May 14th and streamed live, so be sure to mark your calendars for the grand event. And for now, our match lineups for today. Weezy, could you run us through the matchups?
You're already seeing fireworks exploding for the first series of the day. We are going to be seeing Area 77 going up against Fallout, the revamp of the name, which was formerly Team Gosu, going toe-to-toe, head-to-head. And then for the second series of the day, we are going to be seeing LaimiTop up against the Ohio Brothers.
And then the last 2 games, we're going to go ahead and see BloodThirstyKings up against Ackerman, and then Wasians versus the Empire.
And wow, those matchups look great and can't wait to see the teams in action. But first off, let's see what these teams are fighting for. The total prize pool features $50,000 worth of rewards, which is split into $24,000 in cash and over 900,000 diamonds. The first prize winner would get $15,000 in cash and 100 diamonds. And drumroll please, the NACT champs will be joining the MSC, which is the Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup. This will be the first time that North America will be represented in one of these tournaments, which shows how far North America has come in making our mark. But wow, what a prize pool. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, just looking at the diamonds alone, that's enough diamonds to get my full squad some JJK skins, and also the cash prize. That's enough to send my whole entire family a front row seats for the Vegas event for the playoffs.
I mean, for me, it does pay off my college tuition, so I'm kind of jealous to the top teams who are going to go ahead and secure that prize, but I want to know who's going to prevail, and by taking that crown to see who does take that big cash prize home.
Yeah, I would love to have that money and all those skins for those, all those diamonds for those skins. But let's head into the giveaway that we have for our viewers. We have not forgotten about you guys, but you guys get a 40 codes that's on the screen right now, and you guys can have a 12.5% chance at getting any of those skins on the screen. But we also have another giveaway at halftime, so be sure to stay tuned. But now that we've shown you all of the goodies, let's head into the predictions for Area 77 versus Fallout. It's looking like Area 77 is the favorite. What do you guys think about these predictions?
Definitely the favorite so far. 5 out of the 6 casters voting for Area 77. Trex over there, the oddball. But I did speak to him behind the scenes, and, you know, he made a valid point. He likes to root for the underdogs, and I got to respect that. But I got to root with the stats. And so far, Area 77 undefeated.
Right, and we do see Fallout. That was the revamped Gosu, just like Weezy said. And I guess still got to give that credit, right? We do know that they were able to pull off some pretty mean games in the last couple of days, and they were able to really show that confidence, that grit, and that drive. So I can't even blame Trex for going ahead and voting for Fallout, but looks like 5 out of the 6 casters did vote for A77, and I do wonder if that's actually going to be the prediction, or are the 5 of us going to actually get swept backwards, and is Fallout gonna go ahead and take that win?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because we all get together, our whole 6 casters on the desk, and we talk about our predictions in Discord, and honestly, I can't wait to see where this goes, right? Area 77, they've been a dominant team. They went against the Empire, Wasians, able to close both of those out and take those series. And then Fallout, right? The new revamped name change from Gosu. They had an amazing game against Ackerman, but they fell short in that series. They were able to get that 8-minute comeback, though, in the second round. It was definitely impressive, but fell short to close it out, and that was their first loss on day 1. But day 2, they were able to prevail with a sweep up against LaimiTop.
Great, guys, and we would love to see a battle this time around and not just a sweep. But let's head into the first round. I'm ready for it, and I'm sure you guys all are too. So let's head into the draft and let our casters do their thing. Take it away, guys.
And straight into the draft. First game of the day, NACT Spring Season, Day 1, Week 2, with the brand new caster duo representing the blue. You know, you gotta love it. Looking at Fallout in Area 77, right? If I'm looking at Fallout, they need this win. Currently, they're a little bit behind in terms of wins. All these teams competing it out, trying to have the best win-loss ratio to hit that top 4 spots for the playoffs. And Area 77, they already got 2 under the table. If they take this one, it's going to make them even stronger of having a chance to be top 4 in North America.
Absolutely, and knowing that we did see these 2 teams, right? We already saw them play, we saw their play style, we saw individual players as well, and their stats really show where they stand in their hero pool. But speaking of my hero pool, I do see 2 bans already going to get drafted out by both sides, and we do see a Yve right now, and I do know KQT, right? We have seen K really take out that evenness, also that Valentina, but is able to really play the mage role absolutely beautifully well.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to be careful with this draft. We know Area 77 is a team that has a high hero pool, and they have a really amazing early game. So watch out for the Cho. Maybe you're going to manifest that into reality. We've seen Gauss Cutie dominate on it, and maybe a possible pickup. But you are going to see the first ban for Area 77 opting in, taking out that Joy.
Yeah, and I think that the Joy is going to be a really good ban, knowing that Joy really is that menace in that pool, right? Being able to highly rotate around, have that movement speed. So I really think that Joy is a good ban. In response to that comes that Kaja. The Divine Judgment is really going to be that suppression that's going to make the team a little bit on the back end by going ahead and banning that out, so both teams don't get it. I feel like is a really good read.
And now looking at Fallout, they took out the Kaja. Now going to pair that up with the 1-1 as well. Taking out the Kaja, right? One of the few heroes that has the suppression to kind of deny the Assassins having an easy time in the early game. And Fallout, right? Looking at Ana, you've seen them perform in round 1 and round 2. Ana is an assassin jungler, so I got to respect that. Definitely expecting either that Ling or that Hayabusa to make a showcase today.
But also we do see Poggy, right? Poggy has been able to prevail in that tank fighter jungle area, and we did see him make a big menace in the Land of the Dawn, walking around with the right hand in his pocket, which is going to go ahead and be that Fredrin. So I want to know if he's going to go ahead and pick up an assassin maybe, and we haven't really seen too much assassins being brought out with the current meta, so I want to know if it's going to be assassin versus assassin, or is it going to be assassin versus tank jungle?
Yeah, I really want to see that, right? You mentioned Poggy over there on the assassins. Haven't really seen it. He's been more opting in on the fighter routes and the tank jungles, but I know I spoke to Trex previously. He gave me a little backstory about Poggy. He is a nasty assassin player, but I think he's just waiting to show those trump cards until we get later inside of the season. But looking at the last ban for the first phase on the side of Area 77, they're going to go ahead and take out this glue. Fredrin walked, and looks like Fallout's going to pick that up.
I mean, Fredrin, who doesn't want to pick a hero that has a hand in their pocket, Wheezy? I mean, if I was playing any EXP or even playing Fredrin in that jungle area, I would want to be a little bit of a good-looking man walking out on the map, right? But we're going to go ahead and see Uzi locking in that. And we do see Midnight locking in this Fleur, but look at Area 77's picks, Wheezy.
Yeah, sitting super strong already, picking up that Valentina. It's going to profit and provide some draft pressure for the side of Fallout. Having to be careful what you slot in after that is with that IMU, you can take any ultimate and use it against you. And I think it's a wise read from the side of Area 77 since they let the Fredrin walk. And Fleur, you mentioned Midnight's a little bit of a name change, is going to go ahead and pick up this Farza. And that means we're going to see 2 5x5s today, right? 2 feathered airstrikes on the board for Zona's control.
Yeah, and that feather airstrike, right? The AoE control is going to be pretty massive, knowing that there's going to be a lot of zoning, a little bit of a dance probably we might see at that turtle or that lord fight, but I still have to give that draft pressure over to KQT, locking in this Valentina, being able to copy using that IMU, but Guaps also previously also goes as Tarzan, is going to go ahead and lock in this Claude.
Yeah, the Claude, definitely a strong marksman, more coming alive mid to late, but survivability with that battle mirror image, using Dexter to get in and out of those hard situations can work in his favor. And you are seeing, with paired up with this Farza, that is going to be early game damage checked off, late game damage checked off, and a strong front line from Uzi, who is locking in this Fredrin.
But we do see Mark QT picking up this Melissa. Now, Melissa is one of those really early game poking marksmen. She hurts with those needles, right? But we do know that it's actually Guaps laning up against Mars QT. Both of these players are really aggressive marksman players, and I believe Claude is actually a comfort pick for Guaps over there. So I do want to know how he's going to go ahead and lane against Mars QT.
Now, speaking of Mark Cutie, the only marksman so far in the regular season who's secured a Maniac, and I believe that was on day 1. So you have to watch out for him. The man is a menace. I know he's climbing up in the ranks in terms of who's the best marksman for North America, and Guapsy not too far behind him. But looking at Mark Cutie on this Melissa, it's mid to late game marksman, but you got a little bit of things to work on as you are going up against this Farza. That feather airstrike can definitely rain from above and give him a hard time, even with that bubble of that go away. So positioning is going to be key if he wants to pop off in the mid game.
It looks like Baratz is going to get banned down. Actually, an Assassin is going to get banned out for Area 77, which kind of looks like a blackjack to me, right? Because Fallout is going to go ahead and ban out all the fighter jungles, but Area 77 is going to go ahead and ban out all the Assassins, which will automatically limit Poggy and Anna's hero pool when it comes to this second draft phase.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind the Kaja has been taken off. You still can slot in the Ling. I'm expecting Uzi to pick up this Fredrin, and that's one of the great things about picking it early in the draft, right? You don't know if Fredrin's going to work in the jungle or if he's going to go in the XP lane, but he's a flex pick, and that is why Fallout slotted him in the early phase, giving the opportunity for Anna to run on what he is comfortable on, which is these Assassins. So with the Hayabusa being taken off the board, the Fanny, hey, there's really only one left that we've seen, at least in terms of having the mobility, and that is the Ling.
And I do
right, and jumping straight into the game, a little bit of apology on the technical difficulties, but now the drafts have been finalized. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at Fallout up against Area 77, the first match of the day.
Yeah, we do see actually Uzi locking in this R lot, and that was the one pick that we didn't really get to, right? But we do see Jashie QT locking in this Lop, and Pog is going to go ahead and lock in this fighter jungle Martis, and we did bring that up in that draft phase, right? And I'm excited to see how this is really going to go there.
Yeah, looking at Uzi locking in this R lot, definitely a fan of that. We don't see it walk too often, and honestly, it can be a wild card. It's the X factor. We got to see how it's going to play into Fallout's favor. But so far, you look like Jashie Cutie is going to go for the safer route. But in the mid lane, K Cutie is going to pick up a kill nice and early, shutting down Midnight.
Yeah, that little bit of a punish coming in from K, right? That Valentina, that early game poke priority is going to go ahead and take Midnight off the board. But we do know that we have to wait for that late game scale. And we do see Poggy kind of putting Guaps in an uncomfortable position here.
Yeah, definitely need to be careful, and with one kill on the board for KQT, a slight advantage for Area 77 in the early phase, but fight all the way. Guapsy dangerously low. Marcuti gonna find him and take him down. That is gonna be 2 kills so far, 1 minute in for Area 77.
Right, and taking that marksman off the board might be a little bit of an issue for Fallout, knowing that Claude is that late game scaling marksman, and Guaps playing that aggressive lane phase up against Mark QT might have been a little bit of him taking his own little medicine, putting a little bit of a menace in that lane. But we do see Ana going ahead securing the turtle here.
And that is huge. Definitely needing to get this neutral objective. Already losing 2 members this early. You don't want a snowball to happen. We know Area 77, they're one of the stronger teams with the early phase, but they thrive in the late game. But if you can disrupt their early, take this game in the middle, that's how you can beat them out.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a disruption, like you said, in that mid lane. But we do need to see this marksman go ahead and skill. But Gauss QT going in here.
On the chase, trying to get a little bit of a set. Not able to, though. Anna rushing in. Going to see a little bit of that Appraiser's Wrath come out. Nice and early, but the Guardian's buried for the denial. Trying to trap Poggy. Now getting the stun to taunt the altar for the saving grace to keep him alive. He is going to be able to get out of there. Poggy picking up a kill. He's going to shut down Melody. Poggy also getting a double. It's going to find Midnights as well. 2 members down for Fallout. 4 kills on the board for Area 77.
Yeah, and speaking of that, that is already 4 kills into the side of A77. That is already a 2K gold lead. And we do need to go ahead and punish the jungle, but looks like no, Anna's still looking for a little bit more here.
And this is the early game pressure that we talked about with Area 77. Eyes on the prize, focusing on the objectives. But Uzi with the punish, dashes in, is going to take down Mark Cutie, the marksman for Area 77. The first kill on the board for Fallout.
And we don't really see Mark QT taken out this early, right? In the previous NACT games, he was kind of the one giving that little bit of sustain towards that 5-minute mark. But him getting taken down this early kind of gives Guaps a little bit of breathing room to go ahead and farm. But Uzi
is going to find himself in a tricky situation, but going to get out. But Anna, with the back door, is going to go do some damage on the Jashie Cutie. Not too much, though. Is going to push out. So far, looking at 4-1. Area 77 shining in the early game, leading the way 3 minutes in, but they did not take this first turtle. That is a little bit of the economy inside of Fallout's favor, but have to be careful. You are seeing Anna on that farm route. Poggy picking up that crab as well. A little bit of a disadvantage for the jungle, the lane, the rotation, and Fallout has to be careful. Area 77, they're a team that doesn't make really much mistakes. And speaking of mistakes, on the top side, Mark Cutie is going to find a kill and take down Guapsy in the gold lane.
Yeah, Mark QT is going to go ahead and take that dominance, but Poggy?
Yeah, he's going to possibly find a pick off, and you are going to see the turtle. Poggy going to go ahead and do some damage and pull the aggro. They need this objective. You've seen the first one go into the hands of Fallout, and now a little bit of disruption. Gauss Cutie rushing in, trying to stop Anna. Battle of the Retribution may be on the way inside of the turtle pit, but K Cutie with the Terrify is going to take the IMU, and from Grok from Melody, you are going to see Poggy pick up the turtle, get a mega kill, take down Anna. Now the chase onto Melody, the wild charge for the escape. Just in time, 7-1. Area 77 coming alive in the early game.
Yeah, and that was a little bit. You do see Feather Airstrike coming up from Midnight, gonna go ahead and do a little bit of chip damage, and Mark is gonna go ahead and take that jungle, and Pog is gonna go ahead and take that dominance. And we did see in that game, right? That turtle fight really put a little bit of disadvantage on the side of Fallout. That is a lot of utility burnt, and we do have to see, right, how it's going to go and prevail when that match keeps going. And Mark is going to go ahead and pick up 2 kills. 2-1-0 right now on the board for that marksman, but Wasp a little bit on the back end here.
Definitely on the back end, 8-1, and we kind of mentioned this, right? The early game of Area 77 is super hard to deal with, and if you're not careful, you're going to find yourself on the opposite end of an early finish. And 8-1 leading so far, 1 neutral objective in their favor. You need to find a way to disrupt their synergy.
Yeah, and Disrupting Synergy, Feather Airstrike.
Is going to go down, but not going to hit the mark. A little bit of wasted utility from Midnight, but on the top side, Blazy Duet and the Battle Mirror Image to escape from Gauss Cutie and Mark Cutie in the gold lane.
Look at Poggy's position right now in that little corner.
He's going to rush in with the Mortar Coil. He's going to get some of that farm and almost found a pick off on a Guapsi, forcing him to go back. And looking at Guapsi right now, right? He's 0, 2, and 1. We spoke about Mark Cutie, the only marksman to get a Maniac so far in the regular season, sitting 2, 1, and 0, and definitely coming alive for the early phase.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and prioritize this objective, and Melody's going to go ahead, kind of block that off, but that's already a first objective down for the side of Fallout. And knowing that it's actually in Guap's lane, that marksman, it's not looking too hot for the side of Fallout.
Yeah, definitely need to be careful. 6 minutes in, already losing the turret in the gold lane. We just mentioned Mark Cutie coming alive, and we know once that light is turned on for him, it does not turn off easily. And with them being already 2, 1, and 0, having that Inspire, definitely having more farm than Guapsi, he's definitely going to be able to shut down the side of Fallout in the mid game.
Yeah, it looks like this aggro of this turret is going to go ahead and go through Area 77, and I feel like the punish really has to come through that top lane, and we do see the macro rotation coming in from Fallout to go ahead and take this advantage on that top side.
And a great play indeed. Blazy Duet from Guapsi and Melody fighting it out, but you are going to see Turtle go into the hands of Area 77, and they are going to possibly get a objective from that. No, they're not going to be able to, but Guapsi with the taunt, the knockup from the Energy Eruption as well, and the Praiser's Wrath going down, Anna's going to take out Gauss Cutie.
Yeah, Anna did go ahead and take that down, and which is already a good pick, right? Might not be too much as Fairness is already back on the board, but that is still additional gold in for the side of Fallout. And look at Poggy's position, Wheezy. Just sitting there, waiting for a little bit of something there. But on Midnight,
is possibly going to get a pick off. You are going to see Melody pulled back. The Mortar Coil's trying to get the kill. The Terrify is in. Decimation and a Feather Airstrike from the IMU, but Melody able to escape all of that utility and stay alive. A lot was burnt from Area 77 right there, giving a slight advantage to Fallout, but still, looking at the map, definitely Area 77 claiming a lot of that economy and leading the way on the scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, they really need to prioritize these major objectives, right? The Turtle, yes, they did pick up one, but the Turtle is still in 2 favors of Area 77. And these turrets, they need to start prioritizing these pushes so that Wops can have an easier time scaling and not anticipate too much coming from the side of A77.
And now Guapsi, a little bit of an overextension, maybe costly, but able to get out of there just in time. You can definitely tell the hunger trying to even out these the map pressure right now, but Area 77, they're the aggressor. You're definitely seeing Fallout be more the reactionary team, and they have to pick their punches, they have to pick their fights, because if they're not careful, you're going to see Area 77 lead the way with the early finish, and here we go, battle on the way over on this buff, and looks like Anna was able to secure it. Victory well done for the side of Fallout. Battle on the mid-river forward, the tier 1 turret on the way. Area 77 looking strong, Feather Airstrike from Midnight for the zone, and with that 5x5, is going to force out Area 77.
Looks like a little bit of a brawl game right there in that mid side, and looks like they are really out looking for blood, right? Kill scores 2-8, still very low, but they are trying to take every single advantage when it comes to fighting both of these teams, and they are showing their aggression in that mid lane, especially right now.
And some good map awareness from Area 77. Haven't taken really much damage to any of their turrets. Lord has spawned in and still putting a lot of pressure in the mid lane. Poggy is going to go Poggers and do some damage with the Decimation onto Midnight. Now the Blaze Duet from the back door. Guapsi going to take down K Cutie. The silence on the Gauss Cutie. The Mortar Coils, Gauss Cutie taking down Melody. That is going to be a member down for both sides. But look at Anna, hit with Muddles, is going to be pulled back and taken down by the Raging Slash of Jash and Cutie. And what a play. Area 77 claiming the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like that punish in that mid lane was beautiful coming from A77, knowing that the objective now with this Lord is going to go ahead into the hands of A77. And I really have to give it to Gauss QT in that fight, right? Being able to pull Anna back into their team fight, saying, you're not going anywhere. You're going to come sit here and take you with me when it came to that fight. And the Lord is going to go ahead into A77's hands.
And right now, you're seeing Fallout with their backs against the wall, needing to find an answer, wondering where did they go wrong. Area 77, all the answers to the test so far, 10 minutes in, officially in the mid-game, leading by 3 turrets, 7 kills, and also taking the first Lord.
Talking about that lead, though, Mark QT still sitting at 3-1-0, and especially Poggy, 5-0-3 on the board right now, and Fallout needs to come ahead and come with that answer. Look for a mistake when it comes to this next Lord push, right? It's going to come down that top side. Uzi's already going to get set up for that Lord, and I need Guaps to go ahead and scale so that he can do a little bit of chip damage towards A77.
Yeah, definitely having to figure out a game plan. If not, you are going to see Area 7, as we've been seeing in the early phase, dominate. And now a battle over the Tier 2 turret. Poggy is going to take a turret of his own. The Tier 2 on the top side. The raging slash from the IMU from KQT. Not going to hit the mark, but victory has been achieved. Area 77 claiming the Tier 2 turret on the bottom side.
Yeah, that's still a little bit of objective miss, right? Glops and Lucy Melody trying to defend that turret, but fell a little bit short in that mid lane prioritization. So now go ahead into A77, and Fallout really has to be careful from here on out. But whoa, we see Gal!
The final slash, a huge play over there, but not going to really find anything for the side of Area 77. But they are sitting comfortable right now. They have a lot of insurance behind them. They have all of their turrets. They've claimed the first Lord, and they definitely have the map control. Fallout, on the other hand, can't say the same story. Needs to find a way to disrupt the synergy we've seen built up to the mid phase and find a way to turn this around.
Speaking about disruption, Gal's coming in on Melody.
And you're going to see Azor's Wrath from Poggy onto Melody. He is going to give that vision, though. Guardian's Barrier into that bush. I like it. It's a good stance from the side of Fallout. Even though they don't have a lot of economy right now, it is not wavering their commitment to take these fights.
Yeah, Fallout has all the utilities still up now, but Uzi coming in onto Poggy.
With the final slash, but may find himself in a tricky situation. Anna with the backup is going to go in, but Poggy with the Azor's Wrath going to do some damage as well. Both teams kind of testing the water. Don't want to overextend right now. A huge play for Area 77. If they can get a little bit of a wipeout, it may be able to close this game out. But on the side of Fallout, they have to play safe, right? They're already down 9,000 gold. Keep in mind, we're only 12 minutes in. This is not even late game, and you're already seeing them come alive. And the thing about Area 77 is they're a late game team. And this is when they're on the back end of the late game having a hard time. But when they're already thriving inside of the early phase, it's going to make it even harder to disrupt their synergy.
But we still have to be careful on the side of A77 as mistakes do happen in the line of Dell when it comes to these team fights, right? You are wanting to prioritize that macro, but who doesn't want to get kills on the board, right? Going out for blood. And I feel like Fallout really has to make that look for a mistake, but we do see Conceal coming in right onto Poggy.
Huge play from Fallout, trying to get a pick off. Blazing Duet going in from Guapsi. A lot of utility wasted, not going to find anybody. And that is going to be a huge advantage for Area 77 to punish. They are rushing in!
Oh!
The IMU with the wild charge from KQT. Feathered airstrike for the zoners for the response. Pocket taking down Anna. Midnight taking down KQT. Pocket with the double kill is going to shut down Midnight. My goodness, fireworks are exploding in the land of Dawn.
Yeah, we do see Guap trying to go ahead and clear these lanes up. We don't know if he's going to get caught out by Jashy QT right now, but that was a very insane play coming from Area 77. Guap's going to go ahead and take a neutral objective. We do see the chip damage here.
And Marquiti gonna pick up the kill. Killing spree has been activated, but I like it, right? It's instead of just falling, finding something to translate, and that was the objective, taking that tier 1 turret. But while that was happening, Poggy on the opposite side is gonna go ahead and claim this Lord for Area 77.
I feel like Fallout right now needs a little bit of a reset, right? We do see these inhibitor turrets are going to be a little bit at that dangerous stake, knowing that the Lord has been picked up by Area 77 and still not an answer to Poggy, and he's sitting comfortably at 703, right? We do see these items getting locked in, and we are at that 14-15 minute power spike, that mid-game, right? We still have those late game skilling marksmen locking in a few of its core items. We do see Claude going ahead and locking in and almost finishing that Trinity build, but the same thing goes for Marquiti. And he's still sitting at 412, but we do see Lord coming down that mid side right now.
Huge advantage for Area 77 to try and close this out nice and early. You are going to see that Shadow Stampede onto Melody, but Lord has crashed into the inhibitor. Feathered airstrike going down from Midnight. Poggy wasting no time. It's going to secure that inhibitor for the mid lane. Can this be the finish? The early push from Area 77, too much to handle from Fallout, but no, they're going to go ahead and burst down this Lord. Still have another chance to turn this around, but the later this game gets, the harder it will be as Area 77 is on fire.
Yeah, we do see a good proxy of the lane trying to clear all the minions, but Gal's QT coming in with the concealed play. Melody
is going to rush in, but Midnight's with the feather airstrike for the zoners. And you're going to see the Cult Altar be activated from Gal's Cutie. A lot of utility right there from both sides of the table. Immortality being picked up from Poggy for a second, saving grace. But Poggy, 1v4, Jashy Cutie with the Justice Blade, rushing in with the Brave Spider and the Raging Slash, and the stun from the Earthshaker. Poggy taking down Uzi. Can they get another? Marquiti is going to find Anna for the mega kill. 2 members down for the side of Fallout.
Oh my god, look how low Poggy is. Same with Josh. Whoa! Oh my gosh!
Huge Blazing Duet from Guapsi in the back line is going to shut down KQT, and the Battle Mirror Amos to get away just in time. Midnight with the shutdown is going to find Marquiti. 2 members down from Area 77. What is going on? The tables may have been flipped. Fallout trying to find some answers, and so far looking good.
Looks like my manifestation genie in the bottle did go ahead and prevail, right? We do see Area 77 kind of choke that fight, right? We did see Poggy taking down dangerously low, and then Midnight going ahead and picking up a kill on Mark QT. And this is where they have to take that advantage, right? The mistake has been made. The lanes are getting pushed right back up into the side of Fallout now, and that Lord is going to go ahead and come up in about 40 seconds, but this is their time. Mark QT's down, KQT's down, and two really damage-dealing people are off, and we do have to see a little bit of that punish coming in from Fallout, but Melody giving a little bit of vision on Gals, might be able to punish something here, which is Uzi's going to be kind of zoning out the rest of the team here.
And Guapsi going to claim the tier 1 turret on the bottom side. Map opening for the side of Fallout. This reminds me of their battle against Ackerman, right? They had an epic comeback, 8 minutes. You were able to see them battle it out and find their composure. And right now, that is what we're seeing today. They're able to turn this around. They only have one inhibitor left, but somehow finding a way to make it look like they have the advantage in this game.
And looks like Fallout really wants this Lord right here, knowing that they need to take this objective now or never, and they're going to go ahead and try to get a little bit of vision here, and looks like they're going to put up a mean fight. They're not looking to kind of really give this up, right? We do see the map pressure coming in from A77, but Fallout, and look at Uzi right there, right in that bush, kind of waiting to zone out the rest of the members, and they are looking for a fight here.
We are seeing the battle inside of the Lord Pit. Uzi with the final slash, not going to hit anybody from Area 77. Is going to rush in, though. Poggy with the mortar coils doing some damage onto Anna. Is going to rush in, try and secure the kill. Azur's Wrath not able to hit the mark, but some great zoners from Area 77, forcing Fallout outside of the Lord Pit. But on the bottom side, you are going to see another turret fall. Mark Cutie, taking advantage of the separation, is going to find the inhibitor in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we do see Ana still wanting this Lord really badly. Poggy is going ahead and zone on Ana, but we do see they're not giving up this turtle at all.
Both teams fighting it out, but junglers are neck and neck right now, toe-to-toe. Blazing Duet going down. As Primal Wrath as well. You are going to see Pokey Pippa Kill takes down Ana. Feather Airstrike raining down. Jassy Cutie taking out Guapsi. And no, fight not over. Jassy Cutie rushing in with the Braves Fighter. Flicker. Look at Midnight though with the wings by wing. But look at the nest of the back door. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Cutie secures game 1, Area 77 against Fallout.
I didn't even see Mark QT going ahead on that base. I was too focused on Fallout really trying to go ahead and take that objective, but Mark QT coming in with that Melissa is going to go ahead and secure that Nexus and call that a victory on the side of A77.
Man, a beautiful game, and this is what I say about Mark Cutie, right? I'm telling you, this dude is like the Benny Cutie for North America. The backdoor play just reminds me so much of MPL Philippines, and we're seeing it in North America, and it just shows you how strong our talent is looking for the future. And honestly, a great game for Area 77. They thrive in the early, but they thrive even better in the late, and you just didn't see anything disrupt their synergy or their composure.
Right, and Mark QT coming out with a Maniac, right, in the NACT, one of those matches, and then now coming out with a backdoor play? I think that was a really smart decision coming from Mark QT, but we're going to go ahead and turn it over to our beautiful host, Xena.
Hello everyone, we're having a bit of issues and we want to get things in top shape for you all, so don't go anywhere as we head into a quick break. So see you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
Good cover though.
What?
I had to disconnect the call, reconnect, and then you had to do that too. So then I was just like,
Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. Natural. Man, it was such a good cast. Yeah, they said it was like some weird audio issues from us.
yeah, there was I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A little bit of the post-game stats right ahead of us. Amazing time between Fallout and Area 77. Area 77 thriving in the early game, able to close it out 17 minutes, leading the way 17-6.
Right, and we do see, look at those stats down there, right? The gold lead is over to the sides of Area 77, but the turret, the objective is just going to favor the side of A77. 9 turrets taken down in total. Same with that Lord and the turtle. The first turtle might have been taken up by Fallout, but they did go ahead and respond to 2 turtles as well, right? We do see the stats really did show. We did see Marky to go ahead with that backdoor, and I think that was really the play that just secured that win.
Man, Marky, I know that's going to go on the highlight reel, right? They didn't get his Maniac, but they got to get that backdoor play. The man didn't only backdoor the team, but he backdoored the Casters. We didn't even know he was down there, man. He's so sneaky when it comes to these plays, and this is why I think he has what it takes to be one of the top marksmen in North America.
I mean, we were too busy already trying to cover up that Lord dance over there, but we did not see Marquiti coming in that backside. But we're going to go ahead and jump straight into the second draft and the second game from Fallout versus Area 77.
Yeah, a lot on the line right now. Area 77 looking strong. They have not lost a single series since the regular season. Fallout did lose one to Ackerman, and they need this win. And they need to find a way to disrupt the early game synergy from Area 77. We've seen them dominate. We mentioned Marcuti. When he gets alive, when he gets online nice and early, it is very hard to shut him down. And they didn't have any answers for them. So jumping into the second game, find a way to disrupt Marcuti's tempo. Find a way to delay the neutral objectives for the early phase going into the hands of Area 77.
Absolutely, and with Fallout, try to find a way to, kind of protect Guaps on this marksman role, right? We did see that a little bit about Snowball, kind of put that disadvantage towards Fallout when they did go ahead and drop Guaps dangerously low and end up getting first blooded up on that top side, right? But to speak about first blooded, we do see Frederick actually getting banned out now, which I feel like it's going to be a solid ban for both sides.
Yeah, definitely going to be a solid ban. Taking out that Frederick, we know he's super strong, and already seeing a team who's good with the early game. Denying that from Area 77 is huge, but the Valentina is still walking, as well as the Kaja. And speaking of junglers, you've seen Anna kind of typically go in for those assassins, so I'm expecting the final ban for the side of Fallout to take out the Kaja.
Yeah, but we did see Ana actually run that fighter jungle for the side of Fallout, but looks like that early game Snowball was a little bit too much of a push, and we know that Poggy was able to kind of shove Ana the way, going with that mortar coils on that Mardis, right? He was sitting at like 506 in that towards that mid game, no punishment, right? So I feel like when Fallout does go ahead and start drafting in this game, kind of want to work around that mid game to that late game, or even that early game to mid game Snowball that has to lead that momentum to victory.
Yeah, definitely a snowball team, right? Area 77 never really misses objectives or opportunity. You've seen it in game 1, just how well of a team they are, and already with 1 win on the way, right now they have an option for match point. They can possibly get a sweep up against Fallout, claim 3rd series, which would make them undefeated so far in the regular season. Fallout, who does have 1 win, 1 loss, fell to Ackerman day 1, was able to take down LaimiTop in a sweep. Needs to find that same energy that they had in day 2. If they can figure out where they went wrong in game 1, figure out a way to disrupt the synergy, the early game pressure from Area 77, then they can turn this back around for a game 3.
It looks like they're gonna finish that ban phase, and Valentina's actually gonna get banned out by the side of Fallout, but I'm still seeing a lot of things walk. We do see that Faramis still walking with that Colt Altar, and we did see how much of an impact it put in those team fights, right? That saving grace, as you love to call it, on that Faramis with that Colt Altar. So I do wonder if they're gonna take advantage of that, and they're gonna go ahead, and it's gonna be KQT on this Faramis.
Ooh, you called it. Manifested it into what? Reality. That's right. That's a good pick right there. KQT got that in. You've seen the Faramis kind of wreak a lot of havoc, right? It's a flex pick. You can run it as a roam. You can run it as a mage, keeping the side of Fallout on their toes. But with that Valentina being banned out, it's definitely a strong option. It also denies a glue from being slotted for the side of Fallout.
And speaking about a flex pick, right, we usually see lately, right, we do know that Faramis is ran in that mid lane position with a little bit of that sustained hybrid build coming in, right? But we did see Area 77 take it as an actual roam, and it did prevail, right? Might not be the most CC out there, but that sustain to kind of keep that team up on that board for a second chance, I feel like is really what saved Area 77 in those team fights.
And now looking at Fallout, picking up this Eve into the hands of Midnight. Going to have some zoners with that 5x5 with the manipulation. And then also Uzi picking up this R-Lot, the brand new hero from Mobile Legends that definitely makes the most out of CC, able to get some possible kills, and definitely has the aggressive tempo for the XP lane.
Yeah, and I do wonder if Fallout's actually going to run with that CC comp, right? because since Arlott does get that dash every time he does get a CC from on his team, he's gonna kind of go dashing around like Lance, doing a little bit of DDR on the map right there, coming in from Uzi. But MarQT is actually gonna go ahead and pick up Claude, and looks like he's gonna show Guaps how Claude is played. And I do feel like it's gonna be an interesting game towards that marksman lane.
Yeah, it's funny. MarQT picking up the Claude, did have the Melissa before. And the funny thing about MarQT, right? In game 1, he had a Melissa and he had things to work against, right? He had some counters. We've seen the Farza up against him, and it definitely didn't disrupt his play style, and he was able to make the most out of that situation, leading in terms of kills. But now, with that at his hands, that'll be able to provide the mid to late game pressure for Area 77. But Wapsi, on the other hand, other side of the gold lane, is going to pick up my battle twin, securing the Brody.
And I believe, actually, Brody was the hero Mars QT was using when he got that Maniac. So maybe is Guap's gonna go ahead and secure that Maniac maybe in this round, or maybe it's a Wheezy buff coming in on Guap's right on that Brody. But we're gonna go ahead and see Lolita getting banned out and Mardis, which I feel like is a good read coming in from Fallout.
Yeah, this is looking like a spicy draft so far. But speaking of highlight reels, I mean, MarQT, he wasn't on the last one, but you seen the backdoor play for the Nexus, able to close it out in game 1. Maybe he earned his highlight for this week. But looking at the draft so far, right, we are looking at some great early game potential from the side of Fallout. A little bit of early game from Area 77 as well. You're looking at KQT on the Faramis. He can rush in with the Cole Alter. That saving grace, as you've heard me say time and time again, it could definitely be a major effect for Area 77 when they are fighting over these neutral objectives. You are looking at Jassy Cutie up on this Lapu Lapu as well. He can definitely rush in with the Bravest Fighter. He has sustainability, and he also has a little bit of CC in his kit and anti-CC as well. So definitely a jack of all trades for the XP lane into the hands of Jassy Cutie.
Now, I see something interesting, right? I see Fallout actually banning out a mage, and looks like Fallout is thinking that that Faramis is going to be slotted again in that roam position, which is going to probably be Gauss QT picking up that Faramis like he did last game, and banning out that Farsa is going to go ahead and protect Midnight on this Eve, as it is a big counter, and they're going to go ahead and end that ban phase on the side of Area 7 with the Hayabusa ban.
Yeah, I agree with you. Over there with the Faramis, when it was picked up nice and early, you never know where it's going to go. It's a flex pick, and that is why it's so crucial for you to slot that in the early phase and keeping Fallout on their toes. But now, Anna, a little bit of a showcasing. Trump card pulled out, is going to go ahead and lock in the Akai for the jungle.
Now, there's still a Diggy running, right? There's an Egg walking still on the board. It hasn't actually been banned out yet, but I don't think that's too big of a worry because there is a Faramis, right? Even if that ult might be pinned up against any of those members, as long as it's not KQT, he's going to go ahead and use that saving grace once again, and then go ahead and save the rest of his members, right? But I still feel like that's still a little bit of an early pick coming in from Fallout, and they're going to go ahead and, like I said, manifesting it into reality. The Egg is going to be slotted on the side of A77.
Yep, Gauss Cutie is going to secure that Diggy, and then Poggy, untraditionally, is going to pick up this Alice, which is going to be in the jungle, so definitely going to be keeping my eyes on that. Haven't really been seeing too many players that comfortable, let alone the top 8 in North America slot an Alice in the jungle. And now looking at Fallout, they are going to go in for this Estes, and I like it, right? Ooh. They got some sustainability, and they also have a little bit of that regen as well, so definitely some great early game comps. And the question is, can the side of Fallout find their composure, disrupt the early game pressure from Area 77, and claim this victory? Or are we going to see Area 77 come alive in the early game again, get the snowball, and claim the sweep?
Absolutely. Looks like Fallout is going for a little bit of that Ube strat, the Blacklist coming in from Melody on this Estes, and I don't know. We're going to have to definitely see how this game goes, because that snowball definitely has to be real in the early game.
Yeah, definitely have to watch for the snowball. And, you know, when Midnight picked up this Eve, it gives a little bit of pressure. Actually, maybe a little bit of an upscale battle. Alice does have the Blood Ode to rush in, possibly take her down. You also, not to mention, have MarQT over there on the Claude to be able to rush in with the Blazing Duet. And I can't wait to see where this match takes us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into Game 2. Area 77 up against Fallout. Currently, Area 77 leading the way 1-0.
Now, when Poggy starts to scale on this Alice, right, that Blood Ode, once Poggy's gonna go ahead and join these team fights, right, might not be too much of a poke game early game, knowing that it is an Alice, right, you still need all those skills, but I'm a little bit worried about that AoE coming in from that Blood Ode, knowing that she is still able to immobilize, which also comes with a good amount of CC.
And now Poggy, I'm going to label him as the X Factor, right? Running this Alice in the jungle. We have to see how he makes the most out of this situation and wondering exactly what was the game plan for it. And looking at Fallout, right? Anna on the Sakai, the Ube strat that you mentioned, have a melody for the sustainability for the region with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess is a great tactic. Can possibly get some invades and also some good frontline for the neutral objectives.
I also feel like Fallout right now has a little bit of that advantage in that gold side, knowing that it is a Diggy up against an Estes, and no matter how many bombs or those little Easter eggs that Diggy's going to provide, right? Melody's going to go ahead and give that little bit of healage towards Guap so that he doesn't get dropped down dangerously low and possibly prevent a gank up in that top side. We do see Ana come here.
In the Bliss, taking some serious damage and pulled back from the reverse time from Gauss Cutie, but he is going to flicker out just in time. Almost found his way into the caster's nest right there with the early pickoff from Fallout.
Now that is a utility wasted for the side of Area 77, and we do see they're still not done.
You're going to see the heavy spin over there from Anna. Going to possibly take down Mark Cutie. The flicker in. Guapsy going to secure first blood for Area 77.
Now this is what Fallout was looking for, right? They did get first blooded in that previous match by A77 Mark QT, but looks like Guaps is going to go ahead and secure that first kill on Mark QT, and is going to go ahead and get another kill on that top side. I mean, maybe it's just the Brody.
Make that 2 kills for the side of Fallout right now, coming alive in the early game. This is what we wanted to see. Find your footing, find your composure, shut down Area 77's tactics with their early game pressure. And right now, so far, 2 minutes in, leading the way 2-0, Fallout setting the pace.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and kind of zone out this turtle, and I feel like that rotation, early punish towards that top side, is really what Fallout needed, and going ahead and focus on that, but we do see KQT kind of coming into that bot side. Uzi
is going to rush in, final slash for the 3-man set, and now Dash Cutie rushing in. You are going to see Co-Ultra and securing the retribution on to the turtle. A huge play for Fallout, securing this neutral objective. Still 2 kills on the board for them as well, leading the way for the early game.
I mean, Uzi really just gave a slap in the face on A77 on that turtle, really kind of dispositioned them when they did have a little bit of that prioritization on that turtle, but they're going to go ahead and prioritize this top side, and this is what Fallout just needed up here.
Yeah, definitely making the most out of their situation. Is going to go ahead and claim the tier 1 turret for the top side, opening up the map with them having the pressure, and now Area 77 needing to find a way. This is like a flip in the script from game 1. Fallout looking super strong right now. They just have to maintain their footing, maintain this pressure, and make little to no mistakes. As we know, Area 77 is a team who can bounce back. Definitely has one of the strongest resilience out of the top 8 teams in North America.
Absolutely, and I feel like the Estes pick coming from Melody up against Gals on this Diggy really is a smart choice. They had that sustainability in that early game, which is what Guaps really needed, right? In that early game, that last game, he didn't have too much coming on in that early game as he was just continuously getting picked off, and the rotations were cut short. But right now, going that 1-2-2 strat in that gold lane is really going to give that gold boost for the side of Fallout.
Yeah, definitely a lot of life still, a lot of healing on the board so far. You're looking at KQT with this Faramis up against Melody with this Estes, man, a battle of the supports on the way. But Pogi, the X Factor, right? We need to find a way for him to get in and turn this around in his favor. Not really having a heavy mark, at least for the early phase, still sitting 0-0-0 KDA. And right now, Fallout with the strong game plan, putting a lot of pressure on the map.
Yeah, and that is also a first inhibitor down for the side of A77, but we do see Uzi.
It's going to rush in on the top side, 4v1. Uzi picking up a kill, takes down KQT, making the most out of the situation. You guys are not ganking me, I am ganking you.
Yeah, looks like Uzi's going to go ahead and secure a kill there. Ana still giving a little bit of zonage there, right? But I feel like the first objective taken in that early game, I can't stress it enough. You want to go for those macro plays, right? You want to go for that big objective when it comes to these team fights. And looks like another neutral objective is going to go into the side of Fallout. And Area 77 either has to punish these lanes or either punish Glops for picking up this Brody.
Yeah, you're not seeing a strong answer from Area 77 right now. You are seeing the reverse time onto Anna, but still no contest. Is going to go ahead and pick up this turtle, a huge advantage for the side of Fallout.
Yeah, that snowball is really starting to come for the side of Fallout, and this Estes is just babysitting Guaps everywhere that he goes. And it's kind of like Tom and Jerry or Bonnie and Clyde coming in from both of those synergy, right? But we do see a little bit of an altercation coming out in the mid side here, but looks like they're gonna fall out. But what do you think A77 needs to do right now, Weezy, for them to go ahead and secure?
Well, first off Prey, second co-alter for that damage that Guapsi just provided, and the reverse time onto him as well. Maybe able to take him out. Blood Ode is going to hit him, but the blessing of the Moon Goddess for the sustainability. And I gotta say, Fallout looking very strong right now. Area 77 has to find some answers, and really with Pogi on this Alice, it's going to be interesting because I don't really know what he's going to be able to do. I think they're just lacking a strong frontline presence for these neutral objectives.
Right, but Pogi's still going to go ahead and scale towards that mid to late game, but I'm still worried about A77 knowing that, like you said, right? We were confused on that Alice pick towards that early mid game, but we do know that Melody is going to go ahead and potentially nullify all of that blood and that damage that's going to come in from Poggy, which is going to put a little bit of an issue. Their back's up against the wall for the side of A77 on Poggy when it comes to this Alice.
And looking at Area 77, they don't really have the strongest set potential, right? You have Jassy Cutie, he can rush in and get a possible stun if he's lucky. Outside of that, you're really banking on Gauss Cutie with the reverse time for a single target CC, but that's not enough to bank on for the frontline composition. I think the only thing they can really do here is wait for the late game, wait for Mark Cutie to come alive, provide the sustainability from K Cutie, and also on the neutral objectives, wait and save the reverse time for Anna on that heavy spin.
Yeah, but even with no kills on the board for the side of A77, their gold lead is actually only at around 3K coming in, and looks like Fallout's going to go ahead and set up for that next objective coming in. But I feel like Claude should just play more of the farm wave right now, right? They're not going to be, they know, A77 knows they can't take any objective right now when it comes to turtles, a little bit of economy, right? But we know that they're going to go ahead and prioritize that bot side for A77, which is a good read coming here, but we do see Melody.
Here's rushing in, Mark Cutie claiming the turret, Anna securing the turtle for Fallout, and now going to claim more real estate with little to no pressure. Jassy Cutie, not the fight he wants to take, is going to turn around and just let them have it, and Fallout right now looking super strong. No deaths on their side, 3 kills, 3 turtles, and 2 towers.
Lots of punishment coming in from Fallout, knowing that they have the damage to go ahead and do, but Uzi is going to do a little bit of chip damage, and man, Uzi is really coming in with this R-Lot and doing a lot of frontline presence, knowing that he isn't that big, but Poggy
is going to rush in with flowing blood, and now all teams fighting it out. Blade Duet, Gold Ult being activated. Poggy taking out Guapsi. Fight not over, though. Raging Slash. Jassy Cutie is going to find Uzi, pick up a double, shuts down Midnight. Poggy picks a double as well, takes down Anna. Jassy Cutie to top that off is going to find a kill as well. Is going to go ahead and shut down Estes Melody off the board. A full wipeout for the side of Area 77, and a recall spam for some additional damage onto these turrets. Maybe able to claim a lot of real estate. Flipping the script, Area 77, again, thriving, making the most out of a mistake, and punishing Fallout.
That is a sweep coming in from A77 on all the members of Fallout. We do see that backline coming in from Mark Cutie, taking his time and a lot of patience, right? And they're going to go ahead and secure that mid turret and that second tier, and they're only left with their inhibitor turret for the side of Fallout. And I'm pretty sure they were doing really, really well in that early game. It looks like the flips can switch at any point in the game.
And this is what Area 77 is known for, right? They know how to make the most when pressure is on them, and even when all the odds were not in their favor, they turned it around, and now Area 77 got stripped entirely of their mid lane. A huge punish for the side of Area 77, who has now regained their composure in the mid game.
And Weezy, we were kind of questioning that Alice pick right there coming in from Poggy, and I think we're going to have to change up our opinions a little bit right there, because the initiation coming in from Poggy in that mid-river really set up that team fight for the side of A77.
Yeah, the flowing blood and the blood ode, too much to handle all that life steal. Mark Cutie across the map, too, claiming the tier 1 inhibitor turret on the top side. You are slowly seeing Area 77 take advantage of this game.
Yeah, and they're going to try to go ahead and take this objective, but looks like Poggy's going to go in again.
You just mentioned it, right? But the blessing of the Moon God, sustainability. K Cutie is going to shut down and get a kill, getting a double takes down Melody and Guapsi, but fight not over. They are going to force Fallout into the base, but a triple kill from K Cutie on the Faramis is going to take down Uzi. What is going on right now? Area 77 has all the game plans.
Yeah, Pog is really putting Melody into a corner with that blood ode, because as soon as Poggy pops it, right, Melody's blessing the Moon Goddess is just getting eaten up. But Mark Cutie
looking like Vinny Cutie out there is going to rush into the full team of Fallout, doing some damage, making the most out of the separation. In Area 77 sitting strong, claiming everything on the map right now. Fallout, again, like game 1, backs against the wall, needing to find some answers.
Yeah, the backs were against the wall for A77 in that full 5-10 minute, or 5 to like 8 minute mark, and they even lost that first turret on that top side. But looks like the tides have been turned, and Fallout right now, their backs are up against the wall right now, as that Lord is going to come down towards that mid lane.
I'll tell you what, whatever light switch is flipping on for teams to get these comebacks, Fallout needs to find it, right? Because right now, they need some answers. They were leading 3-0. Now it's 8-3.
Yeah.
Area 77 is dominating. They've claimed 6 towers within the last 3 minutes, and a Lord pushing his way in the mid lane.
Yeah, and looks like Fallout now, this time Fallout's going to have to look for another mistake that is going to be made by A77 in order to go ahead and prioritize these turrets and try and save them as much as they can. They're going to go ahead and proxy these lanes very carefully. And good proxy comes from Ana, but real manipulation popping out.
Is going to go down from Midnight for the zoners control. Is going to deny Area 77 pushing into the mid inhibitor turret.
But they're still looking for that full push coming in, and knowing that they have now Poggy being able to front along with Jashi on this Lapu, they're going to go ahead and take as much advantage as they can with the team fight. But Uzi getting pulled is going to go ahead and get back, but I really feel like the mistake has to be well played, but we do see Poggy coming in with a little bit of chip damage. But Weezy, what do you think Fallout has to do right now?
Man, I'm just looking at Mark Cutie, right? This is what he needs. As soon as he gets online, it's hard to stop him, and I think Fallout needs to slow down a little bit, talk, build some synergy, and get a game plan, as you cannot separate right now. We're 12 minutes in, mid-game, and already Area 77 making the most out of the slight mistakes Fallout made, flip the script and turn this game around. So I think what they have to do is protect Wapsi, get Brody online, let him pop off. Positioning from Midnight with the 5x5 with the manipulation is key to these engagements, but you also have to have the positioning. You have Pogi can rush with the Flowing Blood, you have Dash Cutie with the Braves Fighter, the Raging Slash, and you have Marquita with the Blazing Duet, all upscale battles. So it is going to be a very hard fight, and not to mention Melody is the saving grace, is the one that can turn this around with the blessing of the Moon Goddess, needs to be patient on that utility. If they can do all of this in one combination during a skirmish, they may be able to find their footing and turn this game back around.
Absolutely, and Guaps is really the one that has the most amount of damage right now, as he was able to snowball a little bit in that early game, picking up 2 kills, but Midnight on his Eve is going to go ahead and do a little bit of that sustain, that magic damage, and it's going to do a little bit of a menace when it comes to that slow, right? But I feel like you said, they have to protect Guaps, but no, in that bot side,
Mark Cutie, the menace he is, rushing in with the Blazing Duet, doing some damage, but the flicker out. Guapsi and Melody stacking together, going to provide that sustainability, keeping the backline alive. But right now, as the Luminous Lord has spawned in, Area 77 already pulling the aggro, wasting no time.
yeah, looks like they're going to go ahead. Oh! Guapsi does get a kill on Mark Cutie, which is now going to be a good mistake, but Ana
is in the fight, trying to hold on. Heavy spin on the way out. This is going to deny some of the utility, but you are going to see a huge fight on the way. Uzi with the final slash, rushing in like a madman to the full team of Area 77. A turret being claimed on the bottom side. Another backdoor play. Look at Brody. Look at Estes, Guapsi, and Melody trying to close this out. Can they do it? All they have to do is stop the side of Area 77 from getting back to the base. K-Cutie with the mega kill is going to shut down Uzi, but the recall just in time. K-Cutie getting the double shuts down Midnight, but the battle inside of the base. Torn part memory is not going to go in the way, but the corrosive strike trying to get away from Pogi, and it's Flowing Blood. Pogi going to pick up the kill, take down Guapsi, but we almost seen a backdoor play, but this time on the side of Fallout. But look at Jassy Cutie, nobody there. Estes denied the recall over there. You are going to see Mark Cutie putting some pressure. K-Cutie shutting down Estes from recalling. Jassy Cutie all by himself, left unchecked, is going to clear that final minion. Blazing Duet in the mid lane though, but no, Jassy Cutie may be able to close this out. Mark Cutie takes down Anna. Area 77 yet again finds a way into the base. The flicker to the side. It claims the series a sweep over against Fallout.
Wheezy!
Victory!
Wheezy. We just saw 2 backdoor plays coming in from A77, and Mark QT might have not been the one to go ahead and take that backdoor play, but this time, Lapu, Jashi QT coming online secretly towards the Nexus on Fallout.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I always try to find nicknames for these teams, and they're the backdoor team. They always find an opportunity where it's not, and making the most out of the situation. 2 backdoor plays on Fallout. That is a sweep, a huge win for Area 77. Still undefeated, has taken down 3 teams now. They've shut down Empire, they've shut down Wasians, and now they've added Fallout to their board.
Yeah, it looks like the game did end in just under 15 minutes, and we're looking at the scoreboard 12-4, which is not looking too hot for the side of Fallout, right? We do see the gold lead was into the favor of Fallout, but actually is going to be behind a little bit as Area 77 is going to go ahead and take that
Wow, what a match that was, guys. Looks like Area 77 Synergy was on point for this one, but our MVP is going to be Poggy. What do you guys think on that?
Yeah, and Poggy definitely a menace, and Area 77 a menace of a team. Able to get the backdoor plays not once but twice, and they almost lost to a backdoor, but were able to turn it around and make it work in their favor. Definitely impressive and well deserved.
And that Poggy in that first match, Martis really was popping off in that mid to late game. And then this Alice really surprised Weezy and I when it came to that draft phase. Really did question. We did question that pick. We were questioning why this Alice got drafted, but Poggy coming in with a good read was able to secure those team fights and engage, which really made that team fight go into the side of A77.
Yes, right. Well, that was a really well-earned MVP, but we're gonna head into a quick break. But make sure you come back because you don't want to miss the heated battles. But we'll be back in 20 minutes. But you can watch Mobizen's video right now.
Come on, Nico. Let's go out. Oh, it's cold, right? Come on. You gonna walk? Let's go.
When people think about Mobile Legends, I want to be one of the first names that pops into mind.
Everybody has dreams,
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship.
but few have the will to achieve them.
Winning a few world championship titles, to me, that's the best feeling in the world.
When talent and determination come together,
Mobizen! He outplays a 1v4! Double kill for Mobizen!
My God, the hype about Mobizen is just way too real.
the world can't help but take notice.
I think we're gonna win it all.
The missing man was finally found.
Make some noise for the boys from North America, the Valley!
Embrace the legend that is Mobizen.
Mobizen, he is untouchable.
Zane, come on and walk in and look at the camera.
Zane interview, take one, marker.
And action.
It's very peaceful in Long Island, but sometimes it could be bad because it's not nearly as fun and entertaining as New York City might be. But it's a very calm, quiet, peaceful area. It's mostly suburbs out here. Not a whole lot going on. Definitely would have shaped me differently if I grew up in a busy city. It definitely would have.
He was very quiet when he was young, and he was also sweet. He was a good kid. Both my kids actually were very good. Raising two boys as a single mom was tough because I worked full-time. I only stayed home 4 months after I had each of them, Zane and Scott. Then I went back to work full-time. My mother had passed away before they were born, so I have no help here, no family, so it wasn't easy. But I managed.
I realized that something about my family and everything about that single-parent household, it's not too common around here, but yeah, I definitely picked up on it. I would go over to friends' houses and they would always have both parents in a really nice house. So I would think about that a lot. I would remember that we wouldn't really have a lot of money growing up as well, and I'm sure that that's because she was just a single parent with no help at all really whatsoever. So it was really tough on her. It's a massive sacrifice, you know, to spend on your children and not on yourself, so I respect that a lot about her. There has to be a lot of sacrifices done in order for that to happen, and of course I can appreciate that and love her for it. I think I always like to be pretty competitive. I used to really enjoy playing soccer as well, and I would always try to be really good at that as well. I switched a few positions, defense, goalkeeper. I really liked being the goalkeeper. And I don't know, just slowly over time I started getting more and more used to just coming home and from school, playing video games, and then I just slowly started to realize that I'm actually pretty good at them.
When he was in junior high, he was on the laptop constantly playing some pirate games. He was up all night, getting up late for school. We would fight constantly about that. I just told him, you know, you could play, but you gotta get up for school and you can't keep doing this. He'd say okay, and then he'd be back playing on the computer, you know. He wouldn't listen, you know, so I took his laptop to work, and then when he started behaving, I gave it back to him. I don't know when he did his homework. I guess he did it in school, because I didn't see him doing it at home. It was a little difficult. His grades did good. He was fine and everything. I thought it was a big waste of time. You know, when he was playing these games, I didn't think anything was going to come of it until some guy from esports contacted him because he was on the leaderboard and they wanted him to move into a gaming house in Texas, and he's like, we got to move my stuff. I said, are you kidding me?
A little bit after starting ML, I'd switched games, and that was the first tournament I ever joined.
Yeah, I wanted him to graduate high school, finish high school. He was still in high school, and I said it wasn't going to happen. He wasn't happy, but he didn't go. I told him, you don't know who these people are. You know, how can you do this?
My mom thought it was a joke or something, so it was pretty hard to try and convince her, but eventually once she started seeing the flights and all that, she started believing me.
When he told me, you know, he was going to be traveling, like he had said they want me to go to Brazil, and I said, oh sure, Mike, don't believe everything you hear. I don't think it's happening. Then he came to me and said, I need your passport. Since he was a minor, I had to go as a guardian, so then when he told me that, I was like, oh, it really is happening. And then after Brazil, we went to Australia, and I could see what was happening then.
It was just far out, you know, because we never really went on too many vacations, and that was definitely my first one to South America. And then just meeting all these people that I've known online for months and months, it was kind of, it was just fascinating. And being in a whole different country, the culture's all different. And that's the point where I kind of realized where you could actually start to do stuff like this and just play video games at the very highest level and actually make a career off of it. High school for me was a really good experience, although I tried not to make too many friends. I was quite a shy person who kept to myself and just worked on school, and I would always just come home and do my own thing. My favorite classes in high school were definitely all the science ones, whether it was physics, chemistry, or just basic earth science. I always had almost perfect grades in all of those classes, and I loved my teachers. It was really enjoyable for me. Believe it or not, I actually decided not to go to my high school graduation because there was a massive world tournament in Vietnam for a month, and I decided that that was more important than going up on stage and just being handed my diploma. Mobile Legends, it's a 5v5 game where you have to basically have a strategy that's stronger than your opponents, and that starts with the 5 heroes that you play, over 100 heroes in the game, and you just need to outsmart the enemies in any way possible, whether that be you can acquire more gold, which will get you stronger, more items, out-rotating. There's a lot of strategy that can go into it. At the time it was created, us 5 on the Valley were pretty much the strongest in all of our roles, respectively, for Mobile Legends. So we all decided, why not just make a team and do the best we can for M4 and see if we could do maybe even better than 3rd place this time. And that's kind of how it came about.
In 2021, as a member of BTK, Mobizen journeyed to Singapore to take on the world at the M3 Championship.
Mobizen, this man, he is untouchable. Mobizen, what is this? He outplays a 1v4, and he's going for the maniac. What is going on?
As huge underdogs, BTK shocked the world when they defeated Blacklist International in the quarterfinals.
Well done! They have won it! it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! North America has come!
I think we're gonna win it all.
Mobizen would go on to face Blacklist International once again in the lower bracket final.
In a 1v4, this might be the end, boys. He's gonna get taken down! Blacklist International! What a performance by BTK.
Say what you will about BTK. They may not have taken home the trophy this World Championships, but they've won our hearts.
I think a lot of the outside people, everyone looking into M3, the fans and everybody that knew about it was very happy in our third place, but I think everyone on Team BTK knew that we could have won that tournament, and that stuck with me for a few months afterwards. It pushed me a lot harder to actually get the job done in M4, so that's kind of what I'm looking for. Chess can help with a lot of aspects in life. I mean, it teaches really good lessons that anybody can use, you know, such as sacrificing and looking for the long-term benefit and everything. Chess in general can just teach you a lot of really great life lessons. Chess is it's a great game, actually. You start out exactly the same, but with minor improvements to your position and just slowly building up your strategies and tactics, you could beat the enemy even though you both started out on an equal playing field. After M3 and getting third place, I would say I was probably the most disappointed out of everyone in the whole team because I really thought we were able to win it all. And I think we probably could have won it all if we just played a bit better, myself included, and hopefully for M4, we're able to seal the deal this time. I've heard the line saying that I'm famous internationally, but not nationally, because I have fans from pretty much all over the world, but not too many people know me in the United States. So I could be walking down the street pretty much in Indonesia or Philippines and I'll get stopped and asked for pictures, but here I could walk all I want and almost nobody recognizes me. It's pretty funny, actually, yeah.
Oh, it's cold, right? Come on, you gonna walk? Let's go.
Even though I would love to have a girlfriend, I just don't think it's the best time right now because of how focused I want to be. And it would definitely take away some of my focus, and I'd have to give it to the girlfriend, of course. So I try to stay away from that, even though sometimes I do miss it. Or if I do want one, I just have to stay focused right now. Maybe after M4 we'll see, depending on how M4 goes.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the group draw for the M4 World Championship. For Group D, it'll be the Valley of North America. Do you think any of the teams there are really going to give you a very hard time?
I think our group stage will be quite easy for the Valley, and I think we'll breeze right through it, to be honest.
Who will claim the next upper bracket seat?
White Chicken, the Soul Man, while charged as a Hail Mary, and there you go. Team Hack will find the dub against the NA-Rap, the Valley.
Group stage didn't go as well as we might have thought it would, but I think we'll do okay.
They had a rocky group stage.
They definitely had a very, very rocky group stage, and I think there was just so much hype, and now people are starting to doubt them. But I will say, you know, I had some words with Zane, I've had some words with some of the team, and Zane still feels confident.
The Valley with the chokehold over Burnex Splash right now. Basic gonna shred down on your ATM, and this could be it. Down goes Burnex Splash. The Valley will not burn. They will go forth.
This time we will see the Valley from North America take on Todak of Malaysia. Only one will survive.
Mobizen just, I don't know what he's doing. He's basically showing who's boss. It's gonna be Toda fighting for survival in the lower brackets. The Valley, they're crashing on the court. And ladies and gentlemen, the Valley survives.
We've witnessed two intense matches yesterday, both going to full games where they could only be one victor. Which teams will join them today and advance to the next stage?
From North America, give it up for the Valley!
My goodness, the Valley, they're hungry. They're looking for the big one right there. Gusta Lugusta gets wiped out of the map. Sega Feather Airstrike will not be able to do anything as well. The Valley, they're looking for blood.
One more is all the Valley needs. Game number 4.
And now Mobizen pushing on the Vantage King.
I got Beatrix! I got Beatrix! I got Beatrix!
Yo, now the basic. Oh, look at them. They're hungry and they won the kills. The Valley is just stalling on Brazil.
We are down to another lower bracket match between the Valley and Onyx Esports.
Zane opening up the map once again. Supershark following through as well.
Fight everyone! The Valley crumble 1 by 1.
They want to look for the end right here, right now. That's the cannon beating up. 5 tickets, Immortality's gonna fall. That's the recall from Suns. It is the wipe out by Onyx as they progress to the next stage of the lower brackets. NM4.
Onyx has slain the antagonists. The MPL slayers themselves. Gone. The Sky Kings, they are the heroes of MPL.
What up, everyone? I'm back in LA from Jakarta, about to get on my next flight to New York. Extremely tired. Just got done with a 16-hour flight. And M4's finished now. Top 5 was definitely not as good as I was hoping for. And I'm not quite too sure where I'll go from here. I might try to play in some Asian tournaments and move over to Indonesia or Philippines, something like that. But for now, nothing's too certain. I'm just gonna keep streaming, keep doing my thing, and then hopefully I can work for something better.
Never giving up on you, on you. Never giving up on you, on you, on you.
I mean, it's pretty disappointing considering how well BTK did in M3. I really thought that we were going to do fine in M4. I mean, I'm distraught over it. There's really nothing to say because everybody expected better from me. I expected better from me. So it's a big hit, and honestly, I'm not quite sure where I would go from here in terms of my ML career. When people think about Mobile Legends, I want to be one of the first names that pops into mind for esports. And winning a few World Championship titles, to me, that's the best feeling in the world.
Welcome back, fans. Last team battle was impressive on the side of Area 77, but what did you guys think about the last battle?
Man, insane, right? 2 backdoor plays for game 1 and game 2, and honestly, Area 77 almost lost from a backdoor play, but turned it around and backdoored Fallout. So definitely impressive, and I look forward to seeing what they're going to do for the rest of the regular season.
I mean, 2 different people going through that back door, right? First one, it was Mark Cutesy coming at Melissa, and Jashi on the Lapu, though, and that flicker to make sure secure that Nexus. It was a really powerful game, and a really sneaky game, if you have to ask me.
Yes, they were being very sneaky. But now let's get into our predictions for LaimiTop versus the Ohio Brothers. What do you guys think on these predictions, guys?
Ooh, wow, I'll tell you what, looking all the way across the board, TOB all the way, the Ohio Brothers, and not just TOB all the way, all sweeps, 2-0 from all 6 casters on the desk. It definitely tells you where our head is at, and the Ohio Brothers, one of the top teams predicted for the regular season. Everybody's definitely rooting for them, and we know their synergy comes alive. They're in all phases of the game, and definitely a threat to face.
Absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, the Ohio Brothers are the only team that has so far swept every single game right now, and we are also looking for a sweep all on the casters desk as well. So I want to see if that chain is going to keep going, or maybe today, who knows, it could end.
Yeah, definitely can end. And the Ohio Brothers, they've been dominating, right? We kind of mentioned this. Most of their players are sitting at that #1 position for their role, sitting super strong, and they're going to be a hard team to break through.
Yes, it is looking like the favorite is the Ohio Brothers for this one, but I see the next match is just getting started. So let's get on with it. Weezy and Eunice, let's dive into the draft.
And already looking at the draft, LaimiTop up against the Ohio Brothers. Game 1 for the second series of today. Already looking at the ban, wasting no time. LaimiTop's going to go ahead and take out Fredrin.
But also wasting no time, the Ohio Brothers are going to go ahead and ban out that Joy. And these two are going to be the most bans, I believe, in this NACT. And I've pretty much seen Joy get banned out every single match. And they're really not trying to let a Joy walk. But there is still a lot of options open on the board right now. And they're going to go ahead and ban out that Fair Miss, which is a good response coming in from LaimiTop.
And the funny thing about these two teams, right? LaimiTop sitting at the bottom of that ladder and the Ohio Brothers right at the top. You're looking at LaimiTop, they haven't won a single series yet, and they really need to make a footprint or they're not going to make it into the top 4. So this is a huge game for them. The Ohio Brothers on the other end, they've won every single game that they played. So definitely at the top of the totem pole right now, and you have to find a way to knock them down.
Yeah, maybe they're going to come out with some very interesting picks or maybe some interesting plays. We do not know how these games go, but we're going to go ahead and let's just hope that one of these teams, and especially I'm going to put a little bit towards of my empathy towards LaimiTop, right? They are at the bottom, but they are going up against a very high level team, and maybe they can pull it off. But 1-1 is going to go ahead and get banned off.
Yeah, and one thing that hasn't been banned so far is the Kaja. I wonder if LaimiTop is going to ban that out, but you got to keep in mind the Ohio Brothers has that secret weapon. Best player, he's projected to be the second best, if not possibly the best jungler for this season outside of Mobizen, and definitely trying to live up to the name, trying to kind of climb that ladder and surpass him, and we're going to see a good read on him for today's matches. If you do let the Kaja walk, it could be a strong pickup for the Ohio Brothers, allow him to run the assassin, but LaimiTop, with them having first pick, it can be something they could use to disrupt the early game pressure best player provides.
Yeah, and best player is one of those players that are only comfortable on those assassins, right? The high mechanic heroes are really his bread and butter, but Hile, coming in from LaimiTop as well, he is playing one of those tank junglers, and we did see him prevail with that tank jungle, so I really am curious to see if they're going to run that tank jungle or if they're going to go ahead and run that assassin and kind of match the lineup for both sides.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful as the draft is half the battle, and so far looking solid from both sides. Now, like I said, the Kaja still walking as well as the Valentina. We've seen a lot of teams pick up the Valentina first in the draft to provide that pressure to kind of deny a lot of those strong group CC tanks that a lot of teams try and go for, such as the Lolita. But a surprising thing is, even with the Valentina being slotted first, we see a lot of teams go up against it with a lot of comfortability. We've seen a lot of Farzas jumping into it, a lot of Eves. So I really wonder what LaimiTop is going to secure for this first phase of the draft.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's going to be, looks like a little bit of a glitch down there, but it's going to be a glue getting banned out by the side of LaimiTop, and Yureshi is going to be that EXP laner for the side of Ohio Brothers, right? and they're gonna go ahead and ban all out. But Valentina is going to be taken out of the hands of Hoon, actually, from the Ohio Brothers.
And he's definitely a comfortable player on the Valentina, so I think it's going to work really well to use it against him. But not to mention it's Hoon, right? He can slot in that Farza. He's one of those mages who just has such a huge impact for his team. He was the MVP for the first week of the NACT spring season, and if anybody can pull it off, it is definitely Hoon.
Yeah, but I do wonder what Hoon is thinking about slotting now, knowing that his MVP player and that champion is going to be that Valentina. But now, since LaimiTop has gone ahead and picked that up, I wonder what Hoon is thinking about slotting in his hero pool.
And speaking of slotting, there it goes. The Kaja into the hands of the Ohio Brothers, picked up by
Ooh.
Shark and comboed with Basic, who's going to secure the Moskov.
Now, I don't know about you, Weezy, but every time I lane up against a Moskov, the stun really is what kind of puts me at a disadvantage when it comes to that laning phase. And I feel like Moskov is actually a pretty good pickup here, but like every single marksman, you do need that scaling advantage. And I feel like they are going to look for more towards that mid to late game, and Moore is going to go ahead and pick up this Brody. Looks like your twin is up on the board once again.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite marksmen, and I think he has a strong chance to go toe-to-toe with pretty much any gold laner on the board, and a good pick so far from LaimiTop. You're looking at Raze over there on this Valentina. That's going to give a little bit of early game pressure and anti-invade with Terrify, and One Punch is going to go ahead and secure some frontline and also some CC with the heavy spin, locking in the Akai and possibly the jungle position for LaimiTop.
Yeah, and that Akai, that heavy spin is really going to be a big menace when the heavy spin is able to pin on any members of the Ohio Brothers. Right now, they have nothing to respond to that unless Shark does come in and pull in with that Divine Judgment. But I feel like Shark is saving that Divine Judgment for the players like Valentina or even Brody. So I feel like it's a little bit of a 50-50 calculation that's going to come in from Shark when he does pick and choose who he wants to use a Divine Judgment on.
Yeah, and you're already looking at Raze does have the Valentina with the IMU, which means he has a Divine Judgment as well. So technically, LaimiTop does have the Kaja, and now they have a Feathered Airstrike as well. As we mentioned, Hoon playing on the Farza, not worried about running into a Valentina who can use that 5x5 against him, is going to show them who is the better mage.
And he's going to show them who is the better Farsa. Once Raze is going to go ahead and copy probably Hoon's ult at one point in the game using the IMU, the Feather Airstrike. That battle is going to be who will prevail Farsa at this point when it comes to that matchups. But we're going to go ahead and see that this early game picks right now, right? I'm looking at these boards. I'm looking at both these drafts right now, but I'm going to have to give most of that early damage poke towards the Ohio Brothers, right? The passive coming in from Kaja, Hoon's sustainability with that Farsa first and second skill as well, Basic coming in with that early game damage on that Moskov, and a little bit of a lane bully. So I'm gonna have to give this current draft phase right now over to the side of Ohio Brothers.
Now, I have seen a tactic, especially when you're stacked up against a Valentina. Some people say, hey, Valentina's hard to go into because she can use anybody's ultimate against them, but I've seen top teams kind of pull out heroes that she can profit from all of them to make it hard to choose an ultimate. So if I'm the Ohio Brothers looking at this right now, Kaja single target CC, which means he can only really focus in on one hero. So you definitely need something as a strong front line in the XP lane or possibly the jungle. I know you mentioned best players, more that assassin style, so I'm expecting Yureshi, who is projected to be the best XP lane so far for the regular season, locking in something like a Grok or something that provides that frontline presence and additional CC that the Ohio Brothers will need to secure these neutral objectives.
And speaking about that, right, that frontline CC, LaimiTop is actually going to go ahead and ban out Lapu. Now, Yureshi, right, he is a player that came from PH and actually played for Evos, I believe, back there, and was able to do very, very well. But looks like they're going to go ahead and limit his draft pool when it comes to the EXP lane and go ahead and ban out that CC like you mentioned. But Lapu is still one of those bans, but still, I still feel like there's a lot walking, and Ohio doesn't go ahead and ban out Grok, which I feel like is a very interesting ban, knowing that Golem is known for his signature Grok.
Yeah, definitely interesting indeed. It looks like they're expecting that Grok to be slotted in the XP lane. You know, I can't knock it. It could have worked in the Ohio Brothers' favor, but I really want to see what their game plan is going forward. You mentioned Yureshi. He's been to MPL Philippines. He's had that professional exposure. Not to mention, you're looking at 3 M-Series talents. You're looking at Basic, you're looking at Shark, and you're looking at Hoon, the MVP from week 1, all together on a team. And then not to mention best player, the second best jungler so far in the regular season, a stacked team, a super team. And then you look on the other side of the board. We're looking at LaimiTop LaimiTop, right? A brand new team, not really too much stats on them, and definitely are the underdogs for this team. But if they can play this right, they can definitely make it work. You have One Punch, he has the Akai. You can definitely go in and provide the heavy spin to be able to get the neutral objectives. You can overpressure Shark on this Kaja, and that may be a game plan. But looking back into the draft, the Ohio brothers, your Reshi is going to go ahead and lock in the Yuzong.
Yeah, and a little bit of a little blackout screen down there, but that is going to be actually an Atlas ban coming in from the side of Ohio Brothers, which is going to be a major CC tank getting banned out, which is a really good read coming in from Ohio Brothers, knowing that, like you said, their CC, AoE CC is going to be their weakness, right? But I still see a Lolita walking. I still see all of these actually pretty good set potential roams getting still slotted there, but like you said, Yuresh is going to go ahead and lock in that Yuzong and that Black Dragon form. Being able to peel that back line is going to be a biggest problem for the side of LaimiTop, but I do know Reese on this Valentina can easily copy Yureshi's Black Dragon form and go ahead and do the same exact punish going in from the side of LaimiTop. And I feel like that Valentina, it's kind of like you're looking at yourself in the mirror, kind of being like, okay, if that's what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do the same thing to them. So I really want to see what Reese is really wanting to do. But Hale is gonna lock in a Benedetta jungle. No, that's a Benedetta side. So there's gonna be an Akai jungle locking in for LaimiTop.
And Golem is going to secure the Franco, giving a little bit of that suppression to disrupt Best Player on his assassin style for the jungle. And Best Player, to counteract that, he's going to pick up this Lancelot. And the draft has been finalized for both sides, and I really want to see where this takes us, right? You're looking at the tank jungle, the Akai going up against the assassin, the Lancelot, and Best Player. I don't really get to see his Lancelot too much. Maybe you have. Maybe you can kind of let me know how this is going to go. But so far, in terms of the first neutral objectives, right, you have suppression on the board for both sides, but you have double suppression from LaimiTop. They have the Valentina, who can take Shark's Divine Judgment. You have the Franco, who can also use the Bloody Hunt. That's two suppressions that Best Player is going to have to work against in this game.
Yeah, knowing that two different suppressors can also work on two different heroes on the side of Ohio Brothers, right? The Franco with that Bloody Hunt can be working on Hoon, and like One Punch with that Heavy Spin can be working on Basic, and that's already two members down, which is automatically turned into a 3v5 situation. And I feel like Ohio Brothers really has to be careful when walking around a little bit of an eggshell around the side of LaimiTop.
And now jumping into game one, ladies and gentlemen, LaimiTop up against the Ohio Brothers, the second series of the day, who will be able to claim this victory for the first match. We are looking at Best Player on the Lancelot and One Punch on the Akai.
I think this is the first Lancelot that we've seen getting drafted, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like Best Player is going to go ahead with that Tank-salot that we love to call it, and looks like it's going to be in that tank position.
Yeah, definitely one of the first Lancelots we've seen. We've seen it, I want to believe, in day one, picked up possibly by Anna. But this is going to be exciting to see for the side of the Ohio Brothers. But with that double suppression, it may be a little bit of an upscale battle. But you got to see how this goes, right? Looking at the gold lane, you are looking at Basic with that Inspire up against the Brody, which means he can play really close and possibly get an early game pickoff. But Brody can fight from afar. One of the hardest marksmen to go toe-to-toe with. And with that torn apart memories in his disposal, it may be an easy pickoff to take down Basic.
And look at that mid lane, right? Valentina already gets dropped down dangerously low, and Hoon is really being a menace, and looks like they're going to do a 1-2-2 up here in that top side, and looking for a possible gank up here, knowing that the mage right now, Raze, is going to go ahead and sit in that bush here.
And right now, two teams at the opposite sides of the ladders. The Ohio Brothers, one of the best teams in the spring season, with one of the best win rates, and also the LaimiTop with one of the worst. But now you do see the Iron Hook on to Best Player, pulling him into the Tier 2 turret, but is going to use that Thorn Rose to get out just in time, negate the damage, and continue his farm path.
Yeah, but looks like that was a flicker burn by Mar, trying to go ahead and secure a kill on Best Player on this Lance, and looks like they're going to do a little bit of a dance in this bot side. And another hook landing on Shark!
Huge play with the Terrify, 1v4, and Hale is going to secure first blood for LaimiTop.
Golem has been landing every single one of his hooks, but Best Player going a little bit of chip damage here.
Heavy spin onto the wall, gonna get the stun, and you do see the final blow. What a combination! One Punch is gonna take him down. Black Dragon from Yureshi trying to respond, trying to get a pick off, not gonna find Golem. He's gonna be able to recall back to safety, but One Punch, similar situation, is gonna use the headbutt last minute to dash out and go back to the base.
That's actually 2 kills right now from the side of LaimiTop, taking out Shark, and on top of that, taking Best Player out, which is not something you commonly see a jungler getting picked off this early, but the aggro's being pulled here.
And Hoon over there from afar with Feather Airstrike. Best Player picking up the turtle for the Ohio Brothers' first turtle of the day to even out the odds.
Yeah, and looks like the Turtle's going to go ahead into the Ohio Brothers, which is an objective taken. But let's take a really quick look at that top lane matchup right now, Mar. And going up against Basic, looks like they are both doing pretty well right now. And one interesting thing that I noticed, but hold on, Feather Airstrike coming down in the mid lane is going to do a little bit chip damage. But actually, I just noticed this Basic's actually running that killing spree instead of that Electro Flash.
Yeah, he does have that Inspire to kind of help him out, though, in these fights. And right now, you are seeing Golem kind of babysitting the ADC, but pulled by Divine Judgment. Now in a 3v1 situation, basically torn apart memories, but going to secure a kill onto Golem. That is going to be the roam falling. And now an advantage possibly for the side of the Ohio Brothers, who found their first kill. Maybe will be able to provide some pressure into the jungle for LaimiTop.
Yeah, and looks like that really quick punish coming in from Shark, right? As soon as he saw Hoon rotating up to that top side, was able to use that Divine Judgment, take Franco immediately off the board, which already puts that marksman at a disadvantage over there in that top side by doing a little bit of chip damage there. And looks like they're going to go ahead and rotate over and focus towards that mid lane. Best player still looking for an answer here.
Both teams trying to find their edge, trying to take advantage of the early game, but so far pretty even. You are looking at them exactly tied in gold, 1 kill leading from LaimiTop, but that is not really going to be working on their side. They need to find a way to turn this into their game, their match for the early phase. But honestly, I got to give them kudos, right? Like we said, they're at two opposite sides of the ladder. The Ohio Brothers definitely one of the best teams, and LaimiTop one of the worst records so far. If they can take this game, this is going to be a huge statement on what we're going to be expecting from them throughout the regular season. And speaking of expecting, heavy spin on the wall, let the final blow to combo it off, and Yoreshi is going to be taken down by 1 punch.
Yeah, looks like he little overstayed his lane in the jungle area, kind of trying to deny 1 punch, but that is actually the utility to waste the heavy spin, and the final blow coming in from Benedetta is not going to be the advantage when it comes to his next turtle fight up here.
An interesting fact, right? The Ohio Brothers has not lost a single game so far. They've won all of their series, but they sweep it. LaimiTop trying to close that out, trying to shut down their pattern when it comes to these matches. And now the battle over the turtle. Best player with the Retribution is going to take it yet again with the Feather Airstrike for the response. Yoreshi taking down 1 punch, fight on the way with Furious Dive. Hoon is going to take down Golem. That is going to be 2 members off the board for the side of LaimiTop and the turtle for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, and I really want to point out, right? Look at all the utilities that they put into their advantage by the side of Ohio Brothers. Every single skill shot has been burnt, but Shark in a little bit of a tight situation here, but getting a lot of vision for an automatic invade coming in here from Best Player.
And Basic going to secure the turret on the top side. Best Player going to get a buff. Flay going to get a kill, but Yoreshi responding a 1-for-1, an eye for an eye. Going to take each other down.
Yeah, that was a lot of things that just happened right now, right? We did take the objective at top side, a little bit of invasion coming in from LaimiTop's jungle, and a 1-on-1 kill on that bot side, which is a really good use here, but we use the Feather Airstrike coming out here.
With the Spirit Destruction, Hoon gonna pick up a kill, takes down Franco. Golem has fallen, and now make that another 1 punch. Epic, a very great heavy spin to deny the side of the Ohio Brothers to secure that kill onto him, and he's gonna make his way back into his jungle.
Yeah, and looks like they're going to look for a possible clash down here, knowing that 1 punch just used all his utility in the mid side, but actually, Hoon is going to get taken off the board, which is not looking too hot right now in that mid lane right there.
Yeah, Mar going to secure that kill, and now going to secure the tier 1 turret with little to no contest. Best player rushing with the Thorn Rose is going to hit him with the puncture, but hit with the Corrosive Strike, and Mar's going to get out of there. Well played indeed. LaimiTop claiming the turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of an equal trade coming in, and turret for a turret, but is getting that mid lane turret down better than getting that top side, because that is, but hold on, getting hooked here.
And the suppression with Bloody Hunt, Best Player in a tricky situation. Basic for some sustainability is going to rush in and deal some serious damage to 1 punch. Feather Airstrike going down. Basic taking down 1 punch. Best Player taking down Raze. Whipping up a double is going to shut down Golem. 3 members off the board for LaimiTop. The Ohio Brothers coming alive 6 minutes in.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go ahead and trade this right back as much as they can. It looks like Yoreshi's going to go ahead and do some damage on Mar.
Is going to rush in with Black Dragon and the Shaw Essence. Too much to handle. Down goes Mar, and they'll elect the final blow in the mid lane to clear the minions. Moon is there, going to go ahead and try and close this out, but Delay providing some damage is going to kite and protect this turret, and overall a good play from LaimiTop, but Best Player making the most out of the situation, and the separation is going to claim the turtle.
Look at the amount of economy the Ohio Brothers is really taking, right? You could take my mid lane turret, but I'm going to go ahead and invade all the economy. Look at 1 punch looking for some farm, but the whole right side farm is just completely gone right now.
Yeah, right now, Ohio Brothers sitting pretty nice, leading by 4,000 gold, 9-5. Found a way to turn this match in their favor. Thorn rolls on to raise the suppressor. Divine Judgment of Shark. Hoon gonna take him down. The combination of the Ohio Brothers, too much to handle on the 4v1 in the mid lane, but now the battle on the top for the response to suppression over there is gonna get the stun onto Yureshi, but he's fighting it out with the sustainability. Lives! Hoon is gonna use the feathered airstrike as well. Now for the punish from the gank. Hoon picking up a double, takes out Golem Basic, shutting down one punch. They are coming alive. Nothing can stop them. The Ohio Brothers leading 13-5 against LaimiTop.
The rotation, that was so fast up the top side because we just saw a mid lane gank right there, but that really fast movement toward the top side was able to secure another kill on Hale on this Benedetta and actually save Yureshi from getting put behind the casters.
And you're already seeing Shark getting very comfortable. A little bit of that recall spam on his way out. There's some extra spice, and now the battle on the way. Basic gonna take down Hale on the overextension. And right now, LaimiTop not really having some answers. They need to find a way to turn this back around. They had a great early game, but a little bit of disruption was costly, and now they don't have a proper footing. They need to find a game plan, or the Ohio Brothers, a team at the top of the ladder, will be able to close this out with the early finish.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and proxy all this economy once again and denying a lot of farm from the side of LaimiTop. And One Punch is going to have to look for an answer right now, or at least look for a pickup as much as they can, but they do have those utilities in stock. We do have the heavy spin still locked in by One Punch, and the ult coming in from Golem, right? The Bloody Hunt. They still have a lot of these utilities to go ahead and try to pick off at least one member on the side of the Ohio Brothers.
Now, I can't count out LaimiTop right now, right? They still have a chance. Only 9 minutes in, slowly getting into that mid game, but right now the Ohio Brothers having the advantage. The slight edge is going to make their way toward this Lord, and that's okay, right? As long as you can translate this objective into something else. You're looking at the top side. You are going to see Flay going to go ahead and make some work on that tower, but on the bottom side, Hoon going to take down Raze for the mega kill. Black Dragon activated, not going to find no one, but still in the top lane. Flay left unchecked is going to claim the tier 1 turret.
The synergy between Hoon and Shard right there, right? As soon as Shard calls out that Divine Judgment, Hoon following up with the Feather Airstrike and then go ahead and make a menace on the side. But hold on, we do see a little bit of an altercation coming on the bot side here.
That's right, a little bit of that tussle that we love to see, and the Ohio Brothers trying to claim some of these inhibitors. Not able to, though, but overall, strong footing, strong pressure, and LaimiTop falling a little short.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to do a little bit of damage in that mid-side Shark and a little bit of recalling over there. And looks like Yureshi is going to go ahead and get some vision on Hale and might be in a difficult spot here.
But does have the mobility, but in the mid lane, heavy spin onto the wall. Shark pin, but going to dash out just in time, trying to defend the tier 2 turret. But the Ohio Brothers not letting their foot off the gas, is going to claim a kill onto Lay. Hoon picking that up, and now in the mid lane, possibly going to slay that as well. Golem taking down Shark to respond, though. One member off the board for both sides, but Basic securing the tier 2 turret. Now hit with the Divine Judgment and taken down by Mar.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of over-aggression coming in from the Ohio Brothers, trying to proxy that turret, but ended up costing their life over there. And LaimiTop really, honestly, right now has a chance to reset their lanes, try to grab as much economy as they can with these waves to see if they can get some items back up. I mean, Mars still on this Brody 2-1-1. I mean, that's not a bad KDA right now for a marksman, but speaking about gold and the proxy of this micro-macro might not be looking too hot for the side of LaimiTop.
And looking at Hoon, Mr. MVP from week 1, sitting at 7-1-4 on the Farza. We mentioned this in the draft, right? Who is the better Farza? Who is the better mage? And definitely having an easier time. But Ray's not really going in for the feathered airstrikes. He's going more for Shark's Divine Judgment, as you did see him pick off Basic with that, providing that set for the team. And I can't knock it. I think it's a great read, but you have to be careful on your positioning. But it is going to limit their zoners when it comes to the long-range fights.
Yeah, I feel like even though Raze really has a lot of options here, right? The Black Dragon, Divine Judgment, and the Feather Airstrike, depending on what they want to do, when they do communicate with their team, do we want to pick off? Do we want an AoE 5v5 fight? What are we looking at here? But hold on, we do see getting suppressed here.
Reshi, heavy spin on the wall for the stun, but the knock-up airborne, putting him on a trampoline. Best player gonna take down One Punch. Look at the Black Dragon, double Black Dragon. You just mentioned Raze. What ultimate is he gonna pick with that IMU? Looks like he's gonna go in for the Black Dragon for the escape. Definitely some great macro, but now fight on the way. You are gonna see Hoon take down Golem. 2 members off the board for LaimiTop, an inhibitor claim for the mid lane, and a possible finish on the way for the Ohio Brothers, who are now doing some damage onto the Nexus. Can they do it? You're gonna see Electro final blow go in with the slash, and godlike Mr. MVP is gonna shut down Play. That is gonna be 3 members down for LaimiTop, and a mid inhibitor claim from the Ohio Brothers.
Hoon is now sitting at 9-1-5, unpunished right now, and really might just be the MVP right now, because he is doing the most down damage in that backside. And LaimiTop kind of put their walls up against the wall right now. They don't have the objective focus opportunity right now, but they're going to go ahead and try to take as much as they can right now, as One Punch is looking to deny this red buff from them.
Yeah, they're definitely in an awkward situation. We see this time and time again. Teams that are on the back end, they can't push out. They need to wait for the OhioBrothers to make a mistake. But we're talking about the OhioBrothers, a team that is stacked with players at the top of their positions, and you don't really see too many mistakes from them. So you need to be patient, picking your fights, and deciding when to go in as a team is what they need to turn this around.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and stomp it down with large conceal play coming in from Shark.
And you are going to see the Feather Air Strike from Hoon. Not going to be able to hit the punt, but you are going to see Hoon take down Mar. Actually does find a kill and looks the Lord into the Nexus. Ray's taking out Shark. Nexus dangerously low. Lord still in play. And ladies and gentlemen, the OhioBrothers claims game 1 against LaimiTop.
Looks like a very well synergized play coming in from the OhioBrothers. And not going to lie, in that early game phase, looked like a little bit of a struggle, right? Best player getting picked off. And actually, a couple players actually got picked out towards that early game, right? But looking like the tide has been turned and flipped around right now. OhioBrothers does secure that win. That momentum does come back towards that 5-minute mark.
You know what I think it is? I think it's just a battle of synergy and being on a professional platform. It definitely can get those nerves. And LaimiTop, they were looking strong in the early game. Honestly, they had everything that they needed, but then they just fell short when it came down to it toward the mid game. And the OhioBrothers, like, they're a team. They played in the M Series. They played in NACTs. Some of them have played in MPL. I mean, looking at Basic, you've got your Reshi. They definitely know when to make the most out of a mistake from the opposing team.
Absolutely. And the proxy of Micro Macro when it came to that mid game, right? They knew what they wanted, what they came for, and then immediately left. But the punishment coming in as Shark and Hoon, right? Their synergy is absolutely insane, knowing that every punishment opportunity that they get, they're going to go ahead and take it and then run with it.
Now, I'm just going to start calling these teams like the OhioBrothers. They're the superstars, right? They just always outperform who they're going up against. They have not lost a single match. They've taken every game with the sweep so far, and it goes to show, even with that, even when they don't have the advantage in the early game, somehow they find a way to turn it around and make that one-sided story.
And looks like this game just ended in about 13 minutes, which is one of those quick-ended games, right? But LaimiTop to the OhioBrothers 8-20, and looking at the proxy of the gold right now, it looks like a 10k difference at the end of the day. 4 to 7 turrets, and the objective is going to be leaning more towards the OhioBrothers, right? But we can't regard this KDAs right now. Hoon sitting at 10-1-5, which is really, he has half of the kills of the score of the OhioBrothers, and it really does show right now that Hoon, he has secured MVP, and looks like he did secure it again for this game as well.
And not to mention Hoon 10-1-5, he has more kills just himself than the entire team of LaimiTop 13 minutes in. That is explosive, and that just goes to show with time, with synergy, a high IQ, well deserved from the week 1 MVP.
Absolutely, and I am excited to see what's going to happen in that next game. We do see this replay here, right? We do see the suppression not being enough as Sharkers go ahead in that backside, and Hoon really going into that back play. AoE coming in from the Feather Airstrike is really able to zone up the other members of LaimiTop, which really prevented them from coming in.
Yeah, definitely a scary team at all times. You have to be on your A game against the OhioBrothers. They do not sleep. They're practicing day in and day out, and it goes to show when you watch them, their performance, honestly, is breathtaking. And overall, GG's, well played. Congratulations. And we got to see, you know, these teams that are going up against them, you have to study them because they are a very hard team to take down.
Absolutely, and that synergy coming in from every single member, you can tell that they have been working their butts off day and night when it comes to these ranked games, these scrims, these individual practices. Being grouped up as a team, it's not something easy that you could just easily pull off and call it a day, right? But that synergy and the amount of practice really shows in that draft when it came to the OhioBrothers.
Yeah, definitely strong, and honestly, I like the way LaimiTop drafts. I think they are really strong at that. It just boils down to mechanics. It boils down to performing on the heroes that you choose, and they were on fire, right? We've seen something like a little bit of a promising early game from them, but then out of nowhere, they just fell apart, and they were not able to pick up those pieces. And Hopefully going into game 2, they have a stronger resolve. They stay how they were in the early phase, but they continue to apply that pressure and be able to take this game. And honestly, like I said, the Ohio Brothers undefeated so far, right? If they take this will be their 3rd sweep in a row.
And looks like they're going to go ahead and ban out that Kaja, which Shark really showed how to play that Divine Judgment into his hands in that last game. And they're going to go ahead and ban that out. And Joy getting banned out once again. I don't think we're going to see a Joy game ever in this NACT, because it's just going to continuously get banned out by both teams. But looks like they are going to kind of work around right now against LaimiTop. They're going to go ahead and ban the Shark, which is going to be that Kaja. And they don't want to give it up at all. They're not giving any picks over to LaimiTop.
Yeah, banning out the Kaja, best player, master assassin, definitely a strong pick from the side of the Ohio Brothers. Now Fredrin's still on the table, maybe trying to get best player to run the tank fighters, maybe an option to disrupt their synergy. But a lot of teams, they go for more of the meta bans, right? If you take out a Fanny, you take out a Link, you take out a Hayabusa, you can possibly make best player uncomfortable, but that just comes with the super team that they are. They have so many comfort picks, it's very hard to beat them in the draft.
Yeah, and they're gonna go ahead and ban out that Diggy, and we're gonna do a little manifestation here, Wizzy. that Diggy ban, right? We all know that Shark's really good signature pick is gonna go ahead and be that Lolita, right? They're gonna go ahead and ban out that Diggy, and if Shark does pick up this Lolita, they're gonna, I don't know. I'm looking at that ban face right now. The 3rd one has been locked in. It's actually gonna be that Atlas. But I wonder if LaimiTop is gonna ban out that Lolita and give it to nobody, or they're gonna let it run and let Shark go ahead and pick up that Lolita.
And that's just his comfort pick, right? Definitely one of the best Lolitas, if not the best for North America, and you have to be careful if you let it walk. He's able to disrupt a lot of teams. That pressure he provides him. And you've seen it up against BTK, the first match of the regular season. The man was just denying Mobizen all of his farm with the Lolita. But no, they're going to go ahead and go in for this Valentina first. And I like that, right? We spoke about it time and time again. It provides draft pressure. And this time, not going against it, the Ohio Brothers are going to secure the Valentina for the first pick.
And that is the champion that Hoon actually secured the MVP with, letting him run the Valentina multiple times in the NACT, right? We've saw him play like Farsa, we saw him play other majors, but he's going to go ahead and really quickly lock in that Valentina, and knowing that Hoon, that's his bread and butter hero right there, and giving that up to Hoon, they're going to have to come with a really good response for the side of LaimiTop.
And there goes the response right there. Golem is going to go ahead and pick up the Lolita. Not going to allow two comforts to go to the side of the Ohio Brothers. And Mar going to pick up the 1-1.
Yeah, and 1-1, right? Very good marksman, but it really depends on the scaling, unfortunately, for 1-1, right? That early game, not in the best favor of 1-1. She does need that Trinity build, right? We need the Corrosion, the DHS, the Demon Hunters are coming in, and so forth with the build. But we do see Golem locking his Lolita, but I'm not too worried, only because Hoon does have the IMU, but best player
ain't no way
locking in this Fanny.
Yo, if you just break apart what they just did here, right? They took out the Diggy, they took out the Atlas. They wanted them to think, hey, we're about to go Lolita. Find the Lolita. But no, this whole time they wanted them to pick up Lolita so best player could pick up the Fanny, and they have no suppression.
We just got bamboozled, Weezy. We just got bamboozled in the draft. I think that's just what happened, because giving best player Fanny is not the smartest knowing that he is. His main assassin's actually Fanny, and Yureshi picking up this Chow in the EXP lane, but they're gonna go ahead and lock in that tank jungle for the side of LaimiTop. But hold on, hear me out though. Early game might be a little bit of a menace, obviously, with knowing that Fanny's gonna go ahead and run with that early game damage. I hear you, but one punch with that Martis is going to go ahead and sustain that mid to late game, and Fanny's going to end up falling off towards that mid to late game with against a tank jungler. So I'm going to have to give a little bit of kudos over to LaimiTop, but we're going to go ahead and look at these next two bans coming in from both sides.
I love how you kind of read that right. Early game pressure, best player, no suppression to deny it. He's definitely going to come alive in the early phase, but you can't count out the Martis. You mentioned the Mortal Coils, anti-CC. The zone is when it comes to these neutral objectives. Definitely can work for one punch. And honestly, looking at Mar, he did run the 1-1. Definitely can profit here, right? If he can get those weakness points, get the crossbow Tang, it's going to be great for them, especially with them having the Lolita, the direct counter over there for the 1-1 with that crossbow Tang. So far looking good, but right now Yureshi picking up the Cho. I'm wondering where this is going to go. Is this a flex pick? Is Shark going to pick up the Cho, or are we going to see Yureshi use Cho in the XP lane?
Yeah, and go ahead and ban out that Eve as well, which is going to be a big issue if they did pick up that Eve, only because that backline Hoon is really going to have to get in there, right? Knowing that Valentina can be more of a versatile, big AoE mage, right? We do know, but she does want to get up in front to go ahead and trigger that Terrify on those players as well. But the Melissa is going to go ahead and get banned, which is a huge menace up against 1-1 in that lane phase. And they're going to go ahead and take that off the board for the side of LaimiTop. And Benedetta actually getting taken off by the TheOhioBrothers, and we did see the Benedetta getting played last game.
And looking at Hoon, you mentioned his comfort pick being the Faramis or the Valentina. It's definitely a strong pick, right? You can use the IMU to take Golems, do me on blast. That means he's going to have that Conal CC when it comes down to these neutral objectives. But keep in mind, they're going up against a Martis who does have the Mortal Coils for the anti-CC. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, can work on either side. It's going to be a battle of the micro.
Yeah, and also a battle of the macro as well. But Ray's gonna lock in this Luo Yi, and I have not seen a Luo Yi from all the games that I've watched. Luo Yi is actually a pretty decently sustainable mage. I wouldn't say. Oh no, there is a Phoveus running. I mean, I was just talking about Luo Yi, and then I see a Phoveus getting locked in. Actually gonna be on basic, and oh my Jesus, 1-1.
Man, dude, the Phoveus here is genius. There's so many dashes to work against. You're looking at Mar with the 1-1, Martis with the Mortal Coils, and then Raze, you know, he doesn't have dash, so that may be something to work with, but even Golem has dash over there, so it's a strong pick, and Shark is going to go ahead and lock in that last pick, going to flex it over to best. Oh, wait. So we got a Hayabusa and a Fanny.
Yeah,
so
I was going to...
Hold on now.
I was going to bring that up. I don't know how this is going to work.
Yo, if anything can pull it off, it's the TheOhioBrothers, but I'm wondering, okay, so best player is going to put Fanny in the XP lane.
Wait.
You're going to see...
Hoon is going to be mid lane. This is a Hayabusa roam? No, this is a Fanny roam actually coming in. No, it can't be. It can't be because if anything, TheOhioBrothers gonna pull it off. So I'm guessing Yureshi is going to be. Wait, no, but Yureshi is on the Chow right now. This draft is bamboozling us, but we're gonna go ahead and really. I'm gonna let Weezy figure that out real quick. I'm gonna go talk about LaimiTop's draft right now. Hilay's gonna lock in the Esmeralda, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be in the EXP lane. And we're gonna have One Punch running this Martis tank jungle right now. But they have a solid draft on the side of LaimiTop. So on my side, this is looking beautiful. But over there,
Yo, on my
Weezy,
side,
you can talk about it.
Are you serious right now? What is going on?
You can touch that draft. I'm touching my draft. That's all I want to touch.
Yo, I don't know. We're going to see Valentina in the gold lane. We're probably, or maybe Hayabusa in the gold lane. One of them two. I'm expecting Hoon to run this Phoveus in the mid. Yureshi or Shark is going to run the Cho as the roam. I don't know, man. So many options right now, but definitely an unorthodox draft from the side of the TheOhioBrothers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game 2. The TheOhioBrothers up against a team we've seen dominate time and time again, but having a hard time in the regular season, LaimiTop.
Looks like it is a Fanny in that roam? No, this is Yureshi roam. Shark is actually gonna play this Fanny, but go ahead and doing a little bit of trick damage. That mid lane already burning a flicker, and this draft just really confused me right here.
Yo, ain't no way though. I got it right. I said Valentina in the gold lane, Phoveus in the mid. Oh my
goodness.
Ain't no way we just pulled that off. But anyway, back into the game. TheOhioBrothers definitely an unorthodox draft. I can't wait to see where it takes them, but it's an X factor. It can definitely work out really well or really bad.
Yeah, Yurish is gonna go ahead and get zoned out a little bit by Esmeralda. And this Valentina, we usually see like a Harith or a Lunox getting drafted, but Shark looking not too hot right now in that mid lane. And I don't know about Shark being put on that roam Fanny, and can Shark pull it off?
Bro, this is so crazy. I've never seen Shark run a Fanny in the gold lane. I think this might be the first time ever on a professional scene that he has done it, and I definitely know everybody in North America is tuned in to see one of the best roams pull out the Fanny for North America.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna do a little bit of cabling over there. I'm just intrigued at this draft. I have never seen Shark run a high versatile assassin and put in the assassin position in that roam as well. And looks like he's gonna play a little bit of a kill in a roam position right there. And looks like who's gonna go ahead and rotate to that bot side. And this turtle is going to be interesting, knowing they don't have that CC CC right now for the side of OhioBrothers.
And Shark being a little bit of that distraction with the Caitlyn, which is honestly a little impressive, especially for somebody who's a roam main. But now the battle over the first turtle, definitely LaimiTop having the advantage with a more stronger composition. I'm expecting the OhioBrothers to try and close this out early, because the later this gets, the more in favor it will be for LaimiTop. But you are going to see the Falling Star Moon from Play over there for some damage. Turtle dropped dangerously low. One punch with the Retribution is going to take it just in time. The Demonic Force, Numi on blast, winding down. Hoon picking up first blood is going to take down One Punch to respond. Play taking down Hoon, picking up a double, is going to find Shark on the Fanny.
Now, that turtle fight. See, like we said, Shark doesn't have that CC right now, and he is running a Fanny, but they were able, I'm pretty sure they lost that turtle to LaimiTop, as they did not have no CC for that one punch on that Mars, but he did end up getting taken off the board. So I wouldn't say it's the best of trades, but that is still a jungler down for the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, definitely an interesting game indeed. First turtle going to the side of LaimiTop, leading in kills, and like we said, OhioBrothers needs to find a pickoff nice and early, and there it goes. You are going to see the way of the dragon for the stun, and now Hoon going to pick the kill, shuts down Raze. A good read from TOB to secure 2-2 on the scoreboard.
It looks like Basic's going to do a little bit of a lane dance up there in the top side. And I'm going to go back really quick on Basic running as Valentina. We usually see like those traditional picks, right? Lunox, Harith, or even if you really want to be brave, I have seen Lilia getting drafted in the gold lane before, but I don't think I've ever seen a Valentina, but looks like you're actually going to go ahead and secure a kill on Hale. But let's look at that top side real quick, Weezy.
On blast onto Basic, flickering out just in time, but look at Shark with the Petrify! Is not going to find the kill, but the flame shot from Hoon, barely missing Mar on his way out. And like we said, OhioBrothers, TOB, they have to take the early game pressure. They have to be aggressive. They need these pickoffs to close this game out. The later it goes, an unorthodox draft like this with the double assassins, they're going to have a harder time at that 16-minute mark.
And Raze is going to go ahead with this Lu Yi, though, going to lock in that mystery shop. So it's going to be able to scale just a little bit faster compared to any of the mages usually that you run. You want to go ahead and run in that mystery shop to go ahead. But we do know that there's a lot of other emblems that Raze could use. But hold on, you're actually getting caught out here.
In a bad situation, is going to use the G-Kondo to get out just in time. Shark, like a madman, is going to rush in and take down Raze. Can he get another Demonic Force going down on the One Punch? He's going to make his way into the tier 1. Will it be able to protect him? Demonic Force having other plans. Basically going to take down Golem, and that is a huge play for TOB. The double knockup with the G-Kondo from Yureshi on the way out, and maybe able to claim some of these turrets. But look at best player with the Ouija Shadow Kill into the back line, trying to get some pickoffs, but now maybe costing the immobilization. And Esmeralda Flay with sustainability finds himself in a 1v4, and best player is going to take him down 6-2. TOB on fire.
I thought the Faramis was more of a saving grace, but looks like the Chow Yureshi is going to be that saving grace for this team, knowing that they have to be careful of that CC coming in from Golem's Lolitas, but looks like Yureshi is going to go ahead and deny that very, very well.
And looking at the late game, I mean, it's a lot of pressure onto Mar, right? He has to come alive. He needs to get some pickoffs. He needs to get that economy in his favor. If not, TOB is going to have a really easy time. I mean, they don't really have push potential, though. They don't have a marksman. So when it comes to closing out the turrets, some of these towers toward the late game, they all are going to fall short. And LaimiTop does have that in their advantage, but it's all about getting Mar online.
Yeah, and they're going to have to start that snowball right now or before it's too early, knowing that Mar's going to go ahead and start to scale. But look at that damage coming in from Basic.
Shark in the bush is trying to find a pickoff, but now hit with the Mortal Coils, and there's Jorah's Wrath and the Decimation. My God! What a play. One Punch is going to take him down.
But look at Hoon sneaking up in that backside. Noonan Blast coming out. Oh!
Flicker down, but the flicker for the response. Mar taking down Basic. Demonic Force from Hoon, one-man army. Rushing in, slam dunk cam. Trying to get some kills, but here goes the crossbow tank we were looking for. A double kill picked up by Mar.
That's not too good right now from the side of OhioBrothers. Mar's going to go ahead and start to scale, sitting at 2-0 right now from the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, he needed to find a way to get some kills, and that is very strong. But Shark on the Fanny for the roam is going to take down Raze.
It looks like best player got a little bit of a trouble in his jungle, but he's going to go ahead and secure that blue buff for himself, as he does need the energy on Haya. And that is the top side turret down, but they're going to go ahead and exchange that for the bot side turret coming in from Yureshi.
I'm starting to think, like, usually teams ban the Fanny because they don't want best player to pick it up, but now they're going to start banning it because of Shark.
Yeah, that kill, though, on Lu Yi in that mid side, the Petri combo coming in. Honestly, some of these plays coming in from Shark, I'm not expecting it at all. Know that he is a tank main.
And now, with their foot in the right place, the Ohio Brothers leading the way 7-5, able to kind of provide this pressure, and they got to keep it up. The later this game goes, though, LaimiTop will have a slight advantage. You're already seeing a turret falling for the side of the Ohio Brothers in favor for LaimiTop, and this is what we expect to see, especially with a normalized draft, not too unorthodox like the side of TOB. They have an easier time securing these objectives.
Yeah, but looks like they're gonna go ahead and let that turtle possibly go, but no, they're gonna go for it now.
For a possible punish, but no, one punch gonna get out just in time. But look at TOB surrounding the turtle pit, trying to take this objective, waiting in the bush, being patient. One punch does not know they are there, as well as Lay. But Golem with the backdoor Numeon Blast may be the right answer. The way the drag's connecting onto Lay, knocked airborne and taken down. No, it's gonna get out, but the demonic force from Hoon, too much to handle. You're gonna see best player pick up the turtle face to face with one punch, an objective secured by the Ohio Brothers.
Looks like Kalei got dropped dangerously low on Esmeralda, and that camp in that mid side, right next to the turtle, really just gave a little bit of a disadvantage for the side of LaimiTop, knowing that their EXP laner was too low to kind of zone out the rest of the turtle.
Yeah, this is a beautiful game, man. You never know which way it's going to go, especially with this draft, and you are seeing the Shark rush in onto Mar with the cutthroat. A lot of damage, and the Luigi Shadow kill on the way out. Best player securing the kill with the double assassin combination, and what a beautiful play, finding Mar, shutting him down, delaying the pressure in the top side.
It looks like a little bit of clash coming down the bot side from Yureshi and Basic.
And you are going to see the Asura's Wrath with the Mortal Corals, but Shark picking up a kill onto Golem, assisted by Yureshi with the way of the dragon. 2 members down for LaimiTop. Can they make it 3? Look at one punch, dropped to about half HP. Basic over there did pull out the IMU. Looking at one punch staring directly inside of a mirror, but Moon in the back line, slam dunk. He's going to take down Raze with the demonic force, and Yureshi going to claim the turret for the mid lane, but fight not over. Shark killing spree has been activated, takes out Play. Hoon picking up a double. Best player taking out Mar, and overall, the recall for the additional damage for the tier 2 turrets. The Ohio Brothers are on fire.
The sustain coming in from Hoon is absolutely insane. Every single dash is going to get countered. Yureshi?
Oh my god, what is going on? They are just passing them around like a basketball, and they're able to secure that kill and claim yet another turret.
It looks like Yureshi's going to take a little bit too many tower shots and get taken off for the side of Ohio Brothers, and the kill score right now, 14-6, and we weren't favoring this draft. I mean, if anything, Ohio Brothers can pull it up, but this is such an unorthodox draft, and I still can't believe right now that there's a Fanny, and they let it walk, and best player's not even playing the Fanny, he's playing this Hayabusa.
Yeah, Shark definitely keeping the world or catching them by surprise. I didn't expect it either. I was trying to figure out where it was going to get slotted, and I thought that maybe Yureshi would have took it in the XP lane, but making Shark run it on the roam, and not only making him run it, but he is performing on it well. 4-2-4 KDA.
Yeah, but we're going to also have to look at best player 303, and Hoon actually 434, right? Died a couple times in that top side and that mid side, but was able to really tank all that damage. But look at the setup here coming in from TOB, not being able to, Mars not being able to spot him, a Shark.
He's going to rush into the 3-man of LaimiTop, doing some serious damage, and they do have the advantage for this objective inside of the Lord Pit, but not going to go in for it. Going to claim some more of these minions, apply that map pressure for this objective.
Yeah, looks like they're going to get caught up. Basic is going to go ahead and steal a diversion coming in from that Lu Yi ult, and going to go ahead and possibly play a backline play, but best player looking to steal this buff right now.
Yeah, he's being very patient, but Golem right next to that shadow is going to rush in. Oh my goodness, did he just steal it? Yes, he did. This is letting you know, best player, one of the best assassin junglers for the NACT spring season, is a master of the macro and micro.
It looks like Yureshi's going to go ahead and do a little bit of a little dance in that mid side and causing lots of dashes, and I just think it's so unfortunate for the side of LaimiTop that Hoon just picked up this Phobius, and there's a Martis and a 1-1 right now running, but it looks like Mark's going to go ahead and do a little bit of damage, but this Lord Dance is going to be there for a little bit while.
You are going to see a push into one punch in a bad situation, taking some serious damage. He's going to use the Mortal Coils, and now for the punish, best player hit with the decimation. One punch is going to take him down. Numeon Blast winding up, Demonic Force going down from Hoon from the back line, trying to provide that kite, but now both teams fighting it out inside of the Lord Pit. Shark is going to take down Mar, the marksman for the side of LaimiTop. TOB still maintaining their pressure in the mid game.
That is one member down, which is going to be best play. That is a shutdown, though, coming in from LaimiTop, but the gold lead is still not cut up yet. But that's also Mar getting taken down, the marksman that needed to scale in that early game.
You're really looking at TOB leading by about 3,000 gold, but here you go. Another basketball on the way, passing it through the whole team of the Ohio brothers. But one punch, and Ray's fighting it out, takes down Basic. You're going to see Ray's take down Yoreshi as well for the double kill, but the battle in the mid lane. Hoon going to go ahead and clear out these minions, and that's an interesting thing we got to talk about, right? The Phoveus up against the Esmeralda. The Esmeralda definitely wins when it comes to that 1v1 fight, but the Phoveus profits more in the group engagements.
And we did mention earlier, right? They don't have push potential, but look at what Shark's doing.
Yeah, definitely gonna split push. Like, they don't have push potential when it comes to the towers.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to the objectives, but they have such mobility on their side. This player on the Hayabusa, Shark on the Fanny, that they can split push these turrets with that mobility. And you are gonna go ahead and see Mar secure this Lord for LaimiTop.
Yeah, it looks like nobody was on the side for the Ohio to come and kind of zone out best player to be able to secure that Lord, but they do still have the numbers in their favor. They still have, but the goal lead is actually getting closer and closer, and they're almost neck to neck with that gold. What's going on?
Now, I will say a smart read from TOB. They went to the bottom lane to clear that turret instead of fighting it out for that Lord, so they were able to claim a little bit more of the map. And right now, with the Luminous Lord making his way down the bottom side, TOB getting ready to fight it out. They're not going to try and defend the Lord, but they're going to go for a pick-off play instead, which means Lord is going to push into the base, basically, with no contest, but you are going to go ahead and see Basic pick up the kill. Is going to take down Golem. That's going to be one member down for the side of LaimiTop. Can they make it another flicker out from Basic just in time as Mar rushes in with the Mortal Coils?
Lots of zoning by Shark going in.
Is going to possibly find a pick off. Is going to rush in and out with the cable, showing his mastery of all heroes, and Mar going to secure the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
It looks like they're still looking for a little bit, but it looks like LaimiTop is going to go ahead and disengage from that fight. And Hille getting called out here.
Here we go, another basketball play. You are looking at Hille knocked airborne from Yoreshi, but able to get out with sustainability. Best player taking down Mar, finding the back line with the Ouija Shadow kill on the Hayabusa, but look at the diversion. You're going to see Raze get out just in time, all the way to the top lane. Talk about an escape.
Yeah, it looks like they did get out of that sticky situation and was able to travel on the other side of the map and get home very safely. But looks like this Golem is going to get caught out. But actually, they're going to a little bit of chip damage. But this lineup is really more towards that pickoff style for the side of Ohio Brothers.
You're going to see the flicker baited out by Golem and the Numion Blast. But Basic found his way into an awkward situation. One punch is going to take him down.
It looks like they're going to be a little bit of a difficult situation. It is Basic down, which is going to be that marksman technically for the side of Ohio Brothers. And Best Player still looking to deny a lot of farm from the side of LaimiTop.
Man, what a beautiful game. But like you said, a ticking time bomb. The later this game gets, the more of an advantage LaimiTop will have. TOB needing to close this out early. Already looking at 14 minutes, slowly creeping into the late game. They need to find a way to close it out.
Yeah, and with that being said, they have to, because Mar is going to go ahead and run this 1-1, and once she gets that build, it's really going to be tough. And knowing that Shark was able to get a couple kills on Raze on this little Yi, but once the Mortal Coils comes in from one punch, it's going to be really hard for him to cable in there.
Now, a lot of focus over there on the best player. You are going to see the kite from Yoreshi with the way of the dragon to knock them back, and he is going to be able to escape that situation. But looking on the bottom side, we mentioned the split push. Shark on the Fanny, right? He is making his way into that inhibitor turret. May be able to claim it if left unchecked, and he is over there right now. Is going to go ahead and secure that, and a beautiful play. The map is definitely opening up for the side of TOB to be able to close this out.
Shark is doing beautiful, being able to push these lanes, and that's already an inhibitor turret down for the side of LaimiTop, and he was able to just go there and take that advantage. But knowing that Shark is on this Fanny, right? Even if they are fighting and the team fight's not going their way, Shark does really have that advantage with those steel cables to go ahead and split push and proxy and macro all of these lanes, no matter what the situation is.
Man, I'm just trying to figure out, how do you outdraft the Ohio Brothers? This composition is insane, but there we go. Yin Yang on the way. Demonic Force activated by Hoon, trying to stay alive, dunking on the full team, but Mar activating the crossbow Tang, hitting the weakness points, but the suppressor with the Winter Trench, and Hoon going back in for the fight, but Mar is going to possibly shut him down. Best player taking down Raze. Look at Mar though. Shark last minute is going to rush him with Cutthroat. Unstoppable takes down Mar. Battle in the mid lane though on the way. Golem in one punch in a bad situation. Hit with the way of the dragon. The knock up. But look at the Nexus. The play from the Ohio Brothers. Too much to handle. So much going on. But making the most out of the situation is going to claim the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, TOB gets the sweep against LaimiTop in game 2.
Man, this is another backdoor play coming in from Shark and Hoon this time. And I don't know how many backdoor plays we've seen right now, knowing that our last series, it was actually 2 games that took that the backdoor play coming from A77, but now it's going to be Shark on Fanny and Hoon coming on this Phoveus. we got bamboozled in that draft phase.
Yo, I don't know what's going on. I've never seen Shark play a Fanny, and the man looked like best player out there. I don't know if they just swapped phones or something. What's going on? I mean, Yoreshi was playing the Cho, and he was the one getting the sets as if he was the roam for the team. Talk about flex picks, multi-roll, everything on one table. TOB claiming the sweep.
And you could see that mechanics actually was in Shark's hands, knowing that he is the roamer for the set of Higher Brothers, and Yoreshi was kind of more of that set potential roam in that case. So it looks like they swapped a little bit of roles over there in that game, but that was such an unorthodox lineup, right? 16 minutes, this is where that game ended, 20-10, which is actually, LaimiTop actually had that advantage for a little bit when they went ahead and take that Lord, but we're gonna go look at that gold, looking at a 4K difference, which is not too much, but fell a little bit short. The objective is obviously going to be in the side of Higher Brothers, having Shark go ahead and split push and proxy those lanes, and the turtle is going to be secured as well. But Shark 626 looks like the MVP got taken away from Hoon, and he is sitting at that 6 kill score, which is almost half of the kill of the Higher Brothers.
I love how you said that, 626. The man is an alien like Lilo and Stitch, on fire right now. Experiment 626 is Shark's new nickname. You never know what he's going to pull out. A Fanny in the roam position. In my honest opinion, I would give him the MVP. Who would have thought? And the way he performed, amazing. And it just shows you TOB willing to go the extra mile.
Yeah, we do have to also give that credit to best player 514 coming in on that jungle position, but look at Hoon. He's gonna go ahead and suppress with that Winter and then go right back into Mar. With that being said, Basic going ahead and zoning up that back line, and Shark going in to go ahead and finish that kill, which I think is such a good play coming in from the entire side of Higher Brothers in the proxy of those team fights, right? How they were positioned to fight and make that fight equal, knowing that they were kind of at that back, but knowing that, hey, there's a 1-1 on the other side, right? She has time to scale, but looking at that team fight, it was a very even split fight.
Yeah, and definitely after they took that kill, Shark pushing up the bottom side, able to close it out. Excellent gameplay indeed, and I gotta say, they're definitely masters of their craft. A very hard team, not only to try and outdraft, but to compete against the side of the Land of Dawn. They have endless opportunities when it comes to engagements.
And look at this replay right here. This is from that first game again, but if you see the way that they team fight, they are very split apart, but for a good reason, to go ahead and zone out 2 different parts of the team. We do see Hoon getting that back line, but basically going for that front line. It really shows how the proxy of those fights go for all of these games right now.
And the Ohio Brothers, living up to the name, yet again finds a sweep 2-0, is going to be able to shut down LaimiTop, undefeated so far for the regular season.
Absolutely, and knowing that this is another clip right here, Shark going into that backline, popping Mars Wind is going to go ahead and secure that kill with that Cutthroat, which I think is a signature move, but we're going to have to give Shark a new nickname right now, 626. I think that's what we're going to call him, knowing that he did run that Fanny. So, very nice, well game played from the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, definitely enjoy everything they did right there. Not the easiest thing to do. Not too many teams can pull that off. And honestly, like you said, the top of the ladder versus the bottom of the ladder right there. And it just shows you with time, with synergy, with what, 3 M talents on their team, Shark, Hoon, Basic, 2 MPL players or former MPL players, which is Yoreshi and also Basic as well. And then not to mention the second best projected or roam or jungler for the NACT spring season, best player, a superstar team.
Absolutely, and we're gonna get ready though. We do have a special interview. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it to our beautiful Hosina to go ahead and progress.
Hello everyone, we are here with our special guest, one of the best mage assassin players in North America. We are here with Panda. How are you doing today?
Hi. I'm doing great. I'm kind of nervous. I'm extremely excited for this NACT because I got to see all my friends compete against each other.
Oh, who are you most excited to see?
The Ohio Brothers and the Empire.
Awesome. The Ohio Brothers and Empire. I see. So, what is your favorite mage and assassin, and why?
My favorite assassin is definitely Fanny, because she's the most fun assassin, obviously. And my favorite mage is probably Savior, because of his snipes.
Oh yeah, his snipes are really OP. I can't, but Fanny, I give you props for playing her. I can't even cable anywhere with that. Gosh, but we saw that your team barely missed the top 8 mark in the very last round. How are you feeling about that?
Honestly, I feel like it was very unfortunate. At first, I was very like devastated, but because like I put so much effort into it as a team captain, because I've never really competed like that and then put so much effort into a team. And I definitely felt like we wouldn't even be on lower bracket if one of our team members didn't decide to troll, honestly. But honestly, it's okay. Stuff happens. It's part of learning, so I guess better luck next time.
That is the worst to be trolled on, especially in a competitive game. But what did you think about that last match? Do you have any advice for the major assassin from the losing team, LaimiTop?
I don't think they stand a chance because we've never seen them ever as like a team. Yeah, and I feel like TOB was just at that point. I feel like they were just trolling. Like the skill level was the skill level was really different. So it's like, yeah, stand no chance.
Well, that makes sense. But last but not least, well, I wanted to know which team were you rooting for, but I saw that you said it was both the Empire and the TheOhioBrothers, but who do you think is going to take it?
Ohio, definitely.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us, Panda, for being here with us today, and I'm looking forward to see you more in the competitive scene.
Thank you.
Our MVP this round is Hoon. What do you guys think about that?
Man, honestly, I was trying to think, who would they give it to, right? There was just so much explosions going on, and everybody kind of perfected their craft and were playing so well. But MVP going to Hoon again, time and time. Week 1 MVP, and now looking at a possible week 2 as well. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to Hoon. He was able to show that he is really the most valuable player on that team, running those mages really comfortably and being able to show that he is prevailing no matter who his opponent is, no matter who he is going up against, no matter what that draft is. He is really able to hold his strong ground and that throne and go ahead and secure it for the second time. So congratulations to you.
Yeah, definitely some excellent gameplay. Hoon just dominating. You pick up the Valentina, he picks up the Farza. You don't pick up the Valentina, he picks up the Valentina, and he makes you pay. And, I mean, I still want to highlight Shark, right? Experiment 626 on the Fanny. Got to give him credit. That was MVP in my eyes, right? Not the easiest thing to do. One of the hardest heroes to play. And not to mention, you're not playing it in the most predicted role. You're not playing it in the jungle. You're not playing it in XP. You're playing it as the roam.
Gosh, watching that match and those draft picks were throwing me for a loop, but I couldn't agree with you more. Hoon is well deserving of that. And I just wanted to let everyone know that after halftime or during halftime, we're going to do another giveaway. So be sure to stick around and grab a quick drink, a bathroom break, and we'll see you in a little bit.
2023 North American Challenger Tournament spring season officially begins. Captains, time to register your team. The climb to the top can be tough, but when you have friends by your side, anything is possible.
2023 NACT Spring Season.
NACT Spring Season.
NACT Spring Season.
NACT Spring Season.
The NACT Spring Season. I'll see you there.
as the rest of the team from the Ohio Brothers is going to go ahead and get onto this Lord. Mobizen in the desperate attempt, Lord T into the backline, but here comes a co-ultra to keep the Ohio Brothers stacked up. Zane is in trouble, gets taken out as well. That is 2 people left for the side of BTK as this Lord gets taken up quite quickly by the Ohio Brothers. 4 members now pressing into the core. This might be it. Lord T desperately trying to come into the back line, does not find the damage. We are down to almost about a 10th down from the core, basically taking down Lord T. Theo alone in the front line trying to cover for Yato to get himself to safety. Couple of dashes there might be the end for Kush, who does get picked up by Anna. Meanwhile, Ruby here to kind of clean up the mess at the purple buff, but we don't have any protection for any of our damage dealers. Look at how deep that Ackerman is diving into this right now. Tonix comes in, beautiful, I'm offended, does catch on the Poppy, who gets taken out by Promise. Beautiful engagement there by Ackerman, but it's not done. Promise goes ahead to try to zone out Anna.
They're not even sticking to normal rules right now. They just want to get crazy, and crazy they get because the Tyrant's Rage comes in. Cade goes down. Ashley gonna get hit by that Way of the Dragon, and Ashley gets found. Hoagie under the tower. Shadow Kill comes on him. Chacho Nagri gets finished. Hoagie, 1 slip away. Cade with the triple. K-Cutie with the triple kill. Able to flicker in and find Chacho. Aries 77 taking this game by the reins.
They will be able to keep an eye on them and what they're kind of trying to do. You can see a lot of fighting off against Anna here on the Fanny down in the bot side, but now Anna making her way up to the Lord. Could spell disaster for him, looking for the pinch.
Oh, and there goes Assault. Mello comes in from the backside, able to get the Divine Judgment down. Mar will fall along with Assault and Golem. Lord gonna go into the hands of Gosu here as LaimiTop scatter to the winds. Way to fight for that one. Zane knows he can't do it. Nice Divine Judgment. Yato goes down. Another one falling in the pocket of Alex. It's a bloodbath. Double kill for Alex. Black Dragon comes out. Zane on the run, but the Demonic Force locks on. This is looking rough. A Maniac for Alex. Will we see the Savage? No cooking tonight, but just enough to keep Alex in the lead.
Welcome back, everyone. It is halftime here at the North America Challenger Tournament, and those top 5 plays make me just want to whip out my phone and start playing right now. But what do you guys think about these top 5 plays?
Well, straight out the top, seeing Alex pull out that Maniac up against BTK, that was definitely a sight to see. But honestly, all those teams performing so well, not just one team on all the highlights, but it was spread out throughout all of the 8 teams. An amazing time for North America.
And all of those top 5 plays, right? It really shows how synergized you have to be able to play one of these games and those team fights. I mean, Weezy, I feel so bad for you because being able to play by play and picking out every single one of those micro macro skills, shots, and everything, you could just tell that those do deserve to be on the top 5.
Yeah, definitely all these teams making me be at the top of my tier when it comes to casting, having to make sure I don't blink for a second or I'm going to miss so many of these engagements. And honestly, well done. I'm just so proud of where we came as a region. This is definitely the strongest NACT we've had so far, and a lot of talent is definitely peeking through, trying to fight their way out for that seeding in MSC.
And I feel like in that top 5 right now, we're gonna have to add that last game where Shark ran that Fanny. It's gonna have to be slotted somewhere. On top of that, I feel like Mark QT's Maniac should also be slotted into that top 5 because we did see that he did play a beautiful marksman and was able to take a lot of that damage and put it onto his opponent. But Shark pulling out a Fanny? 626? That's gonna be the new name.
Yeah, definitely insane. Definitely insane. I mean, even best player, right? When he was hiding in that bush and he stole the blue buff with the quad shadow. Talk about timing. That was insane. And honestly, overall, you're just showing you that the superstar team is living up to the name. TOB's undefeated, and you know they're definitely letting you know exactly why. The Fanny in the roam position, you don't really know how do you even ban that out. So going forward, definitely make sure you keep your eyes on the prize and trying to disrupt their early games, because when they're on fire, they're on fire. But also, speaking of highlights, one we didn't see, right, was Mark Cutie, the only other player so far in the regular season to pick up a Maniac.
Yeah, I feel like it should definitely be in that clip now. Moving on and being able to, like, I mean, we just take a step back, right? As casters, we're kind of, our heads are too much into that game and kind of zoned out. But like taking a step back and looking at those top 5 replays, it really just it's so powerful knowing that these characters and these players really can take that to the next professional level and show us how it's really done out there in Land of Dawn.
Yeah, definitely some beautiful gameplay. All these teams putting everything on the line. An insane prize pool. Everybody fighting to go to the HyperX tournament inside of Las Vegas. A lot to be worked with, a lot to try and earn. And so far, I don't like seeing sweeps. We've been seeing it more like 2-1 matches, and not the last one though, but definitely overall still impressive. And I can't wait to see where these matches take us.
And I can't wait to see which team is actually going to go to the MSC Cup, the Southeast Asia Cup. Now we have a chance to represent North America, and I'm really wondering who is it really going to be, because honestly, looking at all these games, there's so many teams with that potential to go ahead and get there.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential. The
Super
opportunities
exciting to see everyone's potential. But before we continue, we have some exciting news from the Mobile Legends North America community. First up, we are thrilled to announce that the NACT 2023 Spring Grand Final will be hosted at the spectacular HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. And that's not all. We've also invited a special guest caster to join us in the grand finale, so we're all super excited for that as well. And we're delighted to let you all know that the NACT now has its very own page on the esports section in the game. So be sure to check it out for all the latest updates, standings, and match schedules as well. And last but not least, we love to hear from you all, our amazing fans. Let us know where you are watching the NACT matches and snap a picture of your setup. Send it over to our MLBB North America Discord server in the fan message channel. We'd love to see your special NACT moments, and let's celebrate this incredible event together. This is some exciting news for sure. So what do you guys think about this great news?
Man, that's insane. An upgrade, right? I was able to partake last year in the grand finals for the NACT 2022, and it was amazing, right? The venue was great. Amazing teams fighting it out, the Simpsons in the Valley, and it was awesome. But now looking at 2023, major upgrades, a better venue, even higher echelon teams. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, a little bit jealous over there that my co-caster Weezy did go to Vegas, and who wouldn't want to go to Vegas in such a very nice venue? But on top of that, for this year, we have that MSC that is going to go ahead and represent North America. So whoever gets that crown is going to go ahead and represent us very, very well in that Southeast Asia Cup. And you are fighting for a lot here, and I want to see which team can bring the most kind of grit to the table.
I cannot wait to see us in the MSC, but yet we have another giveaway for our viewers here. We have a 30 giveaway code, which this code on screen, with a 99.5% chance at a ticket, magic dust, or premium skin fragments, and there's 0.5% chance at one of these amazing skins here. I like the Great Adventure because I like, Harley. But be sure to stick around, lovely fans, because after the break, we're going to have a very special pop-up giveaway that has something better and bigger, and we want you guys to be able to get that. So be sure to be here after this break. And that's all the halftime report we have for you guys. We'll see you in a little bit. we are back, fans. Remember the last thing I said during the halftime? We are about to do that right now. We're going into this giveaway. First come, first serve. So bust out your phones and put these codes in for your chance to get one of the special prizes. It's 1 skin per code, so make sure, you know, you get the one you want. Pick a random one and go for it. Casters, what do you think about this? This special Moskov skin.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've definitely had my phone out right now. Only 10 available. You gotta go quick, man. What's that? So many codes to choose from, but honestly, I don't know what kind of skin it is. So, could be an epic skin, could be a secret collector skin. So, definitely make sure you guys claim that code while it's available, as those codes are very limited.
I already put in a code and it says it's taken. You guys are very fast with those codes, and looks like we are gonna go straight into back over to our beautiful host Zena.
Now let's check out the predictions for BTK versus Ackerman. What do you guys think about the predictions, Weezy Eunice?
Man, looking at these predictions so far, you are looking at a split decision between all 6 casters, and honestly, you never know which way this is going to go, and I respect it, right? I voted for BTK. Honestly, I've seen them dominate. They got swept day 1, but they're able to do the sweeping, picking up the brooms for day 2, sitting at 1 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, looks like we did. This is a split right now, Ackerman and BTK, and looks like you and I both chose BTK with the same score on top of that. But looks like Private Ben and Deku is gonna go ahead and pick up Ackerman, and looks like 2 of the duo casters went ahead and picked the same votes. But looks like we're up against each other for this one, so we're gonna have to see whose predictions are correct this game.
Yeah, definitely great minds think alike. Me and you both deciding on BTK. They're a super strong team, but I can't count out Ackerman, right? They're still sitting at 1 win, 1 loss as well. So currently on the ladder for the top 8 teams in North America, BTK and Ackerman are the closest.
Yes, I'm super excited to actually see this match because, you know, the woman player on one of the teams. But let's get into the draft. Weezy Eunice, take it away.
Yeah, I love how you kind of mentioned that, right? Looking at the side of Ackerman, you know, they do have one of the only female players for the NACT spring season, Nicolette, and expecting some great things. We've seen her kind of dominate in the maze position, and it's definitely a strong pick for Ackerman. But looking inside of the band so far, BTK, the other superstar team, the Valley split down the middle, Mobizen separating and revamping BTK. Great things are on the way for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see these two go up against each other, but we do see, like you talked about, the one mage player that is actually going to be in that female position is going to be Nicola, and I'm pretty sure she's actually leading the team for Ackerman, if I'm not mistaken, the team captain for this team, and she is going to go ahead and take over that that leadership role, which is not something that you see too often, right? But we're going to go ahead and see what she has in stock for her team, but we're going to go ahead and see that Wamba is going to get banned out, and I do see another Diggy ban. I'm kind of scared now that every time I see a Diggy getting banned on the board, I'm gonna just think about that one match that came from the TheOhioBrothers, but we do see a Kaja getting banned out as well.
Yeah, as well as the Fanny, and if we are looking at the side of Ackerman, they have Kush. Now, speaking of Kush, he's been a background character. He's been a sub for a lot of these top teams, but he's never got to officially play on a main roster, and now Ackerman slotting him as the main jungler. He has a lot to live up to, but honestly, he has the talent, he has the craft, and he's very versatile in the jungle. He can play the assassins, he can play the tanks, and also the fighters.
I'm also aware, if I'm not mistaken, this is his first time starting the starter as in the NACT like competitive scene area too, but we've actually seen him do pretty well in all of these matches. I haven't seen any bad plays, or should we say like a more of like a bad team fight that I saw in coming in from Ackerman, and knowing that all of these teams right now and all of these players really has that strong people out there. I am willing to see what will happen, but Mobizen's going to go ahead and pick up the left hand in his pocket man, Fredrin, which is also one of his comfort picks coming in from Mobizen.
You know how Fredrin walks around on the map with his hand in the pocket? I'm really convinced that he's carrying a picture of Mobizen as the man dominates on that Fredrin. But, you know, looking at the draft so far, it's definitely a strong pick, a comfort for Zane, so he can definitely farm in his natural habitat for that jungle position. And now looking at the side of Ackerman, Nicolette, wasting no time, is going to slot in the Valentina, and you're also going to see Zia on the Melissa.
Yeah, and let's talk about Zia really quickly, coming in from the side of Ackerman, right? Zia has been in tons of professional settings, right? He was in M3, was with BTK, and he has a lot of IQ. He has a lot of deep hero pull when it comes to that marksman area, a lot of micro and macro, and has a lot of experience, right? And we do know that he does have a lot of comfort picks, but he is always able to flex that mage gold lane or that actual pure marksman, and looks like he's going to go ahead and slot in this marksman, which is going to be that Melissa, and looking like the other side Galaxy is going to go ahead and lock in Lapu.
I love how you mentioned that, right? Two players going head-to-head used to be on the same team for M3, Mobizen and Zia, and they definitely have that M-series talent, that high IQ to lead the team and make sure they don't make the little mistakes that you see teams who haven't taken it to that next level perform at. And so far, the way the draft is looking, you've seen some great early game pressure from Yato on the Farza. You're seeing T pick up the Yuzong to be able to go into the Black Dragon, but I do respect Zia over there on this Melissa. He's going to worry about Yato, but when you are seeing T try and rush in, he can use the go away, that little bubble to protect him on these skirmishes.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about T really quickly on the side of BTK, right? T is one of those EXP laners that loves to bully whoever is in his lane, no matter that hero pick, and knowing that he is going to go ahead and lock in this Yuzong up against Galaxy on this Lapu. I'm going to be really interested to see how their laning phases go, because actually both of them are pretty aggressive EXP laners, knowing that Galaxy also has one of those really deep hero pools, but also can sustain his lane pretty well.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting match. If we're talking about tank mage synergy, you are looking at Yato on the Farza, and you are going to be looking at Joy Bosch over there for a possible roam position to combo with that. And honestly, they're very strong. They're always on par. They're at the right place at the right time. I can't say the same thing for Ackerman, though. It's really a little bit of a coin toss with the synergy from Nicolette and Toinks. And really, it's more dependent on Toinks getting comfortable early in the game. If he does not find a proper footing, you see Ackerman have a little bit of a harder time.
Absolutely. And with that being said, the mage lineup right now, right? Valentina up against Yato, which is going to go ahead and meet this Farsa, knowing that IMU is going to be whoever, like we saw this actually in a couple matches ago, who is the better Farsa when it comes to that. But speaking about Yato though, right? This is going to be his first time being with BTK, right? But he was a former A77 member back then. So this is not familiar face that we're seeing on the board here. And he is also able to flex a lot of majors. But Nicolette, on the other hand, right? She was able to participate in a lot of previous NACTs, so this is not her first rodeo, but we do know that both of them play a pretty good mage lineup. So I'm really, I want to see who wins that mid lane, knowing that both of them are very high versatile players.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned the battle in the mid lane, right? I know we kind of get together a little bit behind the scenes for the casters, and we talk about these players where we kind of rate them from 1 to 8 for all these teams, and Yato was sitting at that number 2 projected, right? A super strong mage, the right place at the right time, creates the opportunity no matter what hero he slots in, whereas Nicolette was more on the bottom side. So this is going to be a huge momentum boost. If Nicolette can find a way to disrupt Yato, use that feather airstrike against him, it may change our opinion as casters on where we slot Nicolette as the mage in terms of top 8.
Let's take a really quick look at the second phase ban phase. We do see Lance and Atlas getting banned out, and we do see a Claude and Lolita getting banned out. So double roam ban, but also a marksman and another jungler. But we do see Toinks locking in this Grok, and we saw a little bit of an unfortunate game coming in from Toinks and Nicolette's synergy with that Valier, and I believe she ran a Valentina or Farsa, not remember at the tip of my head, right? But we do know that he's going to go ahead and lock in the set roam, which gives a lot of potential for the side of Ackerman, but UniQT is going to go ahead and lock in this Birdie, which is also Weezy's twin right there down on that board in that bottom left corner, and we're going to see Joy Bosch locking in this Kufra, and Kush is going to go ahead and lock in this Martis, which completes the draft, but Kush is going to go ahead with that tank jungle.
Oh, this is an interesting draft. Very spicy. Things working on both sides of the table so far. I mean, you got Nicolette versus Yato. Double feathered airstrike on the way. I think that's the best ultimate that Yato can take from the situation. But you have Galaxy, right? He has the bravest fighter to be able to rush in and disrupt the feathered airstrike from Yato, which may be a little bit of an upscale battle. But on the opposing side, when Nicolette uses the feathered airstrike, you have not only T with the Black Dragon to jump down with the Furious Dive, but you also have Joy Boss with the Timeless Revenge to disrupt it as well.
Yeah, but also talking about UniQT on Weezy's twin here, Brody. I want to talk about that that matchup up against that Melissa, right? Melissa does have that early game poke, but Yuna used to be a former Vendetta NACT fall season and actually placed 3rd, right? And we also know that Yuna also played for A77 as a sub, but looks like this is going to be the first time where Yuna is going to be actually on the main roster as we go into game 1, which is going to be BTK versus Ackerman, and we are seeing really competitive players in competitive roles, and I really want to see what happens, because knowing that these lanes are going to be pretty tight when we get into the game.
And the battle of the neutral objectives as well, as we are looking at the double fighter route for both of the junglers, and already some engagements going on in the mid-river with the Tyrant's Revenge from Joy Bosch on the Toinks. And we kind of mentioned a couple of these conditions, right? Toinks needs to be able to come alive in the early game. He needs to have that synergy with Nicolette for Ackerman to pop off, whereas BloodThirstyKings, BTK, they're pretty much alive at all times, and any mistake that they do make, they're able to make the most out of it later in the match.
Yeah, we do have to pay attention to that synergy coming in from that mid and roam position. Nicolette with Toinks, and we do see Yado with Joy Bosch. And I feel like that mid synergy coming in from that roam in the roam in the mid really controls the first 5 minutes of that game.
Now, you know, something interesting about both these teams, they're currently even in terms of the ladder for where they're sitting position-wise. BTK and Ackerman both took 1 win and 1 loss for a series, so this match is huge for both of them. Whoever secures this will be slightly higher on the ladder for the first half of the round robin. But speaking of first half, you are going to see Galaxy wasting no time taking down T.
Yeah, it looks like his bully was a little bit too much in that EXP lane, which is going to be an EXP lane down, which can make that turtle fight a little bit of a disadvantage, knowing that he's going to have a little bit of the back end of that gold and that experience when it comes to finding that turtle. And look at Mobizen already punishing a lot of jungle, and that tank jungle is really going to be so helpful, being able to walk into anyone's farm and just take stuff without getting too much of a punish in his own area.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned Fredrin walking around having that photo of Mobizen in his pocket when things don't go his way. But speaking of Mobizen, Ackerman rushing in with the bush play. Galaxy risking it all, dives into the turret, but quickly punished from the side of BTK, but still alive in the fight. Nicolette providing that kite for Galaxy to escape. He is able to go back to the base, but looking at T rushing in with the Petrified Furious dive of the Black Dragon. Finding the kill is going to take down Nicolette, all while the turtle has been secured by Kush with the Retribution in favor for Ackerman.
Yeah, it looks like that fight did turn out into Ackerman's favor. Go ahead and pick up that first neutral objective, but look at the top side, right? I do want to highlight that Yuna QT up against Zia, this is more of like one of those really tight matchups you really aren't going to see really anywhere, right? Knowing that they are 2 high elo players going up against 2 difficult marksmen, knowing that Melissa has that poke advantage, but Yuna QT has that really good penetration towards that late game. You really want to see who's going to prevail in that lane, and knowing that they're going to go ahead and make that snowball happen towards that gold lane. I want to see how this is going to end up.
Yeah, definitely both teams trying to find their footing, trying to take advantage of the early game. And right now, a 1v3 situation. Joy Bosch with the flicker and the Tyrant's Revenge on the way out. But Kush on the chase. Not going to be able to find the decimation, but going to continue that farm. And overall, still pretty even on the board.
And it looks like Toinks is going to go ahead and spot out Joy Bosch here.
But Nicolette from the backdoor, feathered airstrike to go ahead and rein in some pain, but not going to be able to hit any members of BTK. Mobizen in the bush, though, has been spotted by Toinks. 1v3 situation. Kush rushing in with the mortar coils, and the Azura's Wrath. Decimation shuts down Mobizen. And you are going to see 2 kills so far on the board for Ackerman to 1 on BTK. Kush still rushing in, trying to get another double kill. Decimation onto Yado and slides out. Huge play for Ackerman.
And looks like Kush is still not done, looking for a little bit more, but he's going to go ahead and back out. And did you see how fast Kush was on that decimation? Really was looking like a whole runner out there looking for more kills, knowing that decimation really is Martis' key point to get those kills. He is kill hungry. He is fast. But looks like a little bit of a punish in the goal line, and Mobizen does end up getting that blue buff, but that's a retry burnt, which means the aggro of the turtle should now go to the favor of Ackerman.
Yeah, definitely burning that retro to secure that buff. You know, Mobizen is known for his farm rotation, the best at it for North America. Challenged time and time again and living up to the name. And now the battle in the turtle pit. Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall. Galaxy in a bad situation, hit by the feather airstrike, but gets out with the bravest fighter. T with the Black Dragon hovering around. Turtle at about half HP. Nicolette with the feather airstrike from afar, raining some damage. Mobizen securing the turtle, picks up a kill as well, takes down Kush, and lets the world know I am North America's #1 jungler.
Retry was on point, but Kush does end up going down, and that is a jungler down though for the side of Ackerman. And yes, Mobizen maybe have gotten picked off in his own farm, but that is a punish back coming in from BTK, which is a good response, knowing that, hey, you might take me off pretty early, but I'm going to go ahead and respond right back to that.
You know, and I'm just going to keep harping on Fredrin and what's in his pocket, right? Not only does he have a picture of Mobizen, but he also has a little bit of gold that he sprinkles across the map to keep the gold lead in favor for BTK to not fall too behind on Ackerman.
Yeah, he's spraying a little bit of gold, a little bit of pixie dust as he is walking around there, untouched right now, as he is the walking Hulk right now, going around everywhere, taking a lot of farm from the side of Ackerman. And knowing that Zane, right, we love to call it him just, you know, playing Farmville around the map, right, taking a lot of that farm, but Joybosh is looking for a potential set here on Zia.
Is using the bouncing ball. Tyrant's Revenge is going to opt in for the stun, knocking Twinks airborne. Feather Airstrike going down from Yato. Wild charge from Twinks to escape. You go away from Zia as well, but Yuna with the torn apart memories is going to take down Twinks to respawn. One member down for the side of Ackerman, and one engagement in favor for BloodThirstyKings. But look at the proxy of the minions. They are going to go in for this turret, possibly. The taunt energy eruption. And Kush in a bad situation is going to use the mortal coils, but Zane is going to shut him down. Zia is going to take down Yato, but wait a minute! Unicutie is going to take down Zia. The corrosive strike. Nicolette in a bad situation. Unicutie is going to pick up the double kill, but Twinks with the power of nature is going to wind up trying to protect this lane at all costs. But Joybosh rushing in is going to do some damage onto the turret. Man, talk about hustle.
Yeah, talk about hustle though. The synergy between Zane and Unicutie, right? Yuna was actually put in a really difficult spot right there, but that stun followed up by the taunt coming in from Mobizen was able to secure a kill on Nicola, but not only a kill, a utility burnt, which is going to go ahead and be that flicker for Nicola, but Feather Airstrike.
Going down by Yato, picking up a kill, shuts down Galaxy, the XP lane for the side of Ackerman. BTK, eyes on the prize, zone is around this turtle. Zane is going to secure it with the Retribution.
Yeah, that proxy, the lane was really smart coming in from BTK, knowing that Yuna is going to go ahead and have that upper hand damage coming in that early game snowball. And looks like the snowball's about to start now, and Zane's doing a good job sprinkling some pixie dust in that top side and letting Yuna pick that all up. But T's going to go ahead and now lane up against this Melissa, which he was known to be that lane bully, and he is actually able to sustain his lane pretty well.
Yeah, you are going to see Zia on the bottom side. Lost the tier 1 turret on the top side. Map opening up for the side of BTK. Definitely leading in their favor, 7-4. Only 7 minutes in, but Ackerman still providing some great gameplay, some great hustle, and may be able to get a pick off right here. Joybosh checking the wrong bush, and Kush is going to punish him.
Yeah, even though he did check the wrong bush though, right? It gave enough vision for Yuna and Yato to be careful when it comes to defending this bot turret, or even looking for a possible engagement here. Feather Airstrike coming out.
Well, you are seeing Zia trying to take this turret, but denied from the side of BTK. That conceal play, trying to go in, trying to go out, keeping BTK on their toes. But BTK, living up to the name, is able to defend it with the high stakes that are involved inside of this match. Both teams currently 1 win, 1 loss in terms of the regular season. They need this game to climb up that ladder.
Now let's take a look quickly at the entire severity of the map right now. Objectives are all into the favor of BTK, minus that one turtle though, but they have the turret advantage right now. That top side got pushed very early by Yuna, is able to get some chip damage, especially in the early game phase, but Joybosh did spot out that he just got his blue buff, so they are looking to now proxy that mid lane, but they're going to go ahead and go work toward the bot side and look for a potential pickup on Zia.
Yeah, possible pickup on the way. Twinks in a 1v4. Wild charge for the double knock-up on his way out. Some good micro over there from Twinks, the X factor for the side of Ackerman.
That is a micro, but like I said, that is a utility burnt, and this Lord is about to summon right now, which means that is an ult wasted from the side of Ackerman, especially on that set potential roam. Yes, we do have Galaxy with the bravest fighter coming in on that Lapu, but when it comes to these team fights, you really need that strong engagement coming in from your roam, but not having them might put them at a little bit of a disadvantage in that next turtle bite.
Yeah, right now, BTK finding their footing, finding some great placement on to this Lord. Zane pulling in the aggro, 7-5 leading the way. They are going to start on this objective, but Ackerman not too far behind them, starting to make their way into the Lord pit. Joybosh winding up with the Tyrant's Revenge and the Flicker, but denied from that beautiful set on Ackerman. Zia picking up a kill is going to punish him with the quick finish, and now the advantage leading to Ackerman for this Lord fight. Zane in a 1v4 situation. Make that 1v5 as Nicolette has joined this tussle. And now with Muddles, they will possibly be able to prevail. Unicutie trying to run away. You are going to see 24 memories and a really far feathered airstrike from Yato doing some damage onto Ackerman, denying this Lord play. It is going to be reset, but Galaxy hit with the Furious IFT is going to go ahead and take him down.
Talk about a fight. That mid fight, River, right? We did see a little bit of a clash right there, but actually both roams missed their ultimates on both of the sides. So I think that is a fair trade, knowing that there was no turrets taken. Minion wave has been cleared. No aggression from both sides on that Lord fight, knowing that Galaxy just got taken off the board by T. And like we said, going back to our draft phase, that bully is going to start showing between T and Galaxy.
And now Zia left unchecked on the bottom side is going to claim a turret. Zane going to get one as well. And now possible denial over Kush's jungler for this orange buff feather airstrike going down by Yato. Kush at a quarter of HP. Protocol is on his way out, but goes back in. Zane playing some Farmville right now, making the most out of the situation. But Kush is going to go ahead and secure that retribution and take his orange buff.
Yeah, the orange buff is going to be a really good help on Kush, though. He is running that tank fighter jungle. He needs a little bit of that chip damage and that little bit of a boost coming in from his buffs here. But looks like they're going to go ahead and proxy this mid lane, and they're going to just let that fall, knowing that they don't have the advantage right now for this type of argument. But hold on, we do see a little bit of an engagement coming here. So they're going to go ahead and follow up, and that Lord is still marching untouched on the top side.
And now BTK is going to thrive slowly but surely, claiming a lot of these turrets while the Lord pushes his way on the top lane. You are going to see the tier 2 for the bottom side fall into the hands of Unicutie, and now they are going to go in for the battle on the tier 2 for the mid lane. But looking at Ackerman, they do have positioning to contest it, but can they pull it off? No, it looks like they may not be able to. The wild charge from Twins, Donkey T Airborne, Muddles out, full effect feather airstrike going down over there by Yato. Is going to use the wing by wings to escape in time, and overall, they were able to contest it for a little bit, but that turret is hanging on by a thread, and Zane, playing Farmville, is going to go ahead and secure it for BTK.
Looks like his pixie just now worked into the mid lane favor and went ahead and took that mid lane turret. It's going to leave Ackerman with only 3 inhibitor turrets, which is not looking too good macro-wise, but micro-wise, they did get a pick-up on T, but looks like they're looking for more here. Joybot!
The double set of the Tyrant's Rage on the Twinks and Galaxy, but Galaxy responding with the Raging Slash, Bravest Fighter, but Zane is going to pair that off with the Brave Assault, but hit with the Wild Charge from Twin X and the power of Muddles, taken to about half HP, but look at Joy Boss providing the front line is going to defend Ackerman on that aggressive push, but the map is opening up. Ackerman has lost their inhibitor for the top side.
I want to highlight this out real quick when it comes to these team fights, right? You see both teams going at it eye for eye, blood for blood, but these team fights look a little bit hesitant, knowing that both teams are just getting dropped down really dangerously low and then just backing out, knowing that every single time that they have been fighting, there's always an objective on the line and they can't afford to lose anything else. And looking at these items, we are going to go ahead and get into that mid-game power spike, but Conceal Play coming in from Twinks is not going to do much right now, but these items, the damage is going to start to scale, especially Zia coming in on this marksman and Yuna as well coming online and being able to do all this damage to make sure these team fights are secured. But Kush is going to get a little bit of vision for his side. And what do you think how do you think these fights have to happen for both sides in order for it to be a 100% full team fight, Weezy?
Well, Ackerman definitely has to slow down. They only have 2 inhibitors to save them 13 minutes in, and honestly, I just think BTK, they're more objective focused, especially in the early game. Their defense on their turrets is phenomenal, and it outshines Ackerman, and you are seeing that right now, leading 7 turrets to 1, which was about an even game 5 minutes ago, and that just shows you BTK doesn't waste the opportunity. When a mistake happens, they make the most out of the situation.
Yeah, they are really towards that objective, knowing that since Zane is running that tank fighter jungle, you are going to be more objective focused. Unlike if you run that assassin, you need to go ahead and get those kills. But Yato is going to go ahead and get replaced in that bush and going to go ahead and run around. And they do want this Lord. Objective focus is really going to be Zane. You see him sprinkling his pixie dust of luck here.
But may run out. You are seeing the battle on this Lord, who will be able to get it. You are seeing the Black Dragon come out. Kush, dangerously low feather airstrike from Nicolette. Galaxy in a bad situation. Zane picking up the Lord and takes down Kush. Unicutie's gonna find Galaxy. Nicolette, 1v3 situation. Twinks to the Guardian's barrier to trap Joybot and Zane from securing that kill. Good defense, but overall, BTK claims the next Lord.
that Guardian's Berry just saved Nicolette's life right there from preventing Mobizen and Yato from being able to secure a kill on Nicolette. And I don't think that Pixie Dust ran out quite yet, Wheezy, knowing that Zane just picked up that Lord. And Zane's gonna go ahead and work his way over to the purple buff and kind of deny that farm again from the side of Ackerman. And he is still playing Farmville with that Lord in his hand. And look at the proxy of lanes trying to sync up these waves. And looks like BTK really wants to end this now and take their win home.
And I think Frederick switched pockets now. I think in the other pocket he's holding a second Retribution, but the fight on the way. Furious Dive canceled out, Feather Airstrike as well. BTK trying to close this game out with the Luminous Lord on top side. Zia is going to take down T for the punishment. Stun on the Twinks. Praises Wrath for Mobizen. It's going to pick up a mega kill and shut him down. Huge play from BTK. Still trying to claim these last two inhibitor turrets from Ackerman.
That is a EXP laner down from the side of BTK, and that's going to be a roam for the side down from Ackerman, and they do need the roam for that set potential. Galaxy can only do so much, being able to front for a lot. Bravest Fire Stance does pop out, but is only using that to clear the lanes, and looks like the proxy of lanes are doing quite well, but Kush is getting a little bit of chip damage from the side of BTK, and looks like they're going to go ahead and back off and wait for that next Lord.
An overall mission accomplished, right? BTK was only there for 1 point and 1 point only to claim that mid inhibitor turret, and they were able to secure that. And now Ackerman holding on to their last one, which has barely any HP, but Joy Bosch with the Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage for the stun on a cushion, all in for the kill. Not going to be able to secure it. He is going to be able to get out just in time, but overall still nothing lost from the side of BTK. Definitely leading the game as we've officially hit the 16-minute mark. Late game is finally in. BTK versus Ackerman.
And speaking about objectives, right? Look at how they are proxying the entire right side of the map, knowing that Lord is going to be towards that bot area, and Kush and Zane fighting it out for this purple buff. Really wants it here, and looks like Zane's gonna get it. King of Retry right now, and we do see that he's gonna go ahead and take another big objective farm, and looks like he's gonna go ahead and walk in with a third Retry. Where is he gonna put it now? You said second pocket, but I think he's hiding it somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Zane is full of tricks right now. Like he said on his stream, the Retribution is mwah, and definitely pulling it out and showing the world how much of a secret weapon he is when it comes to these neutral objectives and farm inside of the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to see right now for the side of Ackerman. Their backs upper gets a little bit unfortunate right now, knowing that they aren't in the best position to be going for these fights, knowing that they do have a damage coming in from UnaQT, and actually UnaQT right now is sitting at 4-0, but Feather Airstrike.
A double Feather Airstrike looking like a figure 8 with all of that zonage, and right now not going to translate to either kills for either side, and a battle in the Lord Put. Galaxy has pulled the aggro. Zane with that full sustainability of that Fredrin sitting very dominant. Joy Boss with the flicker to the left and the Tyrant's Rage onto Nicolette, but Yato in a bad situation. Kush going in for the kill, just needs a decimation, but not able to pick it off in time. Yato's able to get out. Yuna with the punish is going to take down Kush. Nicolette taking down Yato to respond. One member down for both sides, but make that a double. Yuna with some trouble is going to shut down Nicolette.
Yeah, double with some trouble. Make that a little bit of a lead coming from BTK, knowing that there is 2 members down for the side of Ackerman, which isn't looking too hot. And like I said, going back to Yuna, 6-0-4 on this Brody, and T spying them out here.
Oh, you are going to see the wild charge. Zia is going to take down T with Muddles and the go away, and Joy Bosch trying to get out. Torn apart memories. Twink's immortality has been procced. He is going to need to push out of that fight, but Zane with the Retribution. Double praises. It's going to shut down Zia. Make that 1. Make that 2. No, Joy Boss is going to steal it with the power of the recall, and that is going to leave Galaxy all by himself, and a huge play for the side of BTK to claim this Luminous Lord.
And Galaxy did zone out UnaQT towards that fight right now, but UnaQT was able to get out, and Brody is just doing a little bit too much damage for Ackerman to handle, knowing that he just did pick up that DHS, which is going to be a lot of damage towards his favor, and the Lord has been picked up by BTK.
And right now, UnaQT sitting at 6-0-6. The battle to and Brody never disappointing, leading the way on the scoreboard. 15-10, 19 minutes in. BTK having the advantage. Ackerman sitting at their last inhibitor turrets, and also a Lord on the way for a possible closeout.
But we have to give credit for both teams right now, right? They are both running that tank jungle, right? We do see Kush locking in at 4-4-4, which is a 4-4. We do see that is a pretty okay, decent KDA, but I just really have to keep putting my eyes on the prize, which is going to be Yuna. Looks like there's no punish coming on that marksman, and Yuna is just walking around untouchable, free hitting everything, which is a big issue for Ackerman. And Feather Airstrike
going down, and Z with the Black Dragon for the punish, drops down on Z with the Petrify. Feather Airstrike from Nicolette for the zonage is going to find Unicutie, but not before the Lord finds the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, BTK claims game 1 against Ackerman.
Very interesting fights happening, and we did see all those big clashes coming in, especially in that tank jungle area, and you can definitely see these two teams do not play around with their tank jungles, especially towards that early game, right? When you do run that tank jungle, you have the opportunity to kind of tank all that damage with or without your roam there, and being able to take all that farm uncontested, untouched, and still at full health. And just like we said, sprinkling pixie dust everywhere he walks, the right when he comes back, he is able to secure all that farm and especially take the win for this game.
I think we need to put a poll out there on YouTube. What does Fredrin keep in his pocket during the NACT spring season of 2023? Because, man, what a show, an amazing performance over there from BTK, leading the way 1-0. Ackerman on the back end needs to be careful, as when we jump into game 2, it's a possible match point. They can get swept in. I can't emphasize enough how important this match is, right? Both of these teams have taken 1 win and 1 loss. And when it comes to who's the top 4 for the playoffs, it goes off the win-loss ratio. And you definitely have to make sure, especially in the early phase of the round robin, you make the most out of these skirmishes.
Yeah, I think he's just carrying out Tinkerbell or something, spinning pixie dust everywhere, right? Everywhere that he walks, he is leaving his mark. But let's look at this game. Looks like we're gonna look at that 20-minute mark very close. And I think this has to be one of our longest games for today. Looking at the BTK versus Ackerman lineup, 15-10. We do see that the proxy of macro is going to be into the favor of BTK, knowing that they are all macro focused. We do see that the Lord has all been contested, and same with that turtle, except for that one fight that just wasn't in the favor of BTK. But we are looking at these KDAs right now. We do see both sides have done very, very well, but the MVP right now is going to go into Yuna, sitting at 606 right now, which is almost half of the kills of BTK, knowing that Yuna's early snowball really paid off, especially in those late game team fights where he was walking around untouched. And we do see Toinks kind of zoning out T, but Joybaj being immediately able to follow up, and look at Uniqtie's positioning.
Yeah, definitely some great positioning, and that led to victory. You are seeing BTK leading the way time and time again. The revamped BTK led by Mobizen. There goes the Appraiser's Wrath for the double, but look at Joy Bosch. How rude. Is going to go ahead and deny Zane the thrill of the double kill and take it from him. And honestly, explosive, right? It was a very close game in the early type of phase, like 1 to 5 minutes, but after that first Lord, BTK was able to come alive, and what was once like a 1-1 tower turned into a 9 or 7-2 tower advantage for the side of BTK to be able to close that game out. Overall, well done indeed, and we need to see how Ackerman responds.
Yeah, and that's how you know that is a macro big difference in that game, especially, right? We did see, and like you said, it was a 1-1 turret trade in that early game, but once that mid-game power spike, they're like, hey, yo, we gotta speed things up, wrap things up, put it in the box, ship it out. We gotta do everything we can to go ahead and secure that win, and we're gonna go ahead and go straight into the second draft phase, which is going to be the second match today for Ackerman versus BTK, and I have BTK's draft on my side, and you do have Ackerman. And let's not get bamboozled this time, Weezy. Please, can we not?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's like picking a needle in a haystack when it comes to the Ohio brothers. But now looking at Ackerman versus BTK, you're already seeing the Fredrin being taken off the board for the side of Ackerman, and they have first pick. Normally you see, hey, when we have first pick, we pick up the Fredrin, but maybe opting in on going on that assassin route is their plan. But speaking of assassins, BTK is going to go ahead and deny the thrill of the Fanny coming alive for the early game.
Yeah, we don't want to give Mobizen that man that sprinkles pixie dust everywhere with a second retribution in his hand and possibly a Tinkerbell right behind his back or something, because we did see all of those retries, the proxies, and everything coming out very strongly from BTK, and I feel like that is really the draft that BTK goes for, more of that tank jungle and really letting Zane lead the rotations with his team and then kind of lead the way when he comes to taking these fights, taking these lords, a little bit of a lord dance here and there, a little bit of a mid-river dance, DDR happening in that mid lane. So we want to see what BTK's thinking, or maybe Ackerman's going to go ahead and take that playstyle away from BTK.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned their play style, right? In the early game, you know, BTK versus Ackerman, it was very not one-sided. It was pretty much even, but like the flip of a light switch, BTK came alive and they did not stop. They were just taking objective after objective after objective. And Ackerman kind of didn't really have too much of a contest or a defense. And I don't even think it was an issue with the draft. I think it was an issue in synergy and proper objective focus for the early game. So jumping into match 2 for Ackerman, I think they did great in the draft. I think they'll do great here as well. But when you jump into the land of Dawn, find a way to disrupt Zane from playing Farmville.
Yeah, but I do want to talk about these rumors, right? We did see Joy Bosch coming in with the Kufra, and we did see, who was there a rumor? Or Twinks coming in with that Grok right there. And we did see in the previous match, right? I don't know who it really was up against, but he did pull out that Voliere, right? But we do know that he does have a lot of comfort picks up his sleeve, and now he's going to go ahead and show that. And he did really well when it comes to some of those sets, right? Was able to zone out that mid-river when that Lord was in favor of BTK, was able to take off a member from the side of BTK. But knowing that he does now know, I feel like he's got his groove, right? Knowing that his team is going to be reliant on him, he's the one most dependent to be giving out these sets.
And speaking of sets, the first set of bans has been completed from both sides. Fanny 1-1 Enjoy for the side of BTK to Fredrin, Kaja, and Faramis, which allows the Valentina to walk, and Ackerman is going to profit, slotting that in for their first pick.
Yeah, and that Valentina is going to be the IMU automatic draft pressure coming in, right? You don't have to necessarily have the best draft towards the early game. You can immediately slot that Valentina, and it automatically puts all that ultimate use coming in from the BTK. You can't just pick a roam and be like, okay, I'm going to expect Nicolette to not copy my ult, you know, but that's technically another roam and another set potential and another advantage coming in from Ackerman. And I do wonder what BTK is thinking. Do they really want to slot something this early up against Nicolette? But we do know that what's it called, Yato is going to be able to pick a lot of those mages and be able to slot, and there goes the Farsa. And we see, how many times right now have we seen a Farsa with the Valentina? Because who really is the best? Is it Valentina or is it Farsa?
I think it's the same record on repeat, but always with different outcomes. The Valentina followed by the Farsa, and I think it just depends on the tank mage synergy, honestly, in your positioning. And now so far, Twinks, the wild card for the side of Ackerman, is going to go ahead and lock in this Diggy, and I'm really wondering why. Like, are they expecting to go the Akai in the jungle, you know, to kind of make up for the frontline presence? That is an early and bold statement so far, especially when you don't know what you're going up against. I mean, that's going to probably secure the side of BTK locking into the support route to kind of make the most out of that situation, provide some sustainability, not to mention Mobizen, who's traditionally more on those tank and fighter roams. A little bit of that Ube strat may be ahead of us.
I feel like Toy's locked in this Diggy because if BTK were to get a set roam, it's gonna really block out that Diggy ban or Diggy pick for BTK, because if Nicolette had the option to copy any of the ults coming in, I feel like they're trying to pull it up. But Mobizen, is that a Granger? His signature pick?
Looking a little spicy. Zane on the Granger yet again. We've seen this before during the NACT regular season, and hopefully he'll be able to thrive with that. But you are looking at Galaxy with the Yuzong. He does have the Black Dragon to be able to rush in and give Zane a harder time. The thing about Granger is he doesn't have the easiest time closing in on the neutral objectives. Every time he tries to rush in for a Lord or rush in for a Turtle, it requires his tank to be there to provide that frontline presence. And, you know, with Zane locking this in, I really want to see how it plays for the side of BTK.
And actually, right now, if you look at Galaxy and T, it's actually the heroes flipped with different players right now. Galaxy did run Lapu last game, but now he's going to run the Yuzong. T ran the Yuzong last game, and now he's going to run the Lapu. So it looks like they're going to show how to play their hero in this match. And we're going to look at the second phase. I'm going to go ahead and ban out the Franco, which is a very interesting ban. I do not see that's a very early suppression ban coming out from the side of Ackerman, knowing that they already have actually enough CC to get through that backline. They have Galaxy with that Black Dragon form, and like you said, Mobizen might have a little bit of a hard time getting a lot of these objectives. He can't be too up close like he is with a Fredrin, Mardis, or even Barat. Any tank joke you can think of, you can't just go in there, right? And looks like a Claude and a Ling is going to get banned out, which is going to, looks like they're going to think that Kush is going to potentially run a Assassin jungle here.
Now, looking at what's still available, the Hayabusa can definitely be picked up here, right? You can rush into Yato with the Feathered Airstrike. You can give Zane a hard time, especially with him running a marksman. You're an assassin. You also have the split push capability, and I think if Ackerman can lock that down, it's going to be a very strong pick. But looking at BTK, right? You are going up against a Diggy, so obviously you don't want to get a tank that has the group set potential, as it'll be canceled out with that time journey. So I'm expecting maybe a little bit of a support on the way, but not entirely sure. Since they have T on the Lapu Lapu, it's great frontline, it's great sustainability, a jack of all trades, but I would much rather prefer more of a stronger tank in that role, or Zane, maybe if he would have opted in on like an Akai or something to be able to do that Ube strat, but I don't know if they'll go support, considering Mobizen is running a marksman for the jungle.
And looks like UnaQT is going to go ahead and slot this Melissa. And am I going to see a twin on the other side, Weezy? Is that going to be a Brody potentially locked in? Because we are seeing a lot of mirror picks happening right now. We do see almost half of these picks have been picked up in that last game. It's just different players on it this time. And maybe depending on the hero, they're going to change. But Zia's actually going to run in with this Harith, and I did mention this in that last draft phase, right? Is able to flex that mage pick in that marksman. He's going to go ahead and lock in that Harith, and Kush is going to lock in this Karina.
Now, I like the Karina, right? You can deflect the marksman bullets, especially from UnaQT and Mobizen, so definitely a strong read. And Zia, one of the few marksmen who's comfortable running that mage in that gold lane position, and honestly, it's strong, especially up against UnaQT. Definitely somebody doing their homework for what's going on in the C region. We see it time and time again in MPO Philippines, MPO Indonesia, and now in the hands of an M-Series talent, Zia, to kind of showcase to the world counters outside of the norm with the X Factor.
Weezy, I want you to take a peek right there.
Oh,
That's a chow. That's a chow. And we did see when we were doing our watch parties, we saw Chow getting banned out multiple times actually, but this time they're gonna let it run and give it on Joy Baj. And I'm pretty sure I heard he didn't do too great last time when he had locked in that Chow, but maybe it'll be a different story. But I'm just worried the way the Dragon's going to get immediately canceled out by Twinks on this Diggy. And I'm looking at this right now, and I'm gonna have to favor a little bit of the draft towards Ackerman only because of that Diggy.
Yeah, this is an interesting draft from both sides. Both of them have very strong early game pressure, so I think it's going to be down to who can get level 4 first on these neutral objectives and who can fight better as a team. But looking at match 1, a little bit of a blast from the past, BTK was able to dominate. They took the most out of the situation in the early game, and you did not see Ackerman with any answers. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the second match of the series. After the halftime, we are looking at Ackerman up against BTK. Game 2, BTK leading 1-0.
And we're going to go ahead and draft right into the game right now. And looks like a lot of aggros already being shown in that mid lane. And Nicolette running this Valentina, right? She's going to end up scaling towards that mid to late game, doing a lot of damage. We did see, especially Hoon locking in that Valentina on the TheOhioBrothers, did a lot of damage towards that mid game, was able to prevail. And also Basic being able to play Valentina in that gold lane was really showing how much potential Valentina has.
Now, something that can work in BTK's favor is there's a lot of magic stacked on Ackerman. You got Karina, you've got Zia with the Harith, you've got Toinks with the Diggy, and you've got Nicolette with the Valentina in the mid lane, meaning Galaxy is the only physical damage, which means I am seeing a lot of magic defense possibly coming from BTK, and that can work in their favor.
Looks like a lot of Athenas and potentially Radiant is going to be dropped out for the side of BTK. And looks like the early game aggro is definitely going to be towards Ackerman in that gold lane, knowing that there is Twinks right there. But hold on, Nicolette doing a little bit chip damage on Yato. And just like I said, I'm just manifesting my words into reality. Valentina is really going to do a lot of damage towards that early to mid game.
And you're going to have to watch out for Kush, right? He ran the Karina for a reason, to deflect the bullets from Mobizen and also from UnaQT on the Melissa. So when it comes to these neutral objectives, he is going to kind of hunt for the low HP, kind of like that Martis. With that Shadow Assault, he can get some possible early kills.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's talk about that late game, though, right? We do see Ackerman with this Diggy and BTK with Joy Baj. But speaking about Joy Baj,
Kush, first blood, taking down Joy Baj to respond, almost getting out of there. A huge play for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, but speaking about going back to what I was saying, right? Ackerman's running this Diggy and BTK is running a Joy Bodge on this Chow, right? I'm looking at and thinking about these team fights, and you do want the advantage, right? But I don't see any set potential unless it directly comes from Galaxy. We have Joy Bodge and T-Bud's locked in, but we do not see about Zia.
2v1, Zia picking up the kill, takes down Unicutie. 2 kills so far for the side of Ackerman, left unanswered from BTK.
Yeah, and that Joy Bodge is really gonna have to be the one giving a lot of the set potentials. But I don't know, what do you think, Weezy? Chow up against a Diggy.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing, right? You can use the Way of the Dragon for the displacement, very low cooldown, and already a battle over in the Turtle Pit. Yato with the Feathered Airstrike. T is going to find Kush with the Brave Spider, Raging Slash, Petrify with the Black Dragon and the Furious Dive. Galaxy going to take down Mobizen, but now Galaxy is needing to retreat, but no, he's going to fight in with the Shaw Essence and Lifesteal, but hit with the Justice Blades from T and the Time Journey over there from Diggy. Not going to be able to save Galaxy, but Nicolette in the back line is going to take down Yato, but look at T, rushes out, but hits Galaxy with the Justice Blades, but you are going to see Toints take him down to respawn. 5-2, Ackerman leading the way and pulling the aggro for this turtle.
Yeah, that was a lot of macro and so many bodies being dropped just in that one small team fight. And looks like your words got manifested into reality. Zane really can't take these objectives unless the tank is present.
And now, speaking of who is present, 2v2 on the bottom side. Zaman Force with the Synchro Vision over there by Zia. Not going to be able to find a kill, but it's going to force a recall in the gold lane. But no, they are going to stay into the Finn, as you are seeing Zia and Toinks on the push, but Unicutie is going to deny that fight.
And look at Nicola giving a lot of vision towards Moba. Zane actually tries to take the creep, but got denied. And Zane did go ahead and pick that up. But looks like Zane is just going to keep playing Farmville, knowing that Granger needs to get some items to go ahead and unlock that killing spree that he is running. And he's going to go ahead and take as much as he can to go ahead and do some damage, especially onto Galaxy and Zia towards the mid to late game.
Yeah, we are 4 minutes in, 5-2, Ackerman leading the way, but this is similar to what we've seen in game one, right? All the answers were in Ackerman's favor, but out of nowhere, BTK came alive and that light did not dim. They were able to close it out with no answers with contests, and hopefully this time around, Ackerman has learned from their mistakes from match one.
And I'm looking at these items right now. Zane already locked in that Hunter Strike, and Yuna's going to go ahead on this Melissa, going ahead and lock in that Corrosion as well. And that is a lot of first item game damage items locked in under 5 minutes, actually. And T's going to go ahead and lock in the same item that Zane just did as well. And look at the proxy of the mid lane. They are looking for potential setup here.
And here it goes. Mobizen in the bad situation, taken down by Kush with the Shadow Assault, assisted by Nicolette with the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, and I don't know about this Granger pick, honestly, coming in from Zane. There is no sustain. Yes, you do have Joy Bodge. Yes, you do have T. But are they going to be there every time the Zane tries to take an objective at bot side?
They're going to be in there. Ackerman on the push. Nicolette for the punish takes down Unicutie, and they are going to claim the tier 1 turret into the hands of Kush. Joy Bodge and Yato sitting in the bush, just watching them take it, and Ackerman leading the way 5 minutes in the early game.
And Kush on this Karina is going to go ahead and run that tank Karina, right? So this is technically a tank jungle being locked in by Ackerman, which is automatically going to give that advantage when it comes to this fight by Galaxy.
Is going to rush with the Furious Dive, but hit with the Way of the Dragon, knocked airborne, and the finish from Mobizen, finding his first kill of the game. 3-7, and now the battle over the turtle. You are seeing BTK having the zoners, but mirrored by Ackerman. Both teams out. Zaman Force going down. Feathered Airstrike from Nicolette for the zoners to force them out. And Kush is going to secure the turtle with Retribution.
Absolutely, and with that being said, Kush might have 2 of these blades running around his hands, but we also have to give that first kill over secured to Mobizen. He's going to drop some empty bullets along the way instead of that Pixie does right here on that Granger, but looks like they're going to go ahead and proxy this top side now, knowing that a lane switch has been called, which means they're going to have to shift their focus back over to that top side now.
And Ackerman flipping the narrative, taking the way for match 2. BTK on the back end, and this is what happens when you run the Granger jungle, right? It's hit or miss, and when you are under-farmed, it's very hard to turn that around, and Ackerman definitely punishing, making the most out of the situation.
I just feel like we have to wait till Zane scales and starts getting his items, because once he does, he's going to be able to kind of melt down Galaxy and Zia. Not so much Kush, obviously, because it does deflect that basic attack, but he is going to be able to do a lot of damage, especially it is a marksman at the end of the day running into that jungle position, and I just feel like once his team really helps him scale, right, it's going to be a little bit of a menace towards Ackerman.
Yeah, definitely going to be a menace, and Zane needing to find some answers and fast, and especially with Unicutie as well. 0-2 and 0 KDA, and not having the easiest time. A good read from Ackerman, punishing both marksmen on the side of BTK.
I feel like what BTK has to do right now is let Joy Baj run with Zane instead of giving that 1-2 rotation, right? Zane really needs that front line. It's not like T can just kind of babysit him all around the map, and his rotations are very limited, knowing that it's going to be Yuzong, which is Galaxy, is going to bully his lane, so he's going to be have to be forced back with these rotations. He can't just go whenever he wants, but doing a little bit of damage on Joy Baj over here. But Zane is still looking for farm, and it's just not, things are not going his way right now.
He is going to pick up that brute force for a little bit of that sustainability. Athena's being picked up by Joy Baj. We talked about going up against that full magic composition, and a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. Not going to lead to nothing, but Lord is going to spawn in, and right now Ackerman having control of the early game.
Yeah, and BTK is not going to have too much of that early game, especially when it comes to this Lord right now. It looks like both people have their red tree. We do see a Galaxy getting zoned.
T is going to go ahead and take a turret off the map, though, but Galaxy with the Black Dragon for the zone is Kush yet again. Uncontested is going to secure another neutral objective. Lord in favor for Ackerman.
Yeah, nobody's keeping eyes on T, though he did go ahead and push that bot side. The minions are going to go into that favor towards BTK, but Feather Airstrike here
is going to go down to clear some of the minions, as you are seeing Ackerman push in and claim the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, and Mobizen is just getting all of his farm denied. Not only did he lose that orange buff up there on the top side to Kush, he also lost that Lord, and he almost lost that blue buff, or the purple buff as well. So we're going to definitely have to see what he really wants to do right now. Is he going to go ahead and still keep farming, knowing that the Lord is going down that bot side? We do need that clear coming in on the side of BTK, and looks like they're going to go ahead and try to proc these lanes, but the top side,
are seeing a skirmish on the top side, 2v1 situation. Galaxy dropped dangerously low, and Shaw Essence for the sustainability, but the Detonado, 1-2, you're out. Mobizen, the sniper on the Granger jungle.
That Sonata really did ring a music to my ears, knowing that there is a second kill picked up by Mobizen right there. And looks like they're going to go ahead and clear this Lord, which is going to prevent Ackerman really from putting up any lanes right now.
And now the push for a possible inhibitor. You are seeing Lord crashing on the top side. The Feather Airstrike from Yato for the denial. But T, huge frontline presence, fighting the full team of Ackerman. But Kush is going to shut that down with the swiftness. But they were not able to claim a turret, and they also lost a turret over there on the top side on that aggressive push.
And Toinks running this Diggy. It's going to deny all the CC coming in from T on this Lopper. Bravest Fighter is really meant there to body bag all that damage, right? That's what we just saw. But that CC got nowhere running that. Zia is also running Purify. So knowing that that is 100% CC nullified, I don't know what the response is coming from BTK, knowing that even the Wave Dragon is going to get canceled out by Toinks with that time journey.
And definitely map pressure, kill pressure, all in favor for Ackerman right now. All the boxes have been checked out, and they just need to try and close this game with a quick finish. But BTK, a team that thrives in the late game, that makes the most out of mistakes, is going to carefully defend this pressure from Ackerman. And speaking of defense, Zombie Force going down. T using the Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash to get out just in time. A lot of utility burnt from both sides, but it's not going to lead to any kills.
I also want to point out, though, right, BTK might not be too much of a good draft right now with that Granger being slotted in that in the jungle area, but we do know that they have Prio clear and Nicolette being forced out to burn out a Flicker, which BTK is now looking for potential mistakes here.
Yeah, but you are going to see Joy Boss burn out that concealed play and a little bit of wasted utility for both sides, and trying to find some answers, waiting for either side to make a mistake. But look at Joy Boss going in with the Flicker G control, the knock-up with the way of the dragon, and the combination of the Bloodthirsty Kings is going to take him down.
We thought that the concealed play was a little bit of a mistake, but they went ahead and took down the jungler, but looks like they're going to get sandwiched right here.
Ackerman with the punish, furious dive, Nicolette taking down Yato. Zane in a bad situation, hit by Z with the Zombie Force. 2 M-Series players going toe-to-toe, but Zane trying to get out, but hit with the reverse time with the flicker of Toinks. Talk about a huge play. That's going to be 2 members down for the side of BTK. Can they make it another? T in a bad situation. Nicolette is going to find him and shut him down with the mega kill. The way the dragon knocking Toinks airborne. Possibly get another pick off for first time going in. Joy Boss picking up a kill, takes down Diggy Galaxy, taking down Joy Boss to respond. 4 members down for the side of BTK to 1 member on the side of Ackerman. This is what they wanted. The advantage to be able to close this game out. Only 1 member alive. They're going to be able to secure this Luminous Lord with no contest.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to go ahead and take Kush down to take the aggro of this Lord, but looks like they're gonna go ahead and Karma hits them right back in the back and went ahead and let Ackerman go ahead and take this Lord, and it was really only Yuna left alone, and Yuna's not looking too hot right now on her KDA. 0-2 running in on this Melissa, but if we see Zia, might not have kills right there, but is going to be going ahead with the highest assist right now, up alongside Toings, but Nicolette 407 on this mage with that Valentina, and they do need to find an answer for Nicolette, or else that damage is going to be too much to handle.
Ackerman is in their bag right now, finding all the answers, shutting down BTK in the early phase, trying to get a match point, but Toinks hit with the G Kundo, forcing out the time journey. Dessa not on his way out, connecting by Mobizen, but he's able to sustain the damage and recall back to the base.
Yeah, looks like Diggy did burn that time journey, but I feel like right now is really the time where BTK needs to fight, because there's no way to null the CC right now. So Joybaj has the way, the Dragon has to do something now, or T, they just burnt their bravest fighter, but the CC is in their favor right now.
And I think this is just a lesson learned, a little too comfortable when it comes to the draft, and Ackerman with the punish, and now the Lord on the way on the bottom side. Galaxy with the Black Dragon hovering over, gonna drop down with the Petrify onto the full team, but not able to hit it, is stunned, and hit bravest fighter. Mobizen pick up the kill, is gonna take him down, but Lord makes his way into the Nexus. Twice gonna shut down T. Lord is gonna fall, but the inhibitor is taken down from the side of Ackerman. Zia claiming that hand, a kill as well. You are seeing both teams fighting it out. Zia is gonna take down Joy Bosch, leaving Yato by himself first time. Gonna find the kill and shut him down. Unicutie left all alone, forced into the base, and ladies and gentlemen, a 4v1 situation. Where did BTK go wrong? Ackerman claims game 2.
That is a well played coming in from Ackerman, and honestly, I feel like they really just did get too comfortable in that draft phase, letting Mobizen run this Granger. I don't think really was the best idea for the side of BTK, and I did highlight they are the ones that run that tank jungle, but knowing that Diggy was on the road over there in the line of Dawn, denied T's CC, denied Joybaj's Way of the Dragon. What CC did they have to potentially set that? And we were even questioning that Diggy early pick. It was actually in the first ban phase, in the pick phase, but looks like they just proved us wrong.
Yeah, honestly, it was a good read in the draft. You picked up the Karina to deflect the marksman bullets over there from Unicutie, Mobizen, the Granger, the Melissa, and then to top it off, some great placement over there with the Diggy. And I gotta say, it's just a level of comfortability, right? We know BTK, they're projected to be one of the top 4 teams in North America, probably even top 2, arguably. But looking at that match so far, 1-1, Ackerman finding their footing and taking us to a game 3. Overall, a very impressive game.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a 14-minute game, very close to that spike as well. Ackerman 16-7 up against BTK. Let's take a really quick look at these stats right here before we go into the KDAs. 8-2, knowing that the objective macro focus this time was towards Ackerman, knowing that they did have Kush run this tank Karina, which means they have proxy of farm, lane, and macro. All objectives have been picked up by the side of Ackerman, but we do have to give that little bit of a highlight focus towards Nicolette. 4-0-11 locking in. Might not be the highest in kills right now, but the assist right there really means that she was really all around the map, and that's actually, if you combine the kill and assist, that's 15, which means she only missed 1 kill in all of those team fights right there.
And I gotta say, Nicolette, right? We mentioned both mages going toe-to-toe, Nicolette versus Yato. Yato projected to be the number 2 mage out of all 8 teams, and Nicolette a little bit further down that ladder actually outshined Yato. And we kind of mentioned the tank mage synergy from Toinks and Nicolette. It's a coin flip, right? They either do really well or really bad, but it's dependent on Toinks. And for 1-9 KDA, I'm definitely impressed.
Yeah, looking at this team fight right here, they did go ahead and kill Kush down there, but getting sandwiched on that bot side was just a little bit unfortunate coming from BTK, because they did want to go ahead and take that macro this time onto Kush, but it looks like it just wasn't in their favor, and T trying to go ahead and get the entire backload, but Toys' time journey was just not, it was too much for the side of BTK, knowing that there's no CC coming in.
Man, I gotta say, Toinks, man, he rushed in. When's the last time you seen a Diggy run in with a flicker and pick up a kill with the reverse time? What a combination, and honestly, overall, a great win for the side of Ackerman to take us to a game 3.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go into the third draft phase, and I think you're gonna have BTK this time, and I'm gonna have Ackerman this time. Let's just not get our drafts. I think I should be saying this every time now, because we're gonna have to focus our focus on these two drafts right now. But we do see Dicky getting banned out again, and looks like BTK got a little bit of karma, a little bit of eggs thrown at their houses or whatnot. But they're gonna go ahead and ban out that Diggy, which means both teams are going to be forced to play that set roam.
And you are going to see, wasting no time, BTK, a little bit of a pattern, taking out that Fanny. They are going to take out the Diggy. Stop Toinks at all costs. No more flickers with the reverse time.
Yeah, it looks like he loves throwing his eggs out there everywhere, but this time it was bunnies, knowing that that little epic Easter skin was kind of giving a little bit of a cute shadow on those eggs. But Yato is going to go ahead and pick up Valentina, which is actually, again, another draft pressure coming in from Ackerman. And in these draft phases, right, every time we do see Valentina getting drafted in, you really have to be careful with how you're picking your heroes, because you really don't want to give that second hero advantage to whoever did lock in this Valentina, which is going to be Yato.
And like we said, same record, different outcome. The Valentina being slotted first, but this time into the hands of BTK. We've seen Nicolette dominate on it with that 4-0-11 KDA for match 1, and now Yato's going to pick it up and let us know why he's higher on that ladder, at least projected for the top 8 roams in North America.
And I do see Galaxy locking in this Yuzong again, coming in from the side of Ackerman, and we did see that prevail in those team fights, right? Really being able to dive towards that backline. And Zia is going to go ahead and lock in Claude, which is actually one of those comfort picks that he is really comfortable with in that marksman lane. But knowing that Claude got locked in, that is a late game scaling marksman. Now we do know that Claude really has to get a little bit of help from the entire rest of the team to let him snowball with Dexter on his back, right? Dexter's kind of giving a little bit of a boost right there to kind of give a little bit of chip damage towards Zia. But we do have to note that this is a late game marksman hero, so if he does not do too well in that early game phase, he's going to fall off really fast, and I don't want to see another late game and a potential closeout coming in from the side of Ackerman.
Speaking of closeout, Joy Bosch is going to lock in this Lolita, a strong pick for that Kono CC set with the new Neon Blast. But you mentioned Zia over there on the Claude, a comfort pick. Definitely can get to the back line, find Yato out of place, and get that kill. But it's going to require him to get to that late game. But one thing that Claude has at his disposal is a battle mirror image. That survivability definitely working in his favor to get in and out of those tricky situations. But speaking of tricky situations, the new hero making a showcase on the side of BTK, T locking in Arlot.
But I also want you to see what just Nicolette locked right under me. It's actually going to be Faramis getting locked in. Now we do know that Yato is going to be able to copy that Colt Altar, and just like Weezy says, is going to be that saving grace on that Faramis. But we also have to see this draft really quickly. We do see Joy Bosch locking in on this Lolita, and Nicolette being able to lock in Faramis, right? If Joy Bosch were to ult any of the members of Ackerman, Nicolette has that potential to actually null Joy Bosch's Numinum Blast, right? As long as she ults, Joy Bosch cannot ult in their silent state, because if he does, it's actually not going to CC. It just the ultimate time of the Colt Altar has burnt out, so that CC is something that he has to be careful for.
And my favorite words, as you stated, saving grace. But that's going to work on both sides of the table, since Yato does have the Valentina. He does have the IMU to be able to take that away from Nicolette. And I'm not sure that was the wisest answer. I think BTK wanted them to slot that in, right? So now they have a Colt Altar, and they also have that Numion Blast, and it's definitely going to work in their favor. So I'm expecting Galaxy to rush in. He does have the Furious Dive to find a way to try and take down Yato, but the X factor this time, I'm going to give it to T on the Arlot, right? It's going to be on his performance, especially with that Numion Blast. Should be able to give him a lot of set potentials over there to be able to make the most out of his skills to dash in and take out the side of Ackerman. So far, early game, definitely leaning in favor for BTK.
Yeah, and the thing I want to be kind of compare, right? I want to compare two heroes right now directly off the board. It's going to be Yuzong versus Arlot, right? In that early game phase, Yuzong does have that passive, right? It's going to be able to kind of sustain a little bit more compared to Arlot. But the thing is, Arlot, as long as he has CC anywhere in his team fight, he's going to have those dashes. Basically, you can call him like a second Lance up on the board, right? But with that Arlot I feel like we've seen Uzi play it from Fallout, right? We did see that in that early game, it's a little bit hard for him to sustain in that EXP lane, but the thing is, when that first turtle comes up, it's more of a dance towards the roam and the EXP and how they set up for that goal to be secured for that turtle.
And he does have some CC to work in his advantage. He does have Joy Bosch over there with the Numion Blast, so as long as them two are together, I'm expecting some early aggressive plays from BTK. But you are looking at Ackerman, right? You do have Yuzong, you have Galaxy to be able to provide that pressure rush in, get to the back line with the Black Dragon for a pick-off, and Kush. It worked in the first game. Hey, why not try it out for the second game? It's going to go ahead and lock in the Karina for the jungle.
And Yuna's going to go ahead and lock in Carry, which is actually, I like to call her a tank shredder, right? Because once she gets to that Trinity build, it's going to be a little bit of a menace. But Mobizen locking in Barats, and I don't know if I've seen a Barats getting drafted anywhere in NACT. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have seen it in qualifiers actually, but now it's going to be Zane locking in, which is another one of his comfort picks aside from Fredrin and that Mardis and whatnot. Mobizen loves to lock in some random fighter jungle. I've seen him play everywhere with a lot of different hero pools, but it's going to be Barats up against Karina. Both are tank jungles, so this game, it's going to be macro focused again, objective focused once more, but I want to see what Twinks is locked in, and they're gonna go ahead and go for that Ube strat, that blacklist strat, which is gonna be Nicolette, Kush, and Twinks walking in as a trio.
And now I'm expecting Kush to run the Karina tank possibly, but looking at this composition, this is the Mobizen we're more used to, right? The strongest tank fighter jungler for North America, and picking up that Barats for the sustainability, just only having to really worry about Zia on that Claude for the late game. So early game pressure definitely still leaning in their favor, and he can definitely get that that ultimate to be able to grab up Kush in time to be able to get that neutral objective. If he does be careful with that Detna's Welcome on his placement, it could be some easy turtles and lords.
I also want to point out, look at how many ults Yato can copy on the side of Ackerman. You got the Black Dragon, you got the Blazing Duet, you got the Cult Altar, and now you got the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. And I feel like that really determines your team fight, because Yato can pick up any one of those four. Even Shadow Soul coming in from Karina if they're all that low. But we're gonna go ahead and go into the final match of this series, BTK versus Ackerman, currently tied right now neck to neck, eye for eye, blood for blood. We're gonna go ahead to see who really is going to take this crown home.
And this is a huge game, right? Both of these teams with one win and one loss so far in the series needs this to be able to climb up that ladder, get closer to that top 4 position. BTK, easy game. Match 1 was able to close it out, but game 2, a little bit of a missed draft and a little bit of a punish from Ackerman, was able to claim that second match. And now on to game 3, the question is, who will be able to claim that throne and close out the series?
And Weezy, we can't forget, these two teams are also at the same score for a win and a loss right now. So this game will determine where they are placed right now. A little bit of damage fighting for this lead though, and Kush is going to go ahead and take that. But I really think this is going to be one of those intense matches that you're going to see right now. BTK versus Ackerman.
Yeah, definitely an intense match on the way, but early game pressure definitely leaning toward the side of BTK. Zia needing to thrive in the late game, but also Unicutie as well. Speaking of thriving, a skirmish on the purple buff. Joy Boss first forcing the flicker out to get away, but Kush with the punish, trying to go in for some possible damage. Zane, a brick wall with the Barats, is going to deny him from closing in on BTK.
I feel like the early game stages looks like Zane is going to be the one body bagging and being kind of like that Fredder and kind of body bagging all that damage. But if we just looked at that top side, Yuna versus Zia just got dropped out actually really dangerously low in that top side, which means Yuna's going to have a little bit of advantage. But we do see Galaxy doing a little bit of damage on T, and just like I said, Arlott is a little bit squishy. We do see he is at half health, and Galaxy's still sitting at full health down there.
And I think the wild card is going to be Yato, right? Which ultimate do you choose? You have Nicolette with the Faramis, but you also have Twinks on the Estus. But fight on the way, the knock up, going airborne. Yato going in. Galaxy's going to take down T, picking up first blood for the side of Ackerman, but is going to get out just in time. Galaxy trying to find a pick off while the battle in the turtle pit is on the way. Fierce dive into Yato, not going to hit the mark. Zane in great position for the retribution, but same with Kush. And this is where that Detna's Welcome comes into play. Kush is going to get the retribution just in time, right before Zane can grab him up. A huge objective for the side of Ackerman to claim the momentum for the early phase.
Looks like the Daytona's welcome was a little bit too early as Kush was able to get that Lord before he actually got eaten up by Zane over there. And looks like the top side right now, I don't think Zia's having a great time being able to kind of lane up against Yuna, knowing that Claude does burn a little bit of mana in that early game, and Yuna has a little bit more sustainability as those basic attack passive marks are going to do a little bit more damage per 4 hits.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game indeed. You have Kush, who can deflect the marksman bullets from Unicutie, and he also has Nicolette and Toinks to keep him alive. 2 saving graces right there. But Mobizen to fight it out, strong frontline presence, and Unicutie, once it gets to late game, still can burst down Kush if he has the right placement.
Yada's gonna go ahead and take the Cult Altar away from Nicolette and put it in his favor now. And looks like the proxy of that top side is gonna happen very soon, as they know that the snowball has to happen now or they're not gonna get a chance for Yuna to scale. But look at the bot side. Mobizen kind of walking around, and he is playing Farmville once again. The entire bot side jungle is cleared out once again.
And you are gonna see Zia pick up that Demon Hunter Sword, working on those core items to deal that heavy damage that Claude provides, especially in that mid to late game phase. But right now, Ackerman looking strong, having the momentum, but they need to be able to hold on to it. BTK, they wait for that mistake to happen. They are thirsty, bloodthirsty kings to be exact, waiting for the opportunity, and here it goes. Toinks in a bad situation, but the flicker out, missing on that stun, but the triple set from the Numion Blast is not going to lead to any kills, but Galaxy is going to take down T off screen in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be careful and keep our eyes on that EXP lane, as Galaxy is gonna have that advantage towards that bot side, and T is sitting at 0-2-0. The only deaths right now on the side of BTK, which is not looking too hot right now, as the EXP laner is missing for this turtle right now. And looks like Ackerman's gonna go ahead and pick it up uncontested, but Zane is still looking for a fight.
But is going to be denied. You are going to see Galaxy with the Black Dragon hovering over for the zonage. Time and time again, a game plan from Ackerman on these neutral objectives. Kush securing the turtle.
I feel like it really is going to determine this game with the marksmen, right? We do see Unicutie running this carry, which is going to be able to burst down Galaxy and Toinks, actually, even through the Blessing the Moon Goddess, once she does get those core items right now. But they're going to go ahead and proxy this top side. 2 turtles have been picked up by Ackerman. BTK is still looking for a response right now.
And you are seeing Ackerman leading by about 1,000 gold now. And Zia getting very comfortable on this Claude with those 2 objectives in their hands. It's going to give them a little bit of the additional farm needed to prevail in the mid to late game.
Yeah, we do see Kush kind of hiding out right now. Looks like a little bit of a difficult situation for BTK.
Mobizen is going to burn out the Retribution, but not going to find a kill. Not sure that was the wisest decision, but still confident. Strong frontline presence. Zia clearing out the minions with the Blazing Duet. Numion Blast from the bush. Finding a triple set. Huge play for BTK. Cole Alter to respond. You already see Mobizen with the suppression. A stun on the Toinks, and Zane is going to take him down. That goes 1 support. Picking up a double. Takes out the other. Down goes Nicolette. 2-0. And right now, BTK evening out the scoreboard 2-2. Both teams even, but Bloodthirsty Kings taking advantage of the momentum is now going to proxy the lane on the top side and possibly take this lane. But can they do it? Zia forced out of it, and you are seeing Unicutie in a great situation to take this turret. But off screen, Kush is going to take down T.
Yeah, looks like that is a turret trade happening right now. BTK does get a turn on the top side, but Ackerman's going to go ahead and secure that bot side turret as well. And honestly, in that fight, I think Yado's Colt's Altar was the favored one here in that team fight.
Yeah, and I love Zane's prowl, right? He took down both supports. Down goes Nicolette, down goes Toinks, and he's sitting 2-0-0, not really disrupted at all, and they were able to claim an turret on the top side and the bottom side, which means they definitely have the map pressure, but both teams still trying to find a way, need to take advantage of the mid lane.
And I feel like BTK just found their answer. Take away the supports, and it is really easy to take down Ackerman and Joy Boshing in the middle bush, looking for potential setup here.
Numion Blast winding up for the double stun on to Kush and Zia, but Cole Alter as the saving grace. Down goes 1, Blessing the Moon Goddess as well, but Kush picking up the turtle, relying on his supports. Nicolette is going to take down Yato. Galaxy shutting down Mobizen. Ackerman flipping the script and taking the advantage, leading the way 5-2.
Ooh, we do see T
with the final slash on the Kush, and he is going to be able to get out with barely any HP. But while that is happening, look at Zia is doing some serious damage, and Ackerman is going to claim the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
BTK really has to be careful when it comes to these team fights, right? They do have 2 double supports coming in from the side of Ackerman, and it's kind of like if my Estus is down, the Faramis is gonna go ahead and use a Cold Tilter, but if the Cold Tilter is down, the Blessing the Moon Goddess is gonna go ahead and be that saving grace. But we do see Galaxy
with the concealed play and the Numeon Blast for the stun. Unicutie with the Speedy Light Wheels is gonna shut down Galaxy.
Yeah, that is a good kill coming in action from BTK into the right hands, which is going to be Yuna getting a little bit of that extra gold coming in from that shutdown. Galaxy and shutdown, it might not be the best answer, but T.
You are going to see him hit with that Blazing Duet. Over there, Zia showing his mastery over that comfort pick with that Claw to clear those minions on the bottom side.
And Yuna's going to go ahead and take and profit these minions as he is going to go end up scaling. And I feel like this is their answer right now. Uniqutie's coming online with this carry. As soon as he starts getting these builds right now, he's going to be able to melt down everyone. We just saw on that top side, even we were only in like 9 minutes of the game and was able to kind of melt down Galaxy even this early into the game.
You know, this is interesting. Both teams kind of have that Ube strat. Since you have the Valentina, you technically have an Estus or Faramis to keep Mobizen alive, but on the opposing side, Kush with the tank Karina, supported by Nicolette and Toinks, the Estus and the Faramis. This is definitely a battle to see, but the question is who can pull it off the best. And right now, Ackerman thriving for the early phase, slowly getting into the mid game. They are finding the answers and disrupting BTK. Look at Mobizen, dropped down just a little bit, but able to get out in time, and that just shows you the sustainability provided by the Barrage jungle.
But we do also have the sustain coming in from Yato, being able to get that Cold Altar, but still be able to do damages with his first and second skill on that Valentina, being able to terrify, provide a little bit of CC, right? But I feel like T can only be really shining on Arlott once he is joined with a team fight, because he shines the most when he has that CC available. To stay next to Joybot might be the answer.
Right now, battle in the Lord Pit on the way. Zane pulling the aggro. Black Dragon from Galaxy a little early. Not sure if I really agree with that decision yet, but now gonna waste a lot of utility. A huge advantage. A final slash though from Arlott. T picking up a kill, is gonna take down Toinks. Down goes one support for the side of Ackerman, but no worry, they have another Nicolette to lead the way. The battle goes on. You are seeing the Lord down to about half HP. Zane still having zone it. Zia getting to the back line with the Blaze Duet, but the Terrify over there from the Valentina may be too much to handle. No team's finding an answer. Detonus Welcome being canceled out by Zane. Kush using the Retribution, securing the kill onto Yato. Make it another. Nicolette takes down T. Unicutie shuts down Kush, and a Numeon Blast out of nowhere on the way. And so far, you're looking at both teams eyes on the prize, trying to fight over this Lord, but not able to secure it.
But looks like Zane already popped his red tree, so might not be looking too good, but Zane gonna get zoned out here. A lot of damage coming in from Ackerman.
On the chase, but Zane able to sustain almost the full team, and that just shows you how strong this Barats is. Almost unkillable, and with this Lord still in effect, neither side able to get it. They're gonna now shift their focus onto the map to try and get some split push potential for this neutral objective.
And a little bit of farming coming in from Yuna, trying to proxy these minions as much as he can, knowing that he is going to be the one shining right now to be able to melt down the side of Ackerman, especially Galaxy and Toinks coming in for this team fight.
And here we go, round 2 for the Lord, who will be able to secure it, BTK or Ackerman, both being very passive, waiting for the other to make a mistake.
Yeah, with that mistake being made, as soon as one mistake is called out, that is a sign for any one of these teams to go ahead and punish that that mistake. But we do see Zane getting a little bit proxy. Zia dropped dangerously low.
Is going to use the Battle Mirror image to get out just in time, and the Blessing of the Moon Goddess for the sustainability. Galaxy with the Black Dragon hovering around. This is it. Is going to dive in, but not able to find a kill and push back out the fight with the Numeon Blast for the counter response. A stun. Huge play. Unicutie taking down Toinks, and now the Petrified going in. Kush very low. Same with Yato. Zia gonna take him down. Yuna picking up a double, shuts down Galaxy. Kush taking down Joy Boss. Yuna getting a triple, takes down Kush. Nicolette taking down T for the killing spree. And the Lord into the hands of the North America's #1 jungle, Mobizen, who also takes down Zia. Ooh. And Yuna shutting down Nicolette for the monster kill.
Yeah, that is actually an unofficial Maniac coming from Yuna, and Yuna actually took down 4 members on the side of Ackerman. That was almost a full sweep if we actually see that coming, but Nicolette's going to go ahead and come right back. That is a fair miss with the passive stacks, is able to come back in about 30 seconds. So technically, we can say that Nicolette was never killed on the board.
Definitely a huge play, 10-10 on the board, very even from BTK and Ackerman, an amazing performance so far, but BTK having the slight advantage, Lord pushing in on the bottom side, Ackerman pushed on the defensive stats.
So we do see Zuna kind of pushing in with the Lord here, kind of putting Ackerman in a different situation right now. And that mid lane is also going to get pushed up, which is now objectives all going into the favor right now for BTK.
And this is what we see in match 1. As soon as BTK was able to secure this first Lord, they were able to claim a lot of the real estate on the map. Already seeing the tier 1 turret fall for the mid lane, and now making their way in to the jungle for the side of Ackerman for the punish. This is what happens when you take a huge objective, which may be a little objective to some with that first Lord, but huge to a team of this caliber for BTK.
And look at how BTK is protecting Yuna. Yuna is always going to be the last one coming into these fights, knowing that he is the one that has the most amount of damage. And Yuna sitting at 6-0-2. Wasn't looking too hot in the early game, but looks like he's going to go and prevail in that KDA score. And we do see Zia 1-1, but we do see Galaxy
rushing in with the final slash, Dumi on blast for the response. Not going to be able to find anybody on the side of Ackerman. Blessed in the Moon Goddess for the sustainability, keeping the team alive. And they're going to force BTK off that push.
And that is 2 ults actually burnt for the side of Ackerman. Nicolette's Cult's Altar and Twinks' Blessing of the Moon Goddess. If they fight this now, they won't have that the sustainability, but Yato still has that Cult's Altar in his favor, so looking for a potential pickoff might be the answer for BTK, and we might see it here.
Yeah, you might see it here. Looking at Unicutie, 6-0-2 alive on the carry for the gold lane, but looking at Zia, 1-1-6. Not really having the strongest presence, but definitely alive when it comes to the team fights with those 6 assists, so you have to watch out. Both marksmen's definitely being a threat as we are now 14 minutes in. Who will be able to claim this victory? Let's just talk about what's on the line right now, right? Both these teams, 1 win, 1 loss so far in the regular season. They need to claim this to have the slight advantage against the other in terms of the rankings for the top 4 who are going to be fighting it out in the playoffs.
And Joybosh coming with a blast.
For the double set, Galaxy is going to force out that Black Dragon. He is going to rush away. Altar as well. And that is a good play from BTK to stop all of those utilities from being burnt on this Lord, which is going to be spawning in 18 seconds.
And they're going to have that aggro towards BTK, knowing that there was 2 ults that just got burnt from the side of Ackerman. And I feel like as soon as 1 ult is burnt from the side of Ackerman, whether if it's Blessing of the Moon Gods coming from Twinks or the Cold Ults are coming in from Nicolette, BTK is looking for an immediate response, which is going to be Joybosh coming in with that Numinum Blast right now. But he has that back up again. Nicolette's ult is still missing. The only one that's up right now is Twinks that can get that sustainability.
And right now, BTK having the aggro in the Lord Pit, but Ackerman trying to find a way in. You are going to see the flicker wasted, and now a fight on the way. The Lord at about a quarter of HP. Yato taking down Galaxy. 1 member down for the side of Ackerman. Altar being activated from the IMU of Yato. Zane picking up the Retribution, secures the Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and now the fight on the way. Ackerman needs to get out of there. A lot of sustainability, a lot of heals, and it looks like they are able to push back into their base.
It looks like Yato's zonage really put Galaxy in a difficult position as he was taking down the board into the caster's desk, which was the EXP later missing for that Lord fight. And without the EXP being able to kind of tank all that damage was a little bit of a disadvantage. It looks like this Lord is going to get pushed in a little bit early. It looks like they're going to 5-man go ahead and go in.
And you are going to see the inhibitor cracked in for the mid lane, opening up the base for the side of Ackerman. But Unicutie Godlike is going to take down Kush Galaxy with the Black Dragon rushing in. Blatant duet by Zia for the AoE damage. But you are going to see a pick the kill, takes down T. Can they get another? Galaxy with the shot essence staying alive. Down goes the Lord from Ackerman on their heavy defensive stance, forcing out the Bloodthirsty Kings from closing this game. And they are going to be able to hold on to both of their inhibitor turrets for the bottom and top side.
And look at Yato. He actually took the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, which was going to be the SS ult, and actually sustained Joybosh, Yuna, and Zane. And the only person that was taken off was T in the entire team fight. And I feel like Yato made a really good decision picking up that Blessing of the Moon Goddess instead of that Cult Altar.
And you know what time it is? It's game time, right? This is the late game. You are looking at the respawn rate for both sides being very long, so anybody that falls is huge for either side, which means this is anybody's game. You are looking at Ackerman on the back end so far, BTK leading the way, but only 12-11, still pretty even so far, and I really want to see where this game goes, who will be able to take match point, the final match of the third series for today, Bloodthirsty Kings or Ackerman.
It looks like this game might just turn into one of those 20-minute games where it's just going to be a little bit of a ping-pong battle coming from both sides, right? We do know that running double supports like that is not, it's really, really helpful towards that late game. But the thing is, we do see Yato coming in with his Valentina is really going to be a hit or miss, the king of the ult and the trades right now, knowing that it's either one ult that gets burnt or the other. And Ackerman still has no answer for Yuna, sitting at 7-0-2, and Zane's gonna go ahead and step into a possibly something a little bit too much.
Ooh, a lot of damage taken from Zane. Needs to pull his punches and get out of there. Galaxy with the Black Dragon, not gonna really find anybody, but Joy buys different answer. 5-man set on the Ackerman. Alter activated from both sides of the board. Mobizen falling to Zia. Yato taking down Galaxy. Fight not over though. Look at Zia forcing out the immortality from Joy Boss, but Kush on the chase, chasing down Unicutie, trying to pick him off with the final slash by T for the denial. Zia taking out Unicutie, activating Killing Spree. Shadow Assault by Kush. Nicolette taking down Joy Boss. Zia taking down Yato, leaving T all by himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Ackerman finding their answer, finding the momentum, may be able to close this out. Look at the respawn timers. 30 seconds on the window. Zane trying to spawn in just in time. T left alone against the 4-man team of Ackerman for the finish. They've ran through the hills. They've climbed the mountains, but hit with the final slash at the peak of the top of the mountain. Who will be able to close this game out? Look at T. Immortality has been procced. Fighting the full team of Ackerman is going to be shut down, but was able to delay the finish, and now they're going to shift their focus over to this Lord.
They just opened up a whole mid lane right now. That's a whole bullet train that can go straight down from either side. It looks like Ackerman's going to go ahead and start this Lord up right now, but we do see 4 members of the side of BTK coming rushing in, and Zane's going to go ahead and look for an answer on this Lord fight.
But they don't have the positioning, a huge objective for the side of Ackerman. This is what they need, and Zia is going to secure it. Ackerman leading the way now for the punish, the chase, the Cold Altar being activated. Mobizen in a bad situation. Cold Altar from the IMU from Yato. Trying to keep the team alive. Galaxy is going to take down Joy Boss. Oh my goodness, Nicolette shutting down Yato. Zia with the monster kill is going to find Zane. And that is going to leave Unicutie all by himself. But T spawning just in time. We just seen it a second ago. T, the 1-man army for the delay, but now combo with Unicutie against the 5-man Ackerman, who will be able to take this game 1-2-1. A final push from the side of Ackerman. Can they close it out? Look at the Nexus. Drop dangerously low. And ladies and gentlemen, Ackerman is going to claim this series, go into that game 3 against BTK.
Victory! That game. Oh my goodness. Ackerman taking the lead and then go ahead and secure that win, which is going to be a 2-1 score right now for the side of Ackerman. And Weezy, our predictions were wrong. Ackerman did go ahead and secure that win, which is going to be the little bit of an upper bracket advantage for Ackerman, knowing that this is going to be their second win right now up against BTK. And we did see that BTK had that momentum in that early game, and Ackerman flipped the switch, and as soon as that flip was switched, they were able to kind of push down BTK, shove them into a corner, and they did end up taking that win.
Yo, I'm speechless, bro. Honestly, like, what just happened, bro? Like, honestly, looking at that match, an epic comeback, not even an epic comeback, neck and neck all the way down the wire. That is the matches we want to see, all the way to a game 3, not knowing which way it's going to go, keeping us at the edge of our seats. Man, I almost ripped out all of my dreads in that fight. I was almost going to, look, the camera would have came back on me, and I would have been bald, but everybody would have understood why, because that match was insane. Congratulations to Ackerman taking the game 2-1 against BTK.
Very intense match, if I had to say myself. It was a double support, but also a support if we do count Yato with that Valentina IMU copy. And we did see those team fights were not easy at all. Let's take a look at these stats real quick. 20-minute game, very near close. And if we look at the stats, it was such a close kill game. 14-19 right now on the scoreboard. We do see objectives were actually into the favor of BTK, but Ackerman was able to secure that win by running it straight down the middle, and then went ahead and secure that win. And if we look at the side of Ackerman right now, Zia 7-1-9 on that Claude. We did see Zia was struggling just a little bit in that early game stage, right? We did see Yuna was prevailing and dominating every single member of Ackerman, denying Twinks, denying Kush, denying Galaxy, but Zia really was that wild Joker card that really went ahead and saved the game, knowing that Zia's Blazing Duet just immediately canceled that Yato's ult. And if you see here, we do see that Nicolette, her Cold Altar was the last one standing, which put BTK at such a back end. Unicutie getting zoned out here by Kush right now. All they cared about was Yuna, and then it looks like Yuna flickered into the wrong side and actually got taken off by Zia right there, which just put BTK at that losing team fight position.
And this is a huge statement from Ackerman. They needed this win, and honestly, pulling that off, they're going to be ahead of the ladder on BTK, a team that was projected to be the top 2, now has a worse record than Ackerman, who was not projected for top 2, but more of that top 4 middle placement. Overall, a huge victory, and that just shows you where there's a will, there's a way, and they were able to find the opportunity and seize the series.
Absolutely, that game was really interesting. We do see this in that previous match. We do see BTK was taking all the advantage, knowing that he was running that Frederick jungle. And look at Yuna QT getting zoned out, but was able to make it out alive. And Yuna was actually sitting at 604. Mobizen getting all those kills to be able to sustain the rest of his team. But looks like this match that you see right now just got flipped and got towards onto Ackerman. And this Granger jungle was a little bit unfortunate, knowing that their strat they were trying to run is not ethical, and Toys coming in with that egg. The reverse time journey is going to go ahead and kill off Mobizen right there, and the proxy of the fights were a little bit too much right now for BTK to handle. And I feel like Ackerman's answer, and the best strat they can run, is a double support into any team, and you could see how well that they did in this team fight. Really was the secure, it's the package right now.
A lot of ups and downs, a lot of twists and turns through the land of Dawn, but you were able to see even Mobizen not able to predict a Diggy with a flicker and a reverse time to take him down. An insane play, but now joining the desk, our amazing host, Xena Lily.
That was a wonderful match. It was so much fun to see all that back and forth, and this was the first match today that's gone to third round. But Ackerman taking it. The MVP is the lady player, Nicolette. What do you guys think about that?
Well deserved. I mean, we mentioned Nicolette trying to climb her way up. One of the 2 only females competing in the regular season. Definitely earned that MVP. Honestly, just shutting down at the right place at the right time, providing that sustainability. And I think it was very crucial to the winning, right? I know Eunice mentioned it, the Ube strat, and she played it down to the wire, down to the T, and that's exactly what Ackerman needed to close out that series.
And Nicolette's Colt's Altar really was that one play that saved the entire side of Ackerman. And knowing that she had to time her Colt's Altar at the right time, beat Yato's Colt's Altar at the right time, really did secure the win. So congratulations, Nicolette. You are the MVP, and it is a well-deserved one coming from Ackerman.
She did an amazing job supporting the team, but our next match is going to be Empire versus Wasians, which is going to come up after this break, so we're heading to that, and so be sure to stick around to catch the last match of the day. everyone, and we are back with the last match for the night. But wow, that last match back and forth was a treat to see. What do you guys think of that?
Honestly, I'm amazed for the side of Ackerman, but I'm disappointed for my sake, considering I had a perfect prediction rate all the way up into that series, and I expected BTK to close it out, but Ackerman shocking the world, taking the lead and winning the series 2-1.
We both actually had a perfect prediction record for both of us casters, but looks like that game really just took one of our predictions right off the board. But that was such an amazing game coming in from both teams.
Yes, and now let's go into Empire versus Wasians and check out the predictions that we have for that. What do we have, guys?
Well, looking across the board, you are seeing 4 out of the 6 casters voting for the Empire, 2 voting for Wasians, and myself, I predicted Wasians as well, so we'll see where it goes. But Eunice, this is the first time me and you disagreed. You went for the Empire.
I did, and honestly, seeing the way that they went against BTK in the last week, I just had to give my vote over to Empire, and knowing that some of my friends out there are also on that team might be a little bit of a bias here, but I do know that Empire is one of the strongest teams, and looks like Deku, Trex, and Private are also along my side picking up the Empire. But yeah, I can't discredit Wasians, right? They are also a very strong team.
Yeah, Wage is definitely a strong team. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table. Empire as well. So this is going to be a match for the books. Like we said, all these teams competing it out. First time ever double round robin. These early matches for the first few rounds are huge when it comes to their win-loss ratio.
Yes, but it looks like the players are ready. Let's dive into these drafts. Take it away, guys.
And taking it away we will, as we are jumping into the final series of the day. Wasians up against the Empire, match 1.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited right now, right? It's Wasians versus Empire. We did see them play really interesting games, and speaking about interesting, is that who we think that ban is, Weezy?
Yeah, that's a Gushin ban. Not something I would have expected or predicted, but you never know which way this is going to go, especially after today when we've seen Shark run the Fanny inside of the roam position. And now, looking at the side of Empire, they're going to go ahead and take out Faramis.
Yeah, and we just saw actually in our last match how impactful Faramis is with that Cult Altar, that saving grace coming in from Nicolette, and I don't think anybody wants to go ahead and let a Faramis walk on the board, so the read coming in from Empire is really going to be a good ban.
Now, looking at Wasians, right? They have a slight advantage. They were able to take 1 win, 1 loss. They failed. They took down LaimiTop, but they also fell to Area 77 on round 2. But looking at the Empire, they haven't been able to claim a series yet. They lost to BTK. They got a 2-0 sweep over them, and they also fell short to Area 77, 1-2. So they need to find their footing. They need to take this game. They need to claim their first series if they do want to have a chance at the top 4 in North America.
But I also want to point out, Alex coming in from the Empire was the other person actually to get that Maniac, especially against BTK, coming in on that Martis, and Alex and Chacho coming in from the 2 junglers, right? Alex did play NACT Summer 2022, actually placed top 8 in Anarchy, and actually this is not related to ML, but he plays a lot of chess, so he's gonna have a little bit of that IQ and that little bit of that thought process coming from Alex, but he is more of that strategic, knowing that if he has that kill advantage, he's definitely gonna go on to it. But we do want to see how Alex prevails in this match versus Wasians.
Now, it's funny you say that. If you're talking in terms of chess, Alex, very strategic, definitely placing the pawns where they need to be to close the game out. But looking at Chacho, the opposing jungler for the side of Wasians, he's not really that type of style, right? Chacho, if you're talking about chess, he is the king, but he's not playing behind the pawns. He's playing in front of them. We've seen him be a one-man army on the neutral objectives, 1v5, and still able to pull out the retribution. Not too many junglers are comfortable to be able to pull that off, so we're going to have a very great game ahead of us between these 2 amazing teams.
Yeah, and looks like the Fredrin and Kaj is going to go ahead and get banned out as well. And those are some pretty common bans right now that I'm seeing all around NACT. But that is, I feel like, a must ban. We did see how much of an impact it made in the game, and it led them to that success and that win. But let's talk about these players again really quickly. Mikasa. He is the one that almost secured that win against BTK, coming in with that Phoveus pick, actually, which is such a wild pick coming in from the side of Empire. And knowing that that Phobius pick and how close that the game got, I really feel like as a team fight strategy and how he goes in as an EXP laner, it really prevails.
Yeah, definitely had a huge impact, but they also fell short from one aggressive play too early with the Demonic Force from Mikasa and that Phobius, and that was how BTK was able to turn it around and close it out, and you got to be careful with that. But I do agree with you. Mikasa, definitely a strong player in that mid lane, or that marksman role, but he's not even a marksman main. He's just playing that role for the Empire, so definitely a little bit of an upscale battle. But somebody I also want to highlight, right? Demon. The man's on fire. He's an excellent mage. He has very good positioning, and he's very swift with his flicker for some pickoffs. So you're definitely going to have to be on the top of your game in the mid lane.
And I do see Uga Booga right now on the side of Wasians. He's actually the one that pulled off the Hanabi and actually led with a 100% win rate right now in the NACT going in with that Hanabi pick, which is honestly not something ethical that you see even in the ranked games. As soon as you see a Hanabi, you say, oh, we lost. But we did see that he did go ahead and take that win with that Hanabi, but we do see Merciless locking in this Lapu, and Merciless, he plays a pretty mean EXP.
Yeah, Merciless is interesting though, right? He's very aggressive. He's more that fighter that rushes in for that set potential for the team, and he relies on them to get the pickoffs, but sometimes that can also be his downfall. He usually has a very high KDA, but not in terms of kills, in terms of deaths, and sometimes that leads to the advantage for the other side to start up that snowball.
And I do see Alex locking in this Mortis, and that was the hero that he did end up getting a Maniac with. And Alex, the Mortis is more of his bread and butter, his smooth going jungler, and they're gonna go ahead and run that tank jungle. But I do see Demon locking in this Valentina, and once again, and look at this, it's always a Farsa up against a Valentina, and I don't know how many I've seen already, but I feel like I've seen that for every Valentina matchup so far.
Yeah, definitely taking notes so far. If you guys are jumping into rank, don't worry about the Valentina, just slot a Farsa against it. And Alex picking up this Martis, right? Even Chacho is dominant on the Martis as well, but Chacho, he's creative with the draft. We've seen him run an X-Borg, you've seen him run a Martis. Like, he can definitely be very versatile in terms of junglers, not letting you know exactly what he's going to go in for. But looking at the early game, right, you're seeing some strong pressure from both sides. Demon has the Valentina for the IMU to be able to take Ego's ultimate with that feathered airstrike, and not to mention Alex with the mortar coils does have that early game advantage, could possibly get a decimation for the early kills, and also have an easy time on the neutral objectives.
And Demon's actually, his comfort pit is actually going to be that Valentina. So I do expect to see a lot of those really interesting plays and a lot of outplays actually coming in. We've seen so many Flicker plays, Flicker sets coming in from the IMU, but we do see Mikasa going ahead and locking in this Yuzong, and Katie locking in this Prody. And Katie is actually was the roamer for the side of Wages, but looks like there's a little bit of a roster change, and I feel like Uga Booga is going to go ahead and be that roamer. And I do know actually Uga Booga plays Kufra at a very high level, but he has a very interesting build. Do you know his build, Weezy?
Oh no, I would love for you to tell the world so I can try it out myself.
Actually, I have been playing a couple games with Uga Booga. He is actually known also as Powerless. If you guys, if that clicks a ring in your ear, but he does run this interesting build. I don't know if he's gonna do it this build, but he does it and it works. So Weezy, he goes Dire Hit with the Arcane Pen Boots, then he goes Molten Essence directly into Blade of Despair. He does end up building Blade of Despair and Twilight Armor.
Oh my god, he's trying to one-shot somebody with Tyrant's
He
Rage.
is
and the
one-shotting
Tyrant's
everybody.
That's explosive. And speaking of explosions, Mikasa locking up this Yuzong. A good answer for Ego on this Farsa, right? When that feathered airstrike does drop down, the Black Dragon can circle around and deny that. And then also Demon with the Valentina can provide that 5x5 for their side. So I'm liking the draft, but also Cade on the Brody. When Mikasa jumps in with the Black Dragon, if he does try and find Cade with the drop down with the Furious Dive and the Petrify, Cade has that Corrosive Strike for that stun, and he also is going to be running that Flicker to get out of that situation.
And how many times have we seen your twin be up on the ban phase and the actual draft phase, Weezy? Because like you're getting a little too much attention right now, knowing that your twin is up there right now running. But we do see Kokomi locking in as Beatrix, and I don't think we did see Beatrix actually coming out from Wasians, I believe. I'm pretty sure. No, actually, it might be Wasians or LaimiTop. One of them ran a Beatrix and really did show that Beatrix in that late game. But Kokomi is going to go ahead and lock in this Beatrix and actually a really strong marksman.
Now, this is a little different too, right? The last time we seen Empire, Mikasa was forced in that gold lane position, but this time Mikasa is going to possibly be the XP lane, and Kokomi is going to be running on the marksman role. You are going to be seeing Reckless be their roam, so a little bit different synergy for this battle on the way, but I think this is more of their actual official roster. I think they were short their gold lane in the last match, so definitely going to be taking notes on this team going forward. But finalizing the draft for the side of Wasians, Chacho going to pick up the Boxia. First time we've seen him in the regular season for the NACT Spring, and Ooga Booga comboing that with the Cho.
Yeah, we do see Boxia. I don't know the last time Boxia has actually been in that meta. I know it's many seasons ago where everybody was picking Boxia into that jungle area. We both know how much of a pain it was to get out of Legend, to get out of Mythic with that Boxia pick. But Reckless is gonna go ahead and lock him this Kufra, and Ooga is gonna actually lock him this Chow, and looks like a little bit of a switch going on. Actually, this is going to be Ooga Booga on the marksman, and then Katie is going to go ahead and stick to that roam position. And I'm not too worried right now because I do know that the matchup for the marksman is going to be a little bit easier for the Brody, as he has more of that range skill shots and the more of a ranged basic attack priority compared to Beatrix. Yes, she could switch her guns around. She has the SMG, the rocket launcher, the sniper, and the shotgun. But when we come into that early game, you have to let her scale.
Yeah, definitely looking at some early aggression from both sides with these picks, and I'm wondering how the battle over the first neutral objective will go. Both teams battling it out, trying to get that level 4. You have Chacho on this Boxia to be able to rotate fast clearance. You've mentioned it time and time again. We used to see it in the past, just not too often in the professional scene so far for North America, but definitely means it is something to look out for as we are jumping into game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the final series of the day, Empire up against Wasians.
Versus Alex right now in that jungle position. Both are going to go ahead and run that build, but actually I've seen Alex run more towards that damage area, and we're going to have to see if he's going to go for it. No, he's going to go for that jungle tank right now, as they are looking to siege and actually freeze this mid lane, which is going to be a little bit of a brawl situation.
And the Tyrant's Revenge for the knockup nice and early onto Ego and Cade, and the Terrify from Demon taking Ego very low, forcing out the Wings by Wings and the recall.
And that is the menace coming in from the Valentina. I've said this so many times. Valentina does have that early game damage prioritization coming in on Demon, but Chacho is going to get his buff a little bit pressured here, and Demon's looking to steal it, but it looks like the Wretch is going to pop out and secure it.
Now, Demon may have overstayed his welcome, but you are going to see from the Bush of Tyrant's Revenge and a possible punish. Cade very low. Alex trying to pick it up, a double flicker from both sides. Reckless getting out. Chacho falling first blood into the hands of the Empire. That is going to be Alex picking up that kill.
Absolutely, and I do see that Demon's going to go ahead and punish that mid lane a little bit more, and like I said, Ooga Booga coming in on this Birdie is going to body bag a little bit of that gold lane, and Alex coming in to kind of punish that as well, and Ooga Booga might be caught out here.
Yeah, in a tricky situation, Azur's Wrath going in with the Mortal Coils. Kokomi doing some damage with the Miru. Alex with the Decimation is going to take down Ooga Booga. A huge play. 2 kills so far for the Empire, unanswered by Wasians.
That's actually a flicker burn down there on Ooga Booga on that Brody, which means the Decimation went directly through the flicker, which is already a little bit of a utility burn for that marksman, knowing that Kokomi still has the flicker up to her advantage.
And right now, as Turtle is spawning in, you are seeing both sides trying to get some zoners, racing to that level 4. Cade falling a little short, but Ego has got it, which means you are going to be seeing that feathered airstrike on the way. But looking at the top side, Demon and Mikasa giving some zoners onto Merciless, who also picked up his level 4, and it's looking like this skirmish on this Turtle may not go contested, as the Empire sitting strong is going to claim that. We are not seeing Wasians find any answers so far for the early game.
Now, honestly, I see Demon picking up this Lapu ult, right? Honestly, every time I see a Val up against a Farsa, you want to kind of prioritize a feathered airstrike, right? But now that I think about it, Demon can really be that frontline CC. Yes, might not have enough HP, but is able to get through that back line even without Mikasa. If the dragon is down, don't be scared. Demon's gonna go ahead and use that bravest fighter up there, but looks like a potential setup right now, and KD is waiting patiently in that bush.
You are seeing both teams protecting their ADC, but look at Cade in the bush. G-Kun, here comes the dough, but Reckless winding up the Time's Revenge and the Time's Race for the set. Feather airstrike going down from Ego. You are going to see the Render's Empathy go out, but unable to hit the mark. Chacho taking down Alex with the Tortoise Pursuance. A huge play. Wasians picking up their first kill of the game.
Honestly, KD looked like he was just going to die right there, but he was able to get out and still has his flicker and everything into his hands right now. And looks like that was Alex getting taken off the board, which is a jungler down, but he still had those 2 kills in that early game. So I'm not too worried right now, but Uga Booga did end up getting assist on that Chacho, being able to pick up a kill for his death. And looks like, to me, it looks like a very even fight, and the gold lead is not looking too bad at all.
And right now, you are seeing both marksmen with an assist, and on the top side, Merciless with the Landshaker for the stun, and down goes the Feather Airstrike from Ego. Alex very low, using the Mortal Coils. Decimation! But Merciless is going to take him down. Demon going to shut down Ego from the backdoor play. Landshaker going in onto Cade, using the G-Kondo to get out, and looking at Merciless trapped in a bad situation. Demon is going to take him down.
Yeah, it looks like a difficult situation, but looks like the cleanup did happen on Demon, sitting at 2-0-1 right now. And even though Alex was a little bit overextended in that top side, a little bit too much of a stay over there, he was able to let Demon go ahead and clean that up just for him. And looks like the turtle's going to go on the top side, and Demon just came right back on time to go ahead and proxy that second turtle.
And you are seeing Empire already pulling the aggro, focusing on the second turtle, already able to claim the first one. And it looks like Wasians is going to go in for the push on the bottom side, but Turtle is going to fall uncontested into the hands of the Empire. And now the fight on the bottom side. Everybody focusing on to Kokomi. Very low. Torn Apart Memories does go in, but Kokomi not taken down. And that is going to be overall some good gameplay from the side of Empire. But look at Reckless. Time's Revenge going in, checking the bush, forcing Wasians out of the gold lane.
Man, that was a 3-man rotation coming down to that bot side, but actually Kokomi walks out untouched and actually alive. And I thought, I mean, we were saving a seat right here, but looks like no one's going to come ahead and claim that. Whoa, Reckless coming in.
Speaking of claiming, Demon going to take down Ego, assisted by Reckless with that Tyrant's Revenge, and that is going to be that killing spree activated. Conceal play all the way to the bottom lane. Uga Booga does not recall, goes back into the tier 1 turret, but was that the right answer? Trying to recall in time, but you are going to see Kokomi rushing with Venice Rage to stop that. And look at Alex proxying these minions. Cade trying to get into the turret, but denial from Empire. They are going to go ahead and try and claim this to rush in, knocking Uga Booga airborne, and Demon is going to take him down for the mega kill. Feather airstrike from Ego for the response. Alex with the Mortal Coils to get out of that 5x5, and they were able to hold off Empire from pushing in the tier 1 turret for the gold lane.
I'm just going to have that wave clear. I have to give it up for Wasians. The Feather Airstrike comboed in by KD's G-Kondo was able to wipe out that bot side, which prevented that push, which means that even though Uga Booga did unfortunately die down there, they're not going to lose a major objective.
Yeah, not going to lose anything so far. Looking strong. Even though Wasians only has 2 kills, their defense is very hard for Empire to deal with. And right now, looking at the teams, Empire still leading by about 2,000 gold.
And we do see a potential sandwich coming here in that bot side. Kokomi may be put in a little bit difficult situation here.
The stun onto Reckless, the way the dragon knocking him airborne, putting him on a trampoline, and Uga Booga is going to send him off to the moon with a kill.
I just want to see and tell everybody the proxy of the focus coming in on that bot side, making sure Uga Booga is continuously getting ganked down there, putting a lot of pressure and focus, really is going to be that snowball. And we didn't really see that happening too often. We kind of let their marksmen do their little thing up there, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and focus, and Kokomi is dropped dangerously low, and the turtle's right near her.
And now, with the aggro being pulled by Chacho, we've seen the first 2 turtles go to the side of the Empire, trying to claim a third. Alex not trying to give him any slight advantage. Reckless from the bush, Tyrant's Revenge, winding up Alex, picking up the Retribution, securing the Lord, or Turtle for the side of the Empire. Looking at Mikasa, Black Dragon does drop down onto Uga Booga, Corrosive Strike for the stun, but Shaw Essence having other plans. Mikasa is going to take down Uga Booga. Ego taking down Mikasa to respond. Alex taking down Cade. The Raging Slash on the chase. Ego with the Wings by Wings flying off the map to get away, but you are going to see the Empire claim the tier 1 turret for the bottom side.
And take out a marksman and the actual roamer as well, and they did proxy that, but in exchange they did go ahead and take that mid lane turret for the side of Wasians, and Mercy's gonna go ahead and use Bravest Fighter to go ahead and clear those waves, which might be another top turret lost for the Empire.
Chacho, the one-man army, we talked about it, is rushing in to the purple buff. Merciless is going to find a turret on the top side. Retribution does go down, but it looks like Chacho was able to secure it, and now still trying to go his original farm plan. 8-4, Empire leading the way, but tied in turrets.
Yeah, but looks like the major objective trade is really showing how they are responding to all of these, right? You might take one turret, but I'm going to go ahead and take the opposite side, or go ahead and take that mid lane and shows that's punished. But Demon put in a different situation, but Demon's also sitting at 4-0-2 right now, and that is going to be a little bit of a problem right now, knowing that Demon's walking around with no deaths right now, but also the highest kill score right now.
And he just picked up the Way of the Dragon over there from Cade for a potential set, single set for the team. And we mentioned that, right? Demon, a very strong mage for the Empire. We've seen him dominate in that mid lane, and when left unchecked can be a problem, and now it can still play on the way. Reckless trying to find some vision for the team for a possible pickoff, but it was wasted, and not really going to find anybody on the side of Wasians for a kill.
Yeah, but it gives them that proxy on that top side turret, which forces the side of Wasians to back off, but Ego feathered airstrike.
And you are going to see the Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall for the double stun on the Ooga Booga and Cade. Demon Ensemble takes down Ooga Booga. Alex going to shut down Cade. Ego going to take down Reckless again with the wing by wings, trying to get out of the map, but Mortal Coils going in. Alex, Azure's Wrath on the way. No, Ego able to get out with 0.5% HP. What? Look at the Black Dragon hovering over. Drops down with Furious Dive. Komi taking down Merciless, and Mikasa shutting down Chacho.
It looks like that is all members down right now for Wasians except for Ego. Almost got caught out by Alex, was able to get out with a sliver of health, and looks like Wasians' backs are up against the wall just a little bit. There is a gold lead starting to happen, and the response right now is not looking too good as Demon's still running around untouched. 505 and Kokomi, right? Might not have the kills in his favor, but we do know that the Beatrix starts to scale towards that late game. We did see it prevail in that one little skirmish in the purple side for Wasians.
And right now, Empire making a bold statement, right? They have not won a single series, and now looking really strong, has the advantage for this match up against Wasians. They just have to find a way to close it out.
Yeah, and they're looking for a response right now as they are trying to pick up as many members as they can. But is that really the answer right now? Because we do know that KD has the Way of the Dragon, but he has to kick the right person. And I feel like it's going to either have to be Demon or Kokomi, knowing that they are the two most big damage dealers.
And already focusing on seeking the lanes, going to claim the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. Map opening up even more in favor for the Empire. But down goes the Lord. Wasians able to burst it down.
And go ahead and gonna proxy this turret right here. We do see Reckless coming in here.
Down goes the inhibitor, and down goes Chacho. Kokomi gonna find that kill. Feathered airstrike from Ego, forcing the side of the Empire out of the base, but they are not done. Not letting their foot off the gas. Mikasa with the Black Dragon, rushing in with the Furious Dive. Reckless at about half HP, needs to get out, make that 25% HP. Demon with the monster kill takes down Ooga Booga, the backline for Wasians. Ego taking down Alec to respond, but look at the Triple G Kondo for the knock up. The Way of the Dragon going in. Merciless is going to use the Brave Spider Raging Slash onto the backline. One-man army. Demon going to take down Ego. Kokomi going to shut down Merciless, and that is going to leave Cade all by himself. Look at Demon on the chase with the Terrify. Secures the double kill, takes down Cade, and down goes the inhibitor turret for the mid lane. But Chacho with the emote on his way for a little bit of that boost of momentum, trying to hold off the four-man team of the Empire to close this game out. And here comes Ooga Booga, looking like the boogeyman, is going to go ahead and clear out these minions.
It looks like Kokomi's gonna do a little chip damage and finish clearing up the waves, but that was good defense coming in from Wasians when they knew that their backs were against the wall when it came to that Lord coming down, but they're gonna go ahead and clear up those waves beautifully. But Demon coming in with that little really quick second skill dash out and is able to secure a kill on Katie, which really shows that Demon is really prevailing with that mage pick, that Valentina is able to show how Valentina is really played right now.
And speaking of the playstyle, right? Kokomi 3-0-4 looking really nice on the board for the gold lane, the marksman of the Empire, but Ooga Booga, 1-5-2. Not having the easiest time with the KDA. Definitely needing to focus on protecting your backline a little bit better for Wasians. If not, you're going to find yourself with a full team of the Empire trying to close out the game 12 minutes in.
It looks like the Boogeyman wasn't into his favor right now as he is sitting at 1-5, and like you said, Kokomi is still sitting at 3-0-4, and Demon sitting at 8-0-7. I mean, Demon has almost half of the kills by himself right now. 8-0-7, still no shutdown, still no response, but I did see that Killing Spree has been activated on Ego, and if Empire does get a kill on Ego, that's going to be a shutdown. But that is a lot of utility still up for the side of Wasians. We do all about to have all the flickers back up, the Purify, but the same goes for Empire, and everyone's ultimate is up. Now, I feel like Wasians right now, you have to wait and be patient. You have to play that patient waiting game and wait for the Empire to make a mistake and go ahead and proxy that mistake. But the question is the Empire gonna really let that mistake happen, or is Wasians really gonna just go in and be aggressive and try to get a potential pickup? But look at the setup right now, Weezy.
You are seeing the side of the Empire leading the way. Luminous Lord make his way down the mid lane, and now just needing to sync it out and possibly close this for the Empire, who's been having a hard time in round 1 and round 2. But round 3, a little bit of studying during the week has shown you that they have the synergy to be a top team in the NACT spring season.
It looks like Kate is gonna get caught out here by Alex.
But gonna get out with the G Kondo, but Reckless rushing in with the Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage, stunning Chacho on the wall. Kokomi picking up the kill from that amazing assist. Because of the Black Dragon, Lord makes his way into the Nexus. You are seeing the Furious dive, forcing the team of Wasians into the base. And ladies and gentlemen, the Empire is gonna secure the Nexus and claim game 1 against Wasians.
Beautiful game coming in for both sides. We were able to see the actual macro micro plays, the individual plays, and especially who really dominated that lane. And we did see the Valentina getting locked in by Demon was really able to show that dominance. He had that crown over his head. Beautiful KDA actually coming in with 0 deaths, walking around untouched. And I thought that was a friend walking there really quickly, but it's actually a Valentina getting walked up there.
Now, you know something funny? I voted for the Wasians and you voted for Empire, so you got me beat 1-0 so far, but you know, I don't want to ruin my caster record even twice now, because BTK, that was surprising, but now Wasians up against the Empire leading the way 1-0, a great game to give them that momentum boost as we are slowly going to be transitioning into the second match.
Absolutely, and give me that title. Put it over here. I think that's what needs to happen, but we're gonna go ahead and see what the next match brings. Though I'm really excited, and we did see both teams really be able to fight it out in there and be able to kind of give that really good team fights for both sides. But I want to kind of see different picks, right? We do know that now that first match has happened, the ban phase is going to shift just a little bit, knowing that now we can't let Demon walk around with the Valentina, because we did see his KDA is the strongest KDA right now for this side of Empire.
And you did see Chacho lock in that Boxia, the first time we've seen him in the NACT spring season. Not able to claim the victory, which means Boxia is now going to be sitting at a 0% win ratio.
Absolutely, but we're gonna look at these stats really quickly. 14-minute game right now it's very close to that minute mark. 6-18 right now. 6 for the Wasians versus Empire. Let's take a really quick look at the sub stats here. We are looking at almost over a 10k gold lead. Holy, which means Empire was really playing a little bit of Farmville over there. We do see the towers have been proxied and objectified by the Empire 9-2, and the Lord and Turtle has all been picked up by the side of Empire. A lot of credit over to Alex being able to hit those retributions, but Demon coming in with a perfect KDA. But we do see this team fight happening right now. A lot of proxy towards that back line, really putting Ooga Booga in a very difficult situation, knowing that Mikasa and Reckless is able to get to that back line, but Demon doing a lot of damage. We do see KDA use the Wither Dragon, but if you see Demon right now really put Ego and shut him down right now, and a lot of still fighting going on, protecting Kokomi. But look at Demon right now, gonna go ahead and secure a kill with a little fast dash right there into the base and killing Katie. Look at that, that's a double kill. But we do know that this match lineup was just put Wasians really in a difficult position, knowing that no one could really respond to Demon.
Yeah, it was definitely a hard response. Demon leading the way, Reckless with some great sets, and I gotta say, this is gonna go down to that duo tank mage synergy, and they thrived, right? A one-sided story, had the answers to the test and made the most out of the situation. And I'm glad to see this, right? I don't like to see a team continuously struggle. I like to see them learn from their mistakes, and to be able to claim that first win for Empire is going to be a huge momentum boost. They may be able to close this out and get a possible sweep, but we need to see what Wasians is going to do to respond as we are jumping into the draft. Empire versus Wasians, day 1, week 2, game 2.
And this is going to be the next ban phase, and we do already see 1-1 and Joy getting banned out now. We did see Alex pretty much lock in Martis for every single game so far that he's played, and right now these two are coming out with the win. I'm pretty sure Empire hasn't secured a series yet. And did Wasian secure a series at all?
Yep, they took one.
Okay.
They won one, lost one. They were able to take down LaimiTop, but they lost over to Area 77. So they definitely have one win above where Empire is sitting currently.
So Empire really wants this win right now, so they're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get almost be finished actually already with their band phase. And look at the band coming in from Wasians, and I did mention it, the band phase is going to shift just a little bit, knowing that they did let a Valentino walk, which really punished the side of Wasians, letting Demon go ahead with his bread and butter.
And now Kaj is still on the table, as well as the Frederick. I'm wondering which way this is going to go. You did see the Joy time and time again not being allowed to walk today during these amazing matches, but there goes the Kaja taken down from the side of the Empire.
I'm thinking right now, Wasians really has to. I'm just looking at that last band pick right now. It's gonna either be that the Frederick walking, or it could still be. I mean, it depends on what Wasians think they want to punish for the side of Empire, right? But we do know that the Frederick is still walking. A lot of meta is actually up on the board right now. And the thing is, with these high elo teams, you actually let a lot of stuff walk on purpose to let them get a fair advantage with these picks, but you also want that advantage, right? So right now we do see another Diggy getting banned out, and I think this is a series right now, the day that we've seen so many Diggy bans, but on top of that, we've seen a lot of Diggy picks, and Alex is going to go ahead with his signature pick and go ahead and lock in that Martis.
Hey, you said it right. Alex playing chess, very strategic, and I got to respect it. He's very comfortable on that role, but you are going to see Wasians, Merciless, locking in this glue. The Faramis being off the table, one of the only threats to him. A good read, and that's going to make him a little bit more dominant for the XP lane.
But I do see a Arlott still walking around right now. I don't know if it's a good matchup, I would say, against Glue, but I do want to see how the draft goes, because honestly, even though the draft might look a little bit sketchy, right, not into the favor of the viewers and everybody who is watching this draft phase right now, right, it just depends on how the team wants to go with it. It's up to the team fight, it's up to the synergy, the communication, and how they want to execute that draft. But it looks like Kokomi is going to go ahead and lock in this Claude.
And I'm a fan of that, right? Claude has a blazing duet, the Battle Mirror Image, to be able to rush into Ego when he does pop in that Feathered Airstrike. Not to mention you have Alex, not only with the Mortal Coils, but also with the Azura's Wrath, to be able to stop Ego in that Feathered Airstrike as well. So already a little bit of an upscale battle, and then a little bit of a trifecta, picking up the Lapu Lapu with the Bravest Fighter, the Land Shaker, to be able to get that additional stun on to Ego when that Feather Airstrike does go down. So I'm seeing some strong answers already for the side of Empire.
Now, Wasians, I feel like they kind of have to work around that Farsa, right? They have a lot of dive for the side of Empire, right? We do see the Bravest Fighter coming in from Mikasa, being able to dive in there, but we do see Kokomi is coming in with the Blazing Duet. Really is able to go ahead and peel that back line as long as Kokomi is going to get the zonage, but Alex coming in with the Mortal Coils is really going to kind of body bag some CC, and we did see it in that last game. CC and the G Kundu coming from Chow and kind of not letting Baksha walk up anywhere around his team, but we do know that the carry actually got locked in, and looks like there is a little bit of a sub happening, and looks like Hav is going to be running this marksman instead of Ooga Booga.
Yeah, Hav definitely jumping in. He's had an amazing performance so far, and not the worst decision. Sometimes changing up the players may be the exact answer you were looking for, and picking up this carry, he can burst down Mikasa. He can shut down Alex, who is going to be running that Martis, possibly with the tank build, so it's not the worst answer, but he is going to be a little bit more stagnant when he's going toe-to-toe against a Kokomi in the gold lane.
Absolutely, but we did see that matchup actually in the previous series. Claude versus Carrie it was the BTK match versus Ackerman. We did see that matchup, but the thing is, it just depends on the player, right? I believe Kokomi is the marksman for time actually that is going to go ahead and play for Empire. I don't know too much about Kokomi, but after what I've seen just now, I know that he plays a very good marksman, but looks like another Gushin's getting banned out. Hayabusa on top of that as well for the side of Empire.
And this just shows your research on the Empire, right? Wasians definitely doing their homework, taking out this Gushin. That's not your typical ban, so I'm assuming they already know that maybe Demon runs a nasty Gushin for the mid lane. And looking at the draft so far, right? The Empire, we've seen them kind of dominate with their tank mage synergy. You've seen Demon and Reckless find the opportunity. Demon unstoppable when it comes to that mid lane pressure. So looking at Wasians, locking in this Farza, you're not sure who you're going up against yet, which may be a disadvantage. So you're going to have to see how the Empire responds, as they still currently have to pick their roam and also have to pick their mage in the mid lane.
I'm still a little bit worried for Ego, only because the Empire just has a lot of backline peel. I know we are only in the first draft phase right now, including with the ban phase. Obviously, that could change as time goes, and we are going to go ahead and get into the second pick phase right now, coming from Empire and Wasians. And I do see Katie locking in this Grok, and we actually saw his Grok a couple games ago. He was able to get some good wild charges out there and give some good 3-4 man sets.
But they do have Claude, right? That Demon Hunter sword works against those tankier compositions, so that may work in their favor. And it's also an answer to Ego on the Farza. So I'm liking the way the draft is going from both sides, but you are seeing some strong frontline presence from Wasians so far, which means they may have a slight advantage over the neutral objectives. But keep in mind, Alex is on the table with the comfort pick. He is running the Martis. He has the Mortal Coil. So that means if K does rush in with the wild charge, he can stop that entirely with the anti-immunity to the CC.
Absolutely. So we're looking at more of those 4-man sets coming in, but I do also want to give a little bit of a focus to Merciless, right? He is running that glue. The grab, the split is going to be a little bit of a lane abuse in the EXP lane, knowing that it is a Lapu getting zoned out right now, but Demon's going to go ahead and lock in this Lunox. Reckless is going to go ahead and finish the draft for the side of Empire with Franco. And Chacho is going to go ahead with this Karina. And we've seen Chacho actually run that Hayabusa, which was the assassin, but it got banned out by the side of Empire.
Now, this is an interesting draft indeed, right? They got the suppression from Reckless. He could definitely go to the side lane, shut down Hove with that Bloody Hunt, and provide the early game advantage to Kokomi on this Claude, who's going to thrive more in that mid to late game. But something I want to mention, right? I actually found this out just playing randomly when I was ranking. When you run the Grok and you go up against the Franco, did you know you can place down a Guardian's Barrier in the middle of that hook and you can stop him from pulling one of your teammates into his team for a possible pickoff?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
that is
insane.
Very interesting. Oh, wow. So is this like a 2.0 saving grace to put up Franco up against a Grok?
Now, I don't think it was planned, but, maybe we'll see it as we are jumping into Game 2. Empire up against Wasians. You were able to see Empire claim the first match, possibly at match point for a sweep, and we need to see how Wasians will respond.
Absolutely, and we're going to go ahead and start. Alex is going to go ahead and work his way on that orange buff, and Chacho is going to go ahead and work on this purple buff. And this rotation is actually going to be a little bit on the opposite side. It's going to be actually on the same side, knowing that they started on opposite buffs, right? But we do see a little bit of the proxy in that mid lane, with Demon coming in with the Brilliance on Lunox with a little bit of lifesteal, is going to make Ego actually force back and kind of stay under his turret.
And speaking of the jungle path, when they both start on the same side of the map, they're going to meet on the opposing side a little earlier before this first turtle spawns in. And you are looking at Karina and Martis, both heroes that thrive on the low HP. You have Karina with the Shadow Assault for the pickoffs, and you have the Decimation from Martis. Pretty common, but Martis kind of shines a little bit better for that role. And now you are seeing Reckless taking some damage. You're going to see the power of nature from Cade, forcing out the flicker nice and early before the 2-minute mark.
And we do see Mikasa a little bit on the back end right now, getting that little bit of abuse coming in from that glue. And they're going to go ahead and take advantage of that. As we do see Glue and Karina moving up the top side. But look at the bot side. But no, hold on. Decimation coming in from Alex. They get a quick kill. But I'm not too sure about this EXP lineup, Weezy. What are you thinking?
Yeah, this is definitely interesting to see indeed, as you are seeing the glue from Merciless. And actually, I really feel like he profits, right? Especially for the type of play style Merciless plays. He's very aggressive. He creates that set potential for the team. Speaking of set potential, Demon taking down Cade with the assist of the Iron Hook from Reckless.
Absolutely, and that was a good pickoff coming in from Empire. As soon as he saw that, Hunter's going to go ahead and do it, but Merciless coming here doing a little bit of damage.
With the slam and the split, and now the grab. What the brilliance! And he is going to jump off of the back of Demon, and now the punish on the way. Bravest Spider, Raging Slash, going in with the assault over there from Demon. Mikasa picking up the kill, is going to shut down Merciless. The stun on a Mikasa. You're going to see the Shadow Assault. Chacho picking up that kill, but Alex is going to claim the turtle for the Empire.
Absolutely, and with that being said, the objective is going to be into the hands of Empire. And did you see that the lifesteal coming in from Lunox on the split from Glue?
Literally insane. The Brilliant's eating up all those mini glues. And speaking of eating up, the Bloody Hunt, Reckless gonna take down Ego in the mid lane.
And that is your first kill picked up for no, it's actually that is actually another member down the side of Wasians. Unfortunately, Ego getting taken off the board into the casters as well. Come back here, but we do know that Lunox is going to be a little bit of a menace, and Katie getting hooked here.
And he's going to use the wild charge to escape, knocking Alex and Reckless airborne. Blazing Duet from Kokomi to clear the minions, but you are seeing the 3-man of the Empire trying to go in and strip some of this gold. Cade protecting the ADC at all costs. Reckless going to be denied on that push, and they're going to be able to defend that lane.
A lot of proxy coming in from Demon on that mid lane, really pushing up the lane, preventing Ego to kind of rotate. Now, I was kind of watching the rotations between Demon and Ego. He does have the bird to bird and the bird to kind of help him fly around the map, but Demon being able to shove those lanes really makes Ego's rotations a little bit delayed, and that's not what we want to see.
Yeah, speaking of seeing things, battle in the jungle. Reckless gonna take down Chacho. Earthshaker going down for a possible stun. Merciless with the slam and the grab is gonna get a pick up, but the knockup from Merciless taking down Mikasa. Guardian's Barrier going in. Demon taking down Merciless to respawn. You're gonna see 2 members off the board to 1. Demon picking up a double is gonna find Cade. 7-2, Empire leading the way.
Dropped Alex dangerously low, but that was a good set coming in from KD with that wild charge. Was able to get a 3-man stun, I believe, but was able to turn the tides over, flip the switch, and Empire did end up proxying that fight, which is now looking at our scoreboard 7-2. Not looking too great, but we do know that the marksman is actually still sitting at 0-0-0, which is actually better than nothing. You don't want to die you don't want to die early towards that early game, but Demon again running with that really good KDA. 3-0-3 right now for the side of Empire.
It's a little bit of a history and repeat of blast from the past, as we've seen Demon dominate in game 1 and now game 2. Best KDA on the board so far. You are seeing the aggro pulled in over there from the side of the Empire, but look at Merciless waiting for the right opportunity for the steal, but Alex is going to hit the retribution, and you're not going to see an answer from Wasians, and we may be seeing a possible snowball on the way.
Absolutely, and this Claude is still sitting beautifully. It's still at 0-0-0. Same KDA as Hav on this carry, and looks like they're going to go ahead and proxy this mid lane and take a bot side turret, but we do see further airstrike.
Oh, and the Iron Hook. Kokomi going to take down Ego, throwing some extra syrup. Lego my Ego, let's go. Empire leading the way, opening up the map, claiming the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Absolutely, they're going to go ahead and take that bot side, but actually, I thought that Claw was going to go ahead and save it, but looks like they're going to go ahead and trade that out for a mid turret. But no, with that said, I would take that mid turret any day, knowing that the vision actually opens up a lot more right now for the side of Empire, knowing that I have the bush advantage for both sides of the buffs, especially coming in, which is going to make a little bit of a disadvantage for Chacho when it comes to picking up this buff, but conceal play.
By Cade, Chacho with him as well. Not going to find anything, and you are going to see the Empire claim the tier 1 turret on the top side. And I got to say, looking at Reckless, the man has really not missed any of his iron hooks. Talk about great placement, a bullseye on the board, and he's keeping Wasians in their place. He's not allowing them to get the farm they want. They're definitely dominating in terms of the map.
Absolutely, and they're going to call a lane swap in that bot side, but looks like they're going to end up getting a turret lost again on that top side, and looks like Chacho's left to defend that. And right now, I'm not liking the rotations too much coming in from Wasians, a little bit delayed compared to the Empire, where they're always running into that 3-man or 4-man rotation. But I feel like Wasians really has to start coming online and start figuring out what they really want to do here.
Speaking of coming online, Alice with the mortal coils to get out of that 3v1 gank, but the wild charge from that Iron Hook, the response, Reckless at about half HP is going to be able to get out of there. But you mentioned positioning, you mentioned the playstyle of these two teams. Ego having a very hard time. He locked in that Parza super early and now sitting 0-3-2. Where did he go wrong? Demon with the counter pick, picking up that Lunox for the Brilliance to get out of the Feather Airstrike and flash on the way for the mid-river. You're going to see Alex claim the turtle with the Retribution. The split, the grab onto Mikasa. Merciless now needing to get out. May be in a bad situation, but does have the sustainability. Reckless not able to hit that Iron Hook, and that is definitely the saving grace that Merciless needed to get out of that situation. But a contest over on to this tier 2 turret. The Empire being forced out and back to their jungle.
Yeah, not the favorable team fight towards Wasians, knowing that they just dropped everybody dangerously low and they had no chance but to back out that fight. And you know, Wasians are the types of teams, we actually saw it coming up from both of these teams. They are the ones that want to take the fight head on head and not give up on those fights, but knowing that the gold lead and the marksman is not into their favor right now, as he is still not being able to get any kills right now. No gold income, a little bit of passive income. It's going to put them in a little bit of a difficult situation, but hold on.
Iron Hook, the Bloody Hunt, the suppression, too much to handle. Demon with the mega kill is going to take down Kate.
Reckless is sitting at 2-0-4, and we usually see Roams, you know, kind of getting picked off this early, but Reckless has landed a lot of his hooks right now. I mean, he's making me play a little bit of Franco right now. Weezy, you should be playing Franco after seeing Reckless go ahead and land all his hooks right here.
You know, he reminds me of a player I've seen in North America dominate with this Franco. That was Zoltra. He used to play with BTK back in the day, and Reckless living up to the name. Very dominant, and you're seeing the pressure provided from that single target CC with that Bloody Hunt, and it's creating the opportunity for the Empire to inch their way up the map.
Absolutely, and Alex is going to go ahead and proxy down this turret, which is another objective. 4 turrets into the hands of Empire. Actually, all of their turrets are standing except for that first tier turret. Concealed play coming in from Reckless here.
Alex with some heavy aggression into the jungle, letting Wasians know I am here for the stay, trying to claim the sweep, their first series for the NACT spring season. You are going to see them find a kill and take down Cade.
The neutral objective Lord is going to come out in about 2 seconds, and they're going to go ahead and proxy that side of the map. And I just want to see the macro coming in from Empire, right? Wherever the Lord is, they're going to go there. Whatever farm is, they're going to take it. And whatever pickoff they have, and look how fast they just bursted down that Lord, which really shows Kokomi is going to go ahead and be that main damage dealer.
We are only 9 minutes in, almost getting to the mid phase, 10-2. This is what we call a one-sided story, but sometimes with newer teams, we see them have a problem of closing it out. So Wasians, what they have to do is play a little safer, wait for the mistake to happen, and make the most out of the situation.
And every opportunity that they have, and every little small, even a utility burnt can be in their favor, but another hook lands.
A bullseye onto Merciless and Demon to shut him down. Unstoppable. The Empire trying to go for the finish. Assure's Wrath on the Ego, forcing out the flicker. He is going to rush away, but Alex on the chase, knocked airborne with the wild charge from Cade. And now the Landshaker going down from Mikasa. The chase, the flicker in onto Hove with the raging slash and the bravest fighter. Mikasa is going to take down Hove. That is going to be 2 members down, as well as the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, and make that 2 turrets, as you are going to see Mikasa claim the tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, the marksman just got killed by Mikasa with the bravest fighter. Is not able to clear out a lot of these minions. Are going to go ahead and proxy that mid inhibitor turret, which is not looking too good inside of Wasians.
Here goes Merciless, rushing in, 1-man army, split activated, the grab onto Mikasa, but biting on more than he could chew. Alex is going to take him down, activating the killing spree, and Reckless, with a little bit of icing on the cake, trying to put that cherry on the top, almost connecting with that Iron Hook.
Absolutely, and Wasians put a little bit under pressure, but just like Weezy loves to say, you know, pressure can make diamonds and pressure can burst pipes, and right now looks like the pipes on the side of Wasians are getting burnt right now. Looks like a wild charge.
For the 4-man knockup, a huge play. Hove taking down Reckless. Wasians on the defense. They need to hold them off. Cannot allow them to take this finish. They do not have the opportunity for a game 3 as they lost match 1. You are seeing the inhibitors fall. Only the top side sitting strong for the side of Wasians. Can they stop the Empire, as their momentum for the early game has been unmatched?
Absolutely, and Hog still not coming in with the answer on this carry, as the damage is not there to start melting down Mikasa or Alex right now. And I feel like they have to come back with an answer, or just let Hov kind of take as much farm as he can, benefit from the minion waves, and give him a little bit more of an advantage right now, because he really is honestly the only magic damage dealer coming in alongside Ego. But no, looks like they're going to go in for a fight.
Wild charge, and now for the airstrike canceled by the Iron Hook, and Alex with the decimation, picking up the mega kill, is going to take down Ego. Merciless 1v5 situation on a trampoline. Alex is going to pick up the double kill, looking like a full linebacker with that additional speed boost from that decimation. Guardian Barrier to block off the minions, trying to stop the Empire from closing this game out, but look in the Nexus, half HP. Can they do it? Ladies and gentlemen, the Empire takes down Wasians, claiming their first series in the NACT spring season.
Congratulations to the Empire. That is a huge win, actually, for the side of Empire. This is going to be the first series that they take home as a team, and I am so proud of them. They were able to prevail up against Wasians and really showed a mean fight, and honestly, giving Alex that Martyrs, that bread and butter pick, I think was the key point, because those mortar coils really did push out a lot of CC and denying a lot of those picks that was actually in the favor for Wasians.
Ah, man, where you find happiness, I find despair. As it just ruined my Casters prediction.
I got my Casters prediction
yeah.
right.
Looks like you got me beat. I lost 2 today, right? I said BTK, and they lost, and now I said Wasians, and the Empire takes them down. So I think next time I need to check with Eunice before I put in my prediction.
Oh no, my guesses are private, Weezy. What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. But we did see that win going in, and I just really want to put that congratulations out there. That is their first series that they are taking home. That is a big thing to celebrate with your squad and your team, knowing that is a really good synergized play. The rotations were on point, macro micro on point, sieging all the farm as much as they can, taking a lot of punishments as fast as they can. That was the key to their victory. And we are looking at a 12-minute game, and we are looking at the score to 15-3. Let's talk about these substats real quick down below. We are looking at the gold gap, and that is over 10k gold gap right there coming in. It looks like the turret is going to be into the proxy of Empire. 8 turrets to 1, almost had all their towers standing, which means the rotations were there and on point and intact. And looks like the Lord is going to be into the hands of Empire, and Alex coming in with the perfect retributions is going to go ahead and take up all the turtles for the side of Empire. But if we do look at this KDAs right now for the side of Empire, Kokomi was playing more of that safe game, but Demon once again, perfect KDA 507, and we did see Demon isn't the type of person to take any deaths right now, which is why his name is probably Demon in that mid lane, being able to proxy a lot of damage and put a lot of punish into all the members of Wasians.
Hey, look, I'm saying it now, Hoon, you better watch out, because Demon is right behind you for that MVP. A little bit of a blast from the past, a recap on what we've seen today between these amazing series with the Empire and Wasians. Alex picking up that mega kill, finding Ego, who did not have a good time finding his footing, 0-4-3 KDA. Merciless diving in, trying to be a one-man army, but quickly denied by Alex on his comfort pick with this Martis, and overall just being very dominant with that role. And I gotta say, well execution, well deserved. Congratulations over to the Empire, claiming their first series in the NACT spring season with a sweep.
I'm so proud of you guys. I am happy that you guys did take your first series. That is a big thing to celebrate. That is a win. So proud of you. But I do have to give credits to that draft phase though. As a team, when you go into that draft phase, it's really hard to kind of like do your picks right here, but with these picks getting locked in, we could see we could just see all the damage and different things they are talking about. You could see how much you're thinking with these team fights, right? There's 2 team fights going on. One is into the base, one is there trying to protect Kokomi back there, which is the main damage dealer. But we have to also remember, this draft phase is what that brought the entire team to the victory. And yes, there is a little bit of communication, synergy, and the 5-man rotation that has to happen. That is also important, but on top of that, draft is important. And this is another replay, the same replay, but look at Reckless coming into that backside, and we did talk about this in that draft phase. Ego is going to have a little bit of a hard time putting his 2 feet down when there's too much dive coming in from the side of Empire. And honestly, the draft and the team fight itself was really dominant for the side of Empire.
Yeah, a little bit of that battle with that tank duo mage synergy, and overall congratulations. And now moving forward, we are going to be shifting focus over to our amazing caster and host, Xena Lily. How are you doing?
I am good. What a way to end the tournament. Looks like Empire's teamwork was superior to Wasians today, but they may come back tomorrow. Our series MVP for this round is Reckless. What do you guys think about that?
Definitely an amazing game. A great MVP over there by Reckless. Well deserved. You've seen his positioning over there with the Franco, dominating with the set potentials. The Iron Hook's very hard to deal with, and not to mention Demon right behind him to be able to get these pickoffs and secure these kills. And overall, some great synergy for the Empire to claim their first victory for a series in the NACT spring season.
Absolutely, and I feel like the roam is what really gave that set potential over to the side of Empire, and it really gave that set potential to be able to set up for those team fights, proxy all the vision up there, a lot of the farm for the side of Empire, and you seeing he's fearlessly going into the backline, knowing that he has all potential to potentially die right there, but giving that little bit of safe space for Empire really did drive their team to victory.
Yes, and those games were action-packed, and the roams do show that they can turn the tides. But let's check out the scoreboard and see the final scores of the night. We have Area 77 with 2, and taking it away from Fallout. And then LaimiTop lost it to the TheOhioBrothers. We got BloodThirstyKings taking 1, but Ackerman ended up taking the whole game. And then this last game, the Empire with 2, with Wasians with 0 for today's matches. But let's go into tomorrow's match to see who's going to be playing. We have Ackerman against LaimiTop tomorrow for the first match, then Fallout versus the Empire. A good match for the TheOhioBrothers in Area 77. That's going to be fun to watch. And we also have Wasians against the BloodThirstyKings for tomorrow's schedule. How exciting. I cannot wait for the thrilling battles tomorrow, and today's matches were super epic. So the teams showed incredible teamwork and dedication. Thank you, Weezy and Eunice, for your amazing play-by-plays and job well done. Do you have any final words for our amazing viewers who've stuck with us to the end of the whole series?
Overall, some excellent gameplay today, some twists and turns, and a little bit of burns in the land of Dawn. But overall, some surprises, right? We've seen some upsets. We've seen BTK taken down. Who would have thought that would have happened? And honestly, it's been a pleasure being able to cast these amazing games alongside Eunice. Our first time on the desk as a caster duo, and I couldn't have asked for a better synergy. And honestly, guys, make sure you're voting, because this is the first time in NACT spring season where we've done official casting duo deaths, which means you guys in the audience have the chance to vote on your favorite caster duo pair to be able to paint that perfect picture in the semifinals.
Absolutely. And I want you guys to look, and you guys already saw that in our previous slide, but tomorrow's matches are going to be uptight once again, and we do see these teams as, like, every time you see these teams fight like that, you really want them to go ahead and keep playing because it gets so exciting, and you want to see how each of these teams differ from one another. So we will catch you guys tomorrow. I am so excited. Make sure you guys vote for the best duo caster, and I think it's gonna have to be us two right here. But anyways, I do hope that all the games tomorrow. Good luck to all teams. Best of luck. You guys all did great today, and I'm excited to see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, we do wish the teams good luck tomorrow's matches, and there you have it. Thank you, fans, for sticking around and watching us, and sticking to the very last moment. You guys are all wonderful. And be sure to join us for tomorrow's thrilling matches and battles. That's all the time that we have left today. Goodbye, everyone, and see you next time.